Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Warriors, hurry up and hold the line. This ferocious wild boar is almost out of health. Someone shouted. Mantu held a standard iron sword, staring at the wild boar in front of him. It was a filthy and fierce, ferocious wild boar, massive in size, weighing several hundred kilograms. Its body was covered with hard and sharp bristles, two long tusks protruding from its head, emitting a foul stench. At this moment, it appeared lethargic, as if asleep, its body covered with wounds, seemingly on the verge of death. In Mantu's eyes, this was a big heap of walking experience and money. Whatever, let's do it. Gritting his teeth, Mantu stepped forward and thrust his sword into the wild boar's side. The iron sword pierced through the tough hide, deeply into the flesh, causing blood to spurt from the wound. Hit it! The players cheered loudly. Suddenly, the wild boar's lazy, sleepy eyes turned blood red. It exhaled a foul-smelling white breath. The muscles under its thick fat bulged abruptly, and its plump body erupted with an unimaginable, powerful force. Damn, don't tell me this thing has a second form. Mantu awkwardly pulled out his blood-stained iron sword, cold sweat appearing on his forehead, feeling that he might be giving up first blood. The ferocious wild boar glared fiercely at Mantu, its sturdy hooves scraping the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. Humph, 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 ah. The ferocious wild boar let out a low roar and charged straight at Mantu, making all the players feel the ground tremble. Although Mantu was not among the top players, he was considered a professional high-level player in immersive games. Seeing this terrifying charge, he instinctively rolled to the side. Dust flew up from the ground. Mantu narrowly dodged the charge. The ferocious wild boar crashed into the rock behind him, even causing spiderweb-like cracks on the cliff face. So ferocious means it goes berserk at low health, huh? This destructive power could definitely one-shot me. Mantu couldn't help but complain, but the ferocious wild boar's next charge had already arrived amidst flying dust, and Mantu had been forced into a corner with nowhere to hide. Looks like I'm finally going to give up first blood. Mantu skillfully opened the panel and turned the pain perception to the lowest setting. Holy sanctuary! A clear female voice came. A thin layer of light appeared around Mantu. The wild boar had clearly charged right up to him. Even Mantu could hear its heavy breathing and smell its stinking odor, but it couldn't attack Mantu and could only crash into the nearby cliff again. This time, the charge was full of power. The boar's thick, long tusks became embedded in the cliff wall, unable to be pulled out for a moment. Whoosh! An arrow shot from the side, piercing the wild boar's heart. It struggled weakly a few times and finally lost its vitality. I've always said, Bao warriors are the future. A male voice came. Mantu turned his head and saw three players approaching together. He recognized these three people. They were famous professional players in the immersive gaming community. They were the hardcore strategy master Singo, the super popular professional female player with millions of fans Summer Night Autumn Rain, and the expert who had battled in virtual game competition for 10 years and was said to be able to kill all opponents, born battle maniac. Their current classes were warrior, priest, and barbarian, a very complementary three-person team. In front of them, Mantu felt himself shrink. Although he also called himself a professional player and had tens of thousands of fans, he really couldn't compare with these famous big shots. So he said somewhat awkwardly, "Thank you all. Did you come to see me for something?" Summer Night Autumn Rain said, "We've watched your videos. They're very good." "You're too kind." Mantu scratched his head rather embarrassedly. Singo got straight to the point. "Mantu, you had 4 gold coins when you last logged off, right?" "Ah, yes, just lucky." For gold coins didn't sound like much, but this was genuine gold. That was equivalent to 100 silver coins for 100 copper coins. A hardcore grinding player taking on all available quests day and night without rest would need almost 10 days to accumulate that, while Manta purely had dumb luck, finding the gold coins that a miner had secretly stashed in the mine. Born Battle Maniac said, "Interested in doing a quest with us? We just happen to need that money." Manta was a bit confused. "Why don't you go to those big guilds? They should be happy to have you. This amount of money shouldn't be a problem." Although it was still in the beta testing phase, those wealthy players had already formed small guilds, such as Sword Pavilion, Golden Club, and Royal Authority. These small organizations had up to nearly 50 members, many of which became the prototypes of later big-name guilds. Speaking of guilds, Born Battle Maniac got angry and cursed. Those bastards are really shameless. Every day, they have people hogging the quest board, snatching all the good money-making quests, leaving us solo players with contribution tasks like moving bricks and repairing walls. Singo nodded in agreement. Guilds? I wouldn't join one even if I were a dog. He liked to use the word dog when he spoke, which was one of the reasons his haters called him Singo the dog. Another important reason was that he remained single. Manta thought for a moment and said, "What do you need these gold coins for?" "I'll think about it." Summer night, autumn, rain showed Manta a product information. The mysterious invitation. Number of users for people. This invitation burns fiercely, never extinguishing. It can take you to unknown realms. What awaits you may be danger or opportunity. Product price, 10 gold coins. This is a new item that appeared in the exchange. There should be limited stock. Those guilds haven't noticed it yet. We've scraped together only 6 gold coins, so we came to you, Summer night, autumn rain added. Line intentionally left blank. Damn, what kind of invitation is so expensive? It could buy several sets of equipment. Manta couldn't help but complain. Singo said bluntly, "This is the gap between you and top professional players. 10 gold coins may be very important in the early stages, but they're nothing in the mid to late game. If you use it to buy equipment, you'll only get a pile of scrap metal. But if you buy this kind of quest item, you can seize the initiative everywhere and keep winning." Summer night, autumn rain couldn't help but mediate. "Say a bit less, will you?" Singo said expressionlessly. "If he doesn't agree, it only proves he lacks vision. We can find someone else." Mantis smiled awkwardly. He finally understood why this game strategy master was excellent in all aspects yet remained single. However, after carefully considering Singo's words, he felt there was some truth to them, so he readily agreed. "All right, I'll join, but since my share is larger, you need to give me more privileges in the subsequent quests." "No problem." Born Battle Maniac chuckled and readily agreed. The 4 of them took the 10 gold coins they had scraped together to the Tiefling exchange and bought the mysterious invitation. When Singo handed the shiny gold coins to the Tiefling merchant, Mantu's expression was extremely pained. He thought to himself, how many pieces of equipment could you buy with that? You spendthrift. The invitation in their hands felt heavy. Their group went to the rented small house and eagerly opened the invitation. The paper inside had a pale yellow pattern, thin and seemingly no different from ordinary paper, but the words on it were formed by burning flames, flickering incessantly. There was only a brief sentence on it. "You will meet the most noble one here." Is it that big of a deal? Looks like we didn't bet wrong this time. At least it's worth it. Looking at the small words on the invitation, Mantu was full of anticipation. Singo remained calm. "I told you already, the quest items you get by spending so much money will definitely yield considerable returns." Born Battle Maniac chuckled. "Come on, stand properly. I'm about to use it." "Okay." Confirmed to use mysterious invitation. Suddenly, the space in front of the 4 of them rippled, then gradually twisted and cracked, forming a door-shaped spatial rift. Flames burned around the fissure, like the door frame of this dimensional gate. "Damn, a portal? So high-end," Mantu exclaimed. Up to now in the game, no magic class had developed teleportation skills. Mages who couldn't learn anything without scrolls didn't even count, and even the current so-called true spellcasters, the sorcerers, didn't have such high-end abilities. Summer Night, Autumn Rain, and Born Battle Maniac were naturally overjoyed. Even Singo, who usually wore a scowl, showed a trace of excitement. But he's still reminded. The item description says that behind the door may be danger or reward, so we must be fully prepared. Indeed, it'd be bad if we got wiped out after going in. Manta nodded. Blessing. Summer Night, Autumn Rain waved her wooden staff. Beams of light descended, bathing everyone. This divine spell grants the recipient advantage on attack and saving throw checks, considered the all-purpose spell for priests in the early stages. Healing Potion, Poison Resistance Potion, Wyvern Venom, Slick Oil, Precision Oil. Singo took out one item after another from his backpack, introducing them like treasures. Soon, these items piled up like a small hill. Where did you get so many things? Manta couldn't help but ask. In this resource-scarce early stage, many newbie players couldn't even put together a basic set of equipment and couldn't even defeat the big goose raised by the tiefling ant next door. Yet Singo had accumulated so much. Watch more, practice more, grind more. Singo said lightly. Manta finally understood the extraordinary aspects of these top professional players. In this regard, he had to admit defeat, referring to showing off. After applying oil to their weapons and armor, placing potions in their backpacks to deal with various situations, and making a series of preparations, Singo was finally ready to go. However, he looked very bloated at the moment, worthy of the dreams of min-maxers and the nightmares of those who value appearance. Let's go. All right. The four stepped into the mysterious, flaming portal. A heat wave rushed towards them, seemingly leaving marks on everyone's face. Damn, why is it so dark? Where is this? Feels a bit hot. Autumn Rain. Cast a light spell. We can't see. Okay. Summer Night, Autumn Rain raised her wooden staff and began casting a divine spell. Light. The end of the wooden staff emitted a faint glow. Although the light was weak, it was enough for the four to barely see their surroundings. They found themselves in a dark, narrow, rocky tunnel. The air inside the tunnel was inexplicably stuffy, and there was nothing around except for hard rock walls. The passage led into unknown darkness. What should we do? Should we keep going? The narrow, rocky tunnel made Manta feel a bit oppressed. Even with the light spell, he couldn't feel at ease. Singo gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "We're already here. We can't just go back. Let's go all in." They cautiously walked along the passage. Finally, the four seemed to exit the tunnel, and the space in front of them opened up significantly. This should be it. Everyone stay alert. Report any findings. But the light spell could no longer reach the cave walls. All around was darkness. In the vast, gloomy cave, sounds occasionally echoed, making everyone even more nervous, cold sweat dripping. Suddenly, an unknown light appeared, followed by more lights. Boom, boom, boom. With the sound of flames igniting in the air, hundreds of exquisitely crafted dragon-headed oil lamps along the cave walls lit up in succession, illuminating the surrounding darkness and allowing the four to see the full view of the spacious cave. Waves of heat rushed towards them. A wide road suddenly appeared before them, flanked by blazing flames. And at the end of the road stood a man. He had black hair and golden eyes, with delicate features. In the depths of his dark golden pupils, flames burned fiercely, exuding a trace of innate arrogance. On both sides of his face, faint crimson scales appeared, and long, bone-white dragon horns grew on his forehead. He wore a dark red, luxurious robe inlaid with gold thread patterns over his tall body, exuding a noble and irresistible unique aura. Summer Night, Autumn Rain couldn't help but blush and sighed. "Ah, the official model is so handsome." Manta complained, "Damn, why is this NPC so damn handsome? Almost catching up to me." Summer Night, Autumn Rain couldn't help rolling her eyes. Singo urged, "Mantu, quickly cast Detect. We must have encountered an important character." "Oh, okay." Mantu responded instinctively, then skillfully pulled up the panel. Mysterious draconic bloodline sorcerer, Cassius. Affiliation, Ember Nest. Basic abilities. Challenge level. Extremely dangerous. Favorability. -5, mild dislike. Manta then realized and couldn't help cursing. Damn you, Singo, you tricked me again. The favorability dropped. Hearing his nickname, Singo still wore his usual expressionless face. Everyone will remember your sacrifice. So, Manta, what did you see? Manta shook his head. Can't see anything. All the info is unknown. Singo clenched his fists and said excitedly, Great. We've really found him. From my observation, only the Oathbreaker sword, Medralash in Bator City, had an unseen challenge level. Others, like the captain of the guards, Damicus, had visible challenge levels. We are the first to find this second important NPC. We can definitely. However, a calm male voice suddenly came from afar, interrupting his enthusiastic speech. Dear invited guests, casting detection upon meeting might be impolite, don't you think? The four of them hurriedly walked along the path of flames. Mantu had a fawning smile on his face. He wanted to use his own abilities to recover the favorability that Singo had lost. Sir, is there anything you need us for by inviting us here? Just say the word, and I am absolutely willing to go through fire and water without hesitation. Favorability -5. Mysterious Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer. Cassius' favorability towards you is -10, mild dislike. Mantu's smile froze on his face. Why is it decreasing instead of increasing? Damn, what's with this damn mysterious NPC and all his problems? He cursed inwardly. Cassius's face showed a hint of imperceptible mockery. He thought to himself, You think I don't know what you're like? You're definitely cursing me in your hearts right now. But he calmly said aloud, Fallen stars from unknown lands, I did not invite you here to listen to your nonsense. You have issued a quest to players. I'd go eat Manta Singo Summer, Night, Autumn, Rainborn Battle Maniac. Singo said succinctly, Please go ahead. The half-dragon sorcerer looked down at everyone, exuding a powerful aura, his golden pupils flashing. Since you were born in Bator City, it is naturally the arrangement of the god of fate. Go and learn about the brief history here, or the longer stories about the tieflings and the Ember Nest. You'll make new discoveries. Everyone's panels refreshed with a quest. Investigate the story of the tieflings. Quest description. This group of tieflings, known as the Devil's Offspring, did not originally belong here. They were once driven out and slaughtered, but relying on astonishing willpower, they migrated here and, in just 5 years, established their own city in this monster-infested Storm Highlands. What exactly did they encounter 5 years ago? And what caused them to migrate here and join the Ember Nest? Quest reward, plus 500 Ember Nest faction contribution. So the reward is faction contribution. Singo's voice was somewhat disappointed. Considering the other party was an important NPC, he forcefully swallowed the phrase, not even a dog would want it. Even Born Battle Maniac and Summer Night Autumn Rain were a bit disappointed. They had read Singo's guide. Faction contribution currently had no use, and although it might be significant in the future, at this early stage, it's just an empty promise. Wait, look at this. Quick, check the shop interface. Mantu's voice trembled with excitement. Damn, what's gotten into you? Singo was startled by Mantu's sudden exclamation, cursed, but still instinctively opened the interface. Mysterious Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer. Cassius has opened his personal shop to you. Unlike the usual merchant NPC's trading panel, this high-class mysterious Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer, Cassius' trading panel, is divided into 3 modules: Adamantine Shop, Mithril Shop, and Ordinary Shop. The Ordinary Shop sold items no different from those of regular merchants. Various iron swords, leather armor, potions, raw materials, food. Although numerous, nothing seemed special. What's this? I can get more than that. But as he looked further, Singo was also stunned, and after a long while, only uttered 2 words. Damn. Starting from the Mithril Shop, the item interface underwent a tremendous change. There appeared rare quality equipment that had never been seen since the beta began, such as Whisper Greatsword, Emerald Dragon Scale Sword, inlaid wooden staff, hunter's longbow. Moreover, these equipments were dazzling, totaling over 100 pieces. The interweaving magical glows made everyone dazzled. Singo browsed through the equipment descriptions, extremely excited, muttering, "Whisper greatsword, with whisper tree roots extending from the hilt, silences the target upon hit. An extremely versatile early-game artifact. Dragon Scale Shield comes with anti-dragon aura, a core equipment specifically against dragon-type bosses. Hunter's Longbow can attach a hunter's mark to the opponent with one aim, my Bow Warrior's early graduation equipment." But after looking at the prices below, his heart sank. These equipments were mostly priced at dozens of gold coins, and even those few rare quality early-game divine equipments were priced at over 100 gold coins. Even a professional top player like him would find it hard to accumulate so much. Perhaps only those wealthy large guilds could afford one or two pieces. Actually, these overpriced equipments weren't prepared for solo players like Singo, but were specially released by Cassius to reap from guilds. But Singo also noticed the shop's description. Mithril Shop requires Ember Nest faction contribution of 3,000 to unlock. Singo gasped. Looks like I was wrong. Faction contribution is so crucial. Cassius's golden eyes narrowed slightly, sneering inwardly. Let you kid belittle my faction contribution, causing no one to take on the labor tasks, even needing to allocate funds to spend money. Now you know how important it is. Cassius's status had risen from the hard-working laborer of his previous life to the faction leader now, and naturally his mentality changed with his status. Now, as the boss, the only thing he wanted to do was to ruthlessly exploit the players. First squeeze a wave of gold coins with the invitation, then squeeze a wave of labor with the faction contribution restrictions. As for buying equipment, players might say they could still grind out a few more gold coins. Everyone could pool together, and the money could always be saved up. What? You say you can't save enough? At worst, you can pay in installments, just a little interest, as long as you persist in repaying every day. After all, he, Cassius, is not a devil, just an ordinary red dragon, still willing to fulfill every player's dream of acquiring divine equipment. Singo, take a look at the adamant shop. Manta reminded him. His tone was already a bit numb. Singo didn't bother with Mantu's way of addressing him and pulled up the panel. Adamant shop requires Ember Nest faction contribution of 10,000 to unlock. Still the familiar faction contribution requirements. But in the Adamant shop, there weren't many items, only a few displayed on the interface, and they were all priced in faction contribution. Singo stared intently at the descriptions of those few items. Dragon Blood Elixir unlocks the Sorcerer subclass Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer Quest. Price, 4,500 faction contribution. This is Crimson Scale, unlocks the Warrior Advanced Class Crimson Scaled Conqueror Quest. Price, 9,800 faction contribution. Crimson Scaled Conqueror. Requirements. Large Draconic Bloodline Creature Mount, Dragon Bloodline, Warrior Base Level 3, plus 4 proficiency in riding. Class description. When the dragon's roar comes from afar, the Crimson-Scaled Conquerors will ride massive and ferocious Draconic Bloodline creatures from the sky, bringing endless flames and utter death to their enemies. Manta gritted his teeth, secretly making up his mind, his eyes showing unprecedented determination. No one stopped me. I want to become a Dragon Knight. Suddenly, Cassius spoke, breaking Mantu's fantasy of diving while riding a dragon. It's getting late. Please return, everyone. I hope that next time we meet, you will have made full preparations. Then, he waved his hand lightly, and a portal burning with raging flames appeared before them. Before the four could react, a powerful magical force shoved them inside, leaving no room for struggle or resistance. They felt a flash of white light and found themselves back in the small house. The words on the invitation had dimmed and extinguished. It seemed there was no second chance to use it. Summer Night Autumn Rain recalled a recent experience and couldn't help saying, "This shop is so cool." No, I mean, this NPC is so important. Singo felt some regret for writing that strategy guide too early. I really didn't expect faction contribution to have such a big role. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. That warrior's advanced class Crimson Scale Conqueror is definitely the strongest early game class, bar none. Born Battle Maniac touched his bald head. I also want to try out the Dragon Bloodline. It feels very strong. Singo agreed. Yes, just the natural armor alone can widen the gap with ordinary players, not to mention the attribute bonuses and spell abilities. Manta said quietly, "Then shouldn't we keep this information to ourselves and not let others know?" Summer Night, Autumn Rain, and Born Battle Maniac nodded in agreement upon hearing this. From their professional gamer mindset, monopolizing information to widen the gap with others was very normal. But Singo objected. "No, we must make this information public." Manta was puzzled. What if someone else snatches the Crimson Scales? He was now focused solely on becoming a Dragon Knight. There was no room in his mind for any other thoughts. After all, being a knight is every man's romance. Singo gave him a contemptuous glance before saying, "Of course, we won't announce it immediately, but wait for a certain opportunity." What opportunity? Observe the movements of those big guilds. Wait until they start competing for faction contribution quests. Summer Night, Autumn Rain immediately understood and explained, "In the early stages, gold coins are scarce. Those big guilds might focus more on equipment and won't spend money on quest items, but once they develop, they will definitely try to purchase quest items like the mysterious invitation. And after they understand the role of faction contribution, they will definitely monopolize the information and start grabbing those faction contribution quests they previously didn't want. At that time, we should release this information to mobilize more solo players to compete with the guilds and slow down their progress." Born Battle Maniac added, "And before that, during this period, we can widen the gap with others in terms of faction contribution." Mantis suddenly realized and exclaimed, "You top professional players have really dark minds." Singo said, "What do you mean by dark minds? This is called gaming strategy. If you're not good, practice more. By then, you'll be responsible for making videos, I'll be responsible for writing guides, and we'll directly boost our traffic." All right, Born Battle Maniac looked at the invitation on the table, which was no different from ordinary paper. Should we buy another invitation first? That thing probably isn't supplied infinitely. It wouldn't be good if those guild bastards snatched it, especially that royal authority. Do you have a grudge against them? Manta asked curiously. Born Battle Maniac smiled honestly, touching his bald head. It's not a big grudge. In the previous game, Star Domain, I blew up their guild's mothership with a ship-cutting blade. I'm afraid they'll target me once they develop this time. Cold sweat broke out on Mantu's forehead. He thought to himself, this guy is really ruthless. Better not provoke him lightly. Summer Night, Autumn Rain asked, "Where can we get so many gold coins?" "The 10 gold coins last time already cost us everything." Singo sneered confidently. "Do you know that the Bottor City Exchange has recently launched a new service, gold coin loans, requiring only 1/10 the value as collateral?" Manta noticed that Singo was eyeing him unkindly, more precisely, eyeing his equipment. His face immediately darkened. "I worked hard to grind for this equipment. Don't even think about it." "Mantu, don't you want to become a handsome dragon knight?" Singo approached with a sinister smile, his words like the whispers of a devil. "Ah, don't forcefully strip my equipment. At least leave me some shorts, Singo." Summer Night, Autumn Rain blushed and covered her eyes, but still peeked through her fingers, her face growing even redder. Born Battle Maniac awkwardly scratched his bald head and said, "Singo is just like that. Don't mind him." When Singo turned around, Manta looked utterly defeated. He had returned to his innocent appearance when he first entered the game, a simple cloth outfit, full of the charm of a cute newbie. Singo himself also led by example, stripping all his equipment clean. Singo wore a gentle smile on his face. "You too. I won't need to trouble you, right?" Summer Night, Autumn Rain witnessed Mantu's miserable state through her fingers, instinctively hugged herself tighter, her cheeks slightly flushed. She hurriedly said, "Don't come over. I'll do it myself," afraid that Singo might turn into a tentacle monster and do something inappropriate. Born battle maniac touched his bald head and straightforwardly took off his beast skin clothes. Anyway, barbarians didn't need much equipment. They just needed to go berserk. Snap! Singo clapped his hands with a smile. No objections from anyone. So let's start grinding. Let's widen the gap with other players, starting now. I'll take these equipments to the exchange for a loan, and once we get the gold coins, we'll immediately grab the mysterious invitation. Battle Maniac, Autumn Rain, and Mantu, you three go to the square to take on quests. The more faction contribution, the better. Also, pay attention to the quest to investigate the tieflings. All these need to proceed simultaneously. Mantu, wearing simple cloth clothes, collapsed on the ground, his eyes empty. Is this the world of top professional players? I have objections. However, Singo seemed not to hear, holding the pile of equipment that Manta longed for, and hurriedly left. Born Battle Maniac patted Mantu's shoulder with his big, strong hand. Mantu, don't take it to heart. Singo is like this. We often have mental breakdowns too. You'll get used to it. Summer night, Autumn Rain stood by, looking at him sympathetically, softly comforting him. Manta was on the verge of tears. Who takes Singo's words to heart? I'm thinking about the equipment I painstakingly grinded for 10 days. More than 10 days later, a legend of the Black Slave 4 spread in the city. They were 4 famous popular professional players. Strangely, each of them wore only the simplest newbie cloth clothes. Some players reasonably suspected they had been robbed and were heavily in debt. These 4 great players were not picky about tasks at all. They accepted any work, whether it was moving bricks, smearing ash, repairing walls, delivering letters, or mining. Even when encountering pure faction contribution tasks that ordinary people avoided, they eagerly accepted them. In just over 10 days, they had raised their faction contribution to nearly 5,000, shocking the forums and earning the nickname Black Slave 4. Achoo! Manta wiped his sweat in the dark mine and sneezed for some reason. What Black Slave 4? I'm a man who wants to become a dragon knight. He thought to himself, his determined gaze faintly shining in the darkness. However, behind him came the scolding of the hobgoblin overseer and the sound of whips. What are you doing? Daydreaming? Hurry up and work. Oh, okay. Manta swung his hoe again, his movements becoming more skilled. Cassius lazily lay in the cave, observing the hard-working players in Bator City through Longpoo's magic mirror. Keep up the good work, my dear leeks. In just 1 month's time, the once extremely simple Bator City had displayed a brand new appearance. The city walls had become much taller and thicker, and buildings with unique styles had sprung up. The city had also gained a bit more vitality due to the comings and goings of players. The fact that I'd go eat Mantu, Singo, Summer Night, Autumn Rain, and Born Battle Maniac obtained that mysterious invitation was actually no coincidence, but his deliberate arrangement. These people came with their own following in the gaming circle. Once they discovered the use of faction contribution, the entire player community would pay attention to it. For example, now, although Singo hadn't published strategy information yet, his loyal followers had begun to suspect the importance of faction contribution through analysis and had started to try to accumulate it. It was believed that soon those big guilds would also start to compete for contribution quests. By then, Cassius's task of reaping benefits without sowing would have been a great success. And after that, he would administer another strong dose, the faction position system, which, based on faction contribution, would allow players to obtain certain positions in the city, such as inspector, tax officer, judge, investigator, and even in the future, when they capture human cities, it wouldn't be impossible to make them a town mayor or even a city mayor. As for salary, of course, it would mainly be issued in faction contribution, supplemented by money, letting players experience the pleasure of power while allowing Cassius to enjoy the pleasure of having people work for him for free. This was a win-win policy. It was believed that players would understand his actions and be grateful. He was watching with great interest when the Hobgoblin Dolo came to report. After several years, this draconic bloodline hobgoblin had become more seasoned, commanding tens of thousands of goblinoid creatures and familiar with various military affairs within the Ember Nest. Master, The Wolf Riders have recently discovered traces of the Eagle Guards on the border of the Storm Highlands. Cassius's golden eyes narrowed slightly. Oh, haven't they not bothered me for a long time? Dolo continued. During your slumber, we took in a dozen pure-blood Yuan-Ti and sent them to Northwind Fortress to gather intelligence. A very good decision, but the teeth of snakes are poisonous. Do not fully trust them. It's best to treat them as tools that can be discarded at any time, Cassius said meaningfully. Yuan-Ti are always plotting to replace and dominate other races and then proclaim themselves as gods. And pure-blood Yuan-Ti are the lowest existence in Yuan-Ti society. Their appearance is very similar to humans, but cannot pass humans' strict scrutiny, because they always reveal some innate features, such as scaly skin, serpentine eyes, sharp fangs, or forked tongues. They wear cloaks and headscarves, disguise themselves as humans, infiltrate civilized places to gather intelligence, or kidnap prisoners for interrogation and sacrifice, and even make deals with others to further their endless conspiracies. As you command, Master, that's exactly what we are doing, Dolo continued. And recently, these pure-blood Yuan-Ti seem to have obtained information that the Lackman family intends to cooperate with the Northern Lion Boskov family from the south and the Double-Headed Eagle, not family from the northwest, to form a joint army, and their target of encirclement from 3 sides is most likely us, the Ember Nest. Forgive my bluntness, my great master. The expansion of the Ember Nest in recent years has already aroused the vigilance of the northern countries. They covet our gold and fear our followers, but we have yet to receive true trials and proof of blood and fire. Cassius slowly stood up, his golden eyes looking down at Dolo. So you mean we need a war? Dolo knelt on one knee and respectfully lowered his head. I think so, Master. War, only war, can make these pathetic, short-sighted humans realize your power. Longpu, what do you think? Cassius looked toward the magic mirror. These mirrors naturally connected to Longpu's mage tower. They followed the will of the red dragon and would only activate when he needed them. In the mirror appeared Longpu's ugly and ferocious face. He had put on those gold-rimmed glasses again, holding a few magic scrolls in his hand. Master, I also think the Ember Nest needs a war. According to my statistics, the number of goblins in the nest has reached 13,457, and there are 10,341 kobolds. If we do not engage in continuous, large-scale warfare to consume them, our food supply will no longer be able to fill their stomachs. Longpu deliberately pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and inadvertently mentioned, and relying on Dolo's, can be called simple, even primitive breeding system, can only fill a little bit. Facing Longpu's intentional or unintentional mockery, Dolo's already red face flushed even more, but with the red dragon right in front, he didn't dare to act up. Cassius ignored the scheming between the two and just asked, their so-called coalition army, how long until it can be assembled? Dolo quickly replied, the dukes of the northern countries do not have complete control over their vassals. These humans shirk responsibility, bicker, fight for power and profit, and are very inefficient. To gather a coalition army of tens of thousands, it would take at least 3 months, and that's a conservative estimate. Very good, 3 months is enough. A hint of danger flashed in Cassius's golden pupils. Master, are we going to war? Dolo's expression revealed extreme excitement. Hobgoblins are creatures who are naturally fond of war, which causes most of them not to live to die of old age. After obtaining the red dragon bloodline, his inherent brutality and desire for blood and fire became even stronger. Dolo, don't be in a hurry. Let those Yuan-Ti keep an eye on the Northern Coalition and have your army under your command make all preparations for war, weapons, drills, tactics. You should understand these things better than I do. After all, you've been looking forward to it for a long time, haven't you? Yes, Master. Dolo hurriedly knelt on one knee, excitedly exhaling white smoke from his big, red nose. He seemed to have imagined the scene of the enemy's blood smeared on his claws. Longpu, you start preparing the logistics work, using the spells you've developed over the years. Yes, master. Since they want war, then we will give them war. As for when it ends, that will not be up to them to decide. The two followers took their orders and went back to work. The hobgoblin soldiers began to polish their long-unused weapons and armor, conduct pre-war drills, and discuss tactics. The ogres cheered for the upcoming war, and upon learning they could use the enemy's corpses as rations, their morale soared even higher, celebrating around bonfires. The goblins sent food deep into the Dragon Valley, storing and reserving it for use in the war. The kobolds began to make simple weapons, such as slings and bows. The red dragon stood atop the highest point of the valley, overlooking the busy followers, his golden pupils seemingly reflecting blazing flames. It's time to get this massive war machine running. Bator City's central square. Players came and went incessantly, making the place extremely lively. Buying a set of standard iron equipment. Looking for a sorcerer master. 20-man team heading to the mountains to fight snowmen. No wild sorcerers. Buying a musical instrument. Buying all kinds of potions at market price, especially healing potions. Will take as many as available. The team jokingly called the Slave Quartet by the players gathered once again. They were still in their novice outfits, unchanged in the slightest, as all the money they painstakingly earned from tasks had been used to repay loans. Singo asked enthusiastically, "How much faction contribution do you all have now?" "I'm at 7,985. Summer Night, Autumn Rain said. "I'm at 6,389. Born Battle Maniac touched his bald head. 7,071. Mantu's expression had shifted from lifeless to numb. "I only have 5,789. Singo, we've been doing hard labor for 18 days now." The nickname Slave Quartet has become famous on the player forums. When will these days end? Mantu stroked the coarse cloth clothes on himself, missing his former leather armor even more. It might not have been stylish, but it gave him a rare sense of security. Born Battle Maniac patted Mantu's shoulder and said earnestly, "Therefore, when heaven is about to confer a great responsibility on a person, it first frustrates his spirit and will, exhausts his muscles and bones, and starves his body. The path to becoming a professional player is not easy." Manta looked at Singo, who remained enthusiastic even after 18 days of labor, thinking to himself that this guy was a complete monster. The cheerful Born Battle Maniac beside him was also not to be underestimated. Summer Night, Autumn Rain tidied her hair, which had become a bit messy from mining. "Any clues about the Tiefling's quest?" Manta shook his head and said, "I'm exhausted these days. I don't have the energy to deal with so much." Born Battle Maniac rubbed his bald head until it almost shone. "I went to ask those Tieflings, but they all kept their mouths shut. Some even attacked me directly. Fortunately, I'm a barbarian with thick skin. Otherwise, I'd have lost my first life." Singo smiled mysteriously and said, "I've already completed the quest. A few days ago, I paid off a destitute Tiefling and extracted information from him. Even so, it was quite an effort. They seem unwilling to mention their past, but later I understood why. These Tieflings originally came from a city called Northwind Fortress, ruled by Duke Brad Lackman of the Lackman family." After Singo finished telling this tragic and bloody history, everyone's panels displayed "Quest completed," adding 500 faction contribution to their accounts. After nearly a month of gameplay, most players had developed some sense of identity and belonging toward Bator City. There were even fan clubs from Medralash appearing on the player forums. Summer Night, Autumn Rain sighed. "Medralash really has it tough." Born Battle Maniac said indignantly, "Let's kill those damned vampires." Only Manta seemed to recall something and stared blankly, asking, "Where did you get the money? Didn't we use all our gold coins to buy the invitation?" Singo's expression didn't change as he said calmly, "When I went to get the loan, I found we had surplus equipment, so I only pawned my own, Autumn Rain's and Battle Maniac's equipment as collateral. I sold your equipment for cash. The money is credited to my account, and I'll reimburse you next time." "You beast, Singo. You'd rather sell it than return my equipment." After suppressing his anger during 18 days of labor, Manta finally exploded rushing up to strip Singo of his novice outfit, wanting to turn him into a second holy light brother and utterly disgrace him. But Singo, with his agile movements, easily dodged, causing Manta to nearly crash into the dragonstone statue in the center of the square. Calm down. Even if you strip me naked, the equipment won't come back. While dodging, Singo didn't forget to showcase his sharp tongue. However, lying on the ground, Mantis suddenly noticed a line of barely noticeable small characters on the base of the statue. Dedicated to the master of the Ember Nest, the mighty and noble Red Dragon, the eternal lord of Bator City, Cassius Claudius Norixius. Guys, come look at this. I found important information. The four of them hurriedly gathered around. Singo, disregarding his image, lay on the ground with his backside up, carefully reading. Cassius. This name seems familiar. Born battle maniac rubbed his glossy bald head. After being labors for 18 days, even his brain wasn't functioning well. Summer night autumn rain couldn't help but facepalm and kindly reminded, remember that super handsome, important NPC? His name above his head was mysterious draconic bloodline sorcerer, Cassius. Singo added, and he has features of a red dragon, scales, dragon horns, golden eyes. Mantis suddenly realized, doesn't that mean that mysterious NPC is the leader of our faction, the human incarnation of the never-before-seen Red Dragon Big Boss? I'm afraid so. Singo nodded in agreement. Manta couldn't help but exclaim, then we've hit the jackpot. Wait, but my favorability with the Big Boss is already at -10. Singo, give me back my favorability. Singo ignored him and turned to the other two, saying, have you noticed the recent movements of those big guilds? The president of royal authority, Overlord, has started sending people to seize the wall construction tasks. That civil engineering guy, Bucket Runaway, was recruited with a high salary, and they've contracted the whole area. And the people from Sword Pavilion have even started mining themselves. Their intentions are a bit too obvious, aren't they? Manta was stunned. You mean, they've probably already discovered the importance of faction contribution? I'm afraid so. Singo crossed his arms and said confidently, but we can now make the quest information public. We each hold 7,000 faction contribution and have already bought the mysterious invitation in advance. Even those big guilds can't catch up with our progress. Now we need to get all players to focus on faction contribution, snatching their tasks to delay the guild's progress. We can take the opportunity to earn more money and accept the profitable tasks we couldn't get before. Mantu, after grinding today, go make a video. I'll post a strategy on the forum. Tonight we'll launch directly. Oh, okay. Mantu's tone suddenly became more spirited. Humph. The wheel of fortune turns. Don't underestimate the young and poor. I'll make those who mock me as a slave know what it means to seize every opportunity. But when he was editing the video that night, he rubbed his increasingly thinning back of the head and suddenly felt something was off. Damn, everyone's logged off, and I'm still working for Singo. After a burst of intense effort, Manta finally released the first episode of his video simultaneously on the forum and a certain site. Erazig Journal, the starting point of the Dragon Rider. First, front row with snacks. The missing person returns repeatedly. King covers the tiger. Mantu's charisma is 9. Mantu's face appeared in the video, but at this moment, he seemed inexplicably dejected. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the long-awaited first episode of Erazig Journal. I'm Mantu. During this time, I spent an unforgettable 18 days in this world of swords and magic. Next, I will bring you my experiences from a personal perspective, including the shocking secrets of the Ember Nest faction and the bygone stories of Bator City. After finishing the opening remarks, Mantu looked sleepy, as if he was about to fall asleep. Why does it feel like Mantu's body has been emptied? Mantu has been popular in the game recently. He wanted to be a slave laborer with a few professional masters. Haha, I know. Slave Quartet, the Blood and Sweat Squad. Where did you all get the beta access? I want to play too. They're all taken. Wait for the public beta in a few months. The beginning was the scene where 3 top professional masters invited Mantu to join the team. These three were famous in the full immersion gaming circle, much more so than Mantu, naturally causing a barrage frenzy. Summer night, autumn rain. My wife. Nonsense. She's clearly my wife. My battle maniac bro's hair is still so lush. Caught a wild singo. But there were also player comments discussing the mysterious invitation. Damn, is this damn invitation so expensive? Enough to equip several squads. Why didn't I see this special item? You cloud players who haven't played the game might not understand what 10 gold coins mean. For example, a regular player mining all day can earn 35 copper coins, and 10 gold coins are equivalent to 4,000 copper coins, needing to stay in a mine for 114.514 days. The previous one slipped in a private joke. Damn, a broken quest item for what? However, the next plot shocked a bunch of game players. That invitation summoned a flaming portal, leading the four into a dark cave. And the four-man team met the incredibly handsome, mysterious draconic bloodline sorcerer, Cassius there, unlocking the mithril shop and adamantine shop, and discovering the use of faction contribution, as well as the advanced class Crimson Scale Conqueror. Mantu even added in the narration the identity of this mysterious sorcerer, the leader of the Ember Nest, king of Flying Flame, Red Dragon, Cassius. Immediately, the barrage was in an uproar. Whether cloud players, casual fans, or game enthusiasts, they were all shocked. Most casual fans were shocked by Cassius's amazing charm and made various outrageous comments. Damn, this NPC is made way too good-looking. I'm in. Think carefully, the one before. This is a dragon. How big must it be? A dragon? Then I'm even more in. From now on, I am Lord Cassius's dog. Really want to lick Lord Cassius's horns. Cassius Support Group. Join the group 697838040. And the game enthusiasts were discussing the impact of this information on the game, especially the final appearance of the Crimson Scaled Conqueror, which had stirred up a huge storm among the players. Damn, is faction contribution so useful? Feels like I've lost $1 billion. These equipments are all divine gear. Can you afford it? Starting at 10 gold coins, just toys for the big guilds from the damn official. Damn, the faction leader's handsomeness is on par with mine. Stop boasting, the one before. Wow, comes with dragon bloodline, large draconic creature mount, plus exclusive traits. This advanced class is going to soar. Crimson Scaled Conqueror is God. The sky is a man's romance. I want to be one. Enough said. I've already switched to warrior. Paladin? Don't know him. The latter part of the video records Mantu's miserable experiences over 18 days. Mining every day, moving bricks, repairing walls, smearing plaster, being scolded by ogre overseers, commanded by hobgoblin officers, chased by phase spiders in the mine, and mocked by players watching. Feels like being in 18th century America. I finally understand what slave quartet means. I thought he just went bankrupt. Didn't expect Mantu was enduring humiliation to achieve his aim. A mere 18 days. To become a Dragon Knight, I can do it too. By the time you save up the contribution, it'll be too late. Not watching the video anymore. I'm going back to Erazig to move bricks. Mantu's first episode of Erazig Journal, also known as Mantu's Slave Labor Tears, had its views rocket up, quickly becoming a hot topic of the day. This allowed most beta players to learn about Cassius, the important NPC and faction leader of the Ember Nest. He now holds a crucial position in the players' minds. But what spread even wider was his amazing charm. The popularity has broken out of the circle. On the trending searches, there even appeared such entries. Hashtag NPC with astonishing looks. Got killed by a wild sorcerer pig teammate. Tired, want to kick him out. Langshoot arrested video. Is the mysterious invitation out of stock? Why can't I find it on the shelf? Cassius browsed the forum, watching players chatting and discussing various things. But soon he saw a familiar name, Singo. This guy posted several strategy posts in one go, even after being a laborer for 18 consecutive days, making people wonder if he has someone else playing for him. Shocking. The true identity of the mysterious NPC Cassius is actually amazing. faction contribution actually has these uses. Invincible. Analysis of the warrior advanced class Crimson Scaled Conqueror. Why do not even dogs choose mages in the current version? However, under his posts, it was already a mess. Those poor players who had been misled by his novice guides and still didn't have much faction contribution flooded into the comment section, calling him Singo the dog and venting their anger. And he himself pretended not to see it. Singo, you screwed me so badly. I only have 50 contribution now. Singo, give me back my faction contribution. What a black heart, deliberately posting to mislead us, and went to earn contribution yourself. I think he did it on purpose. I'm pulling people to block Singo's respawn point. Count me in. +1, +10086. Singo innocently commented, "You'd better hurry to do the quests. If you go late, you won't get them. Even if you kill me, I won't drop faction contribution." This instead further fueled the player's immense anger. Damn, this guy really deserves to die. Singo, prepare to die. I declare that Singo and Langchu are the two great jerks. Don't slander me, the one above. I, Lonely Baiqiao, have always been an upright, good person. You and Singo could die together, picking a damn arcane trickster, sneaking around in the mines, stealing all day. Last time, it was you who used Mage Hand to steal all the potions from my backpack. I took it with my own skills. Can this be called stealing? Mantu's video and Singo's strategy guide stirred up a huge wave in the player community. The exchange's temporarily limited 10 copies of the mysterious invitation had sold out. Major guilds declared they would no longer hold back, starting to monopolize the previously neglected faction contribution quests, while gold-earning quests were left in the dust. Thus, players launched a frenzy of pursuing faction contributions, tirelessly working for Cassius day and night without pay. Quest boards were even being fought over. Let me become a draconic bloodline sorcerer. I'll be a dragon knight. Yeah, give me legendary gear. The sky is a man's romance. Excited players shouting such slogans appeared in mines, beside city walls, on rooftops, and even next to manure piles. Even Medralash was shocked by the players' overwhelming enthusiasm for labor, hastily crafting many new quests. At this critical moment, Cassius pressed on relentlessly, administering another strong dose by launching his long-prepared, fully automatic leak harvester, the faction position system, using players to manage players, reducing management costs to negative numbers. Currently, only 3 low-level positions were open: tax collector, clerk, and constable. They were responsible for assisting in tax collection, handling documentation, and maintaining city security, respectively. Bodor City's officials would provide them with corresponding gear and accommodations. Their only salary was the daily faction contribution, and the amount would be determined based on performance. Even for these low-level positions, the application requirement was 3,000 faction contributions, while most players hadn't even reached 1/10 of that number. Faced with this, they could only sigh helplessly, continuing to bury themselves in grinding, fantasizing about a better future. However, at this time, the famous Black Slave Quartet were extremely excited about this. After 18 days of brutal toil, their contributions had already reached the standard. Faction position system activated. Your contribution value is 6,457. You can choose positions: tax collector, clerk, constable. Note: low-level positions have a daily minimum salary of 100 faction contributions. You can earn additional faction contribution bonuses through work. Pointing at the prompt on the interface, Manta said, "This system is pretty sweet. With a daily minimum salary of 100 faction contributions, it seems we won't have to run around doing odd jobs anymore." Yes, it's finally over. Summer night, autumn rain nodded with lingering fear. If not for her high professional standards, she probably wouldn't have wanted to stay in the dirty, dark mines for another moment. Born Battle Maniac rubbed his bald head. It's indeed pretty good. Singo quickly skimmed through the specific descriptions of the positions and summarized eloquently. Let me share my thoughts. I mainly recommend the positions of constable and tax collector. Constables get an extra bonus of 150 contributions for each illegal or criminal act they catch. Given the nature of the player community, you all know how high their crime rate is. Then there's the tax collector, who earns contribution bonuses based on the amount of taxes collected. We might even be able to snag some gold coins. There's a lot of room for maneuver here. As for the clerk, processing 4,000 words of documents every day with a monthly minimum of 1,500 contributions. Not even a dog would take that. He once again uttered that classic judgment. Born Battle Maniac, Mantu, and Summer Night Autumn Rain all suggested in unison. Then let's choose Constable. For no other reason than that being a tax collector draws too much aggro. Singo gave a sly smile. Then I'll choose tax collector. I'll let the players know that paying taxes is as inevitable as death. Manta felt a chill down his spine and once again sighed that this guy was a total pervert. Who knows how this future tax collector will torment other players. You have selected the faction position, Sheriff. You can reside in the Bader City Constable Dormitory. You need to go to the Bader City Administrative Hall to receive the corresponding gear and weapons. Mantu and his group first went to check out their quite decent new dormitory, and then went to the hall to collect their armor and weapons. Wow, this is so cool. These benefits are too good. Looking at the brand new sheriff's armor and sword of order in his hands, Manta couldn't help but exclaim. This was far better than the equipment that Singo had previously taken and sold. It was a qualitative leap. Although Singo is a bit of a jerk, his abilities are indeed strong, Manta sighed. The armor was finely crafted iron armor that players found hard to purchase. The weapon was a standard iron longsword. On the chest of the armor and the hilt of the sword were carved exquisite emblems. The design was a golden vertical pupil surrounded by flames, symbolizing the unique emblem of the Ember Nest. They even obtained the right to use mounts, donning the brand new gear, gripping the long sword, and riding on a tall horse. In the spring breeze, the proud horse's hooves are swift. In one day, I see all the bot-or flowers. He recited proudly. Manta felt elated, his hardships finally over, and all previous depression vanished. Even his gaze at the hard-working players became more arrogant. The players in the square also noticed Mantu. They initially thought he was some NPC, but only barely recognized him after seeing the I Goat Eat Manta name above his head. Is that really Mantu? Where did they get that gear? It looks so good. Did he rob a bank? Where did he get him out? I want to ride a horse too. Seeing Manta doing so well makes me feel worse than seeing myself doing poorly. A player who had just returned from the mines, covered in dirt, exclaimed, "Damn, isn't that the Black Slave Quartet?" Hearing this, Mantu's eyes widened, and he pointed his long sword at that player, shouting according to the sheriff's manual. "Citizen, I am responsible for maintaining security here. Please mind your words. Provoking a sheriff is prohibited." Cassius, lying in the cave watching the scene, couldn't help but burst into laughter, almost spitting out flames, thinking to himself that Manta was quite good at showing off. The red dragon exhaled a breath of sulfurous heat. But this was good, letting them become positive examples of working for the Ember Nest, so that all players understand the importance of striving for faction contributions. This way, Cassius could reap the benefits effortlessly. Cassius, let out a sinister laugh. When most players reach the faction contribution standard, he will implement a consumption upgrade. He will move the items originally corresponding to the adamantine shop level to a new gemstone shop, and then raise the faction contribution standards several times over, continuing to make them work for free. Don't worry, everyone. There are still many days ahead. In just over a month of the beta test, Cassius had already become self-taught, deeply understanding the essence of reaping leeks as he did in his previous life. Beyond the internal strife in Bator City, players have even expanded into other regions of the Anzita wildlands. Some players have planned to venture to the Ember Nest's main base, the most dangerous yet richest place in the eyes of adventurers, the Dragon Valley. Over the past 5 years, a rudimentary road has been laid between the Dragon Valley and Bator City, called the Bumpy Road by the goblins, allowing monster minions to easily go for support. Now, On the bumpy road, a group of players is moving forward. They all come from the future-renowned magic guild, Magic Coin. But at this time, it's still an unknown small guild with only over 20 members. The guild leader is Charlotte, one of the few steadfast mage players. In this version where magical scrolls are unattainable, mages have become mage apprentices who know nothing due to their pitiful requirement of copying spells, while sorcerers have taken up the banner of spellcasting classes, being called true mages. Even within the Magic Coin Guild, only a few insist on the mage class. Most have switched to sorcerers. At this time, there are 5 level 3 guild elites who have come here. Guild leader, are you sure we can acquire spells here? The female player with the ID Flying Witch asked. She is a wild magic sorcerer, and although it's a sorcerer class, it's considered one of the subclasses most likely to hinder teammates. The innate magic of wild magic sorcerers comes from the wild chaotic forces lurking beneath the creation of order, and casting spells often releases untamed magic surges. Charlotte looked at the crude parchment map in his hand, pointing at the crooked skull icon. It's right here, the Tower of the Great Sage. I spent 8 gold coins treating the ogre overseers to finish the tavern stock to get this map. It shouldn't be wrong. They seem quite honest and straightforward. The vice guild leader, Mingyue, felt a bit uneasy, but I heard those ogres say when they were drunk that their boss is also an ogre. Are you sure these big ogres can be mages? Charlotte recalled those ogres lying on the ground drinking, shouting meat, 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 and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. They should be able to. He wasn't very confident in his heart. Coming to the Dragon Valley this time, he was prepared for returning without success. Anyway, 8 gold coins were easy to gather for the entire guild. At least we have to try. Reforge the glory of mages. It's our unshakable duty. Determination flashed in Charlotte's eyes. He was the last hope of mage players. Guild leader. Mingyue was extremely moved. The Magic Coin Guild is composed of mage enthusiasts, and although most have switched to sorcerers now, they still have faith in mages in their hearts. Soon, the group from Magic Coin saw the outline of the rock fortress from distance. Wow, it's so big. This fortress is quite magnificent. Wyverns roared in the sky. Hobgoblins patrolled around the outer walls, and fierce shouts came from within the fortress. That was the Ember Nest army drilling. After observing for a while, Charlotte concluded, we probably can't enter the fortress from the front. The officials probably won't let us acquire spells so easily. I think they discriminate against mage players. Yes, I think so too. Flying Witch gritted her teeth in frustration. At this time, Mingyue keenly noticed a massive rock on the hillside not far from the fortress, and there seemed to be a passage behind it. He pointed in that direction. Captain, we can hide there and then sneak in quietly. Good idea, Charlotte praised. So, the 5 players of Magic Coin sneaked behind the massive rock. However, they didn't know that they had made the mistake all adventurers make. This rock had witnessed countless adventurers' deaths, and they would become the next case. Click! As soon as Mingyue stepped in, he felt something was wrong. Wait, don't come over. The complex and intricate magic circle under his feet suddenly lit up, and a surging wave of magical power erupted. Flames reflected in Mingyue's eyes. Oh no! Boom! Accompanied by the sound of flames burning the air, Mingyue was engulfed by the fiery explosion of the glyph of warding, turning into a charred corpse, losing his precious first life. Although Charlotte hadn't stepped into the magic circle's range, his face was still blackened. It's an ambush. Everyone be careful. Mingyue is dead. We can't have more casualties. He noticed that besides the glyph of warding, there was another spell in the corner, but he couldn't discern its purpose. However, the hobgoblin guards on the rock fortress had noticed the commotion here. They approached skillfully, even chatting about, another foolish adventurer fell into the trap. Guess how many there are, how many will die this time. Charlotte watched the approaching hobgoblin guards and said to everyone, we need to leave now, or we might get wiped out here. Everyone, go through this passage. Can someone cast mage armor on me? I currently have no ability to protect myself. Charlotte directed. Flying Witch quickly said, Oh, okay. Mage armor. A magical glow appeared on her hand, and she reached out to touch Charlotte's body. However, the surrounding magical power suddenly became chaotic and surged wildly. Your spell has created an untamed magic surge, creating unknown magical effects. Bang! There was an explosion. Charlotte was transformed into a gentle and docile sheep by the randomly generated spell effect of the wild magic surge. Bah! The sheep that Charlotte had become let out a bleat. Even through this bleat, one could hear his helplessness. Ah, sorry, the wild surge was triggered. Flying Witch quickly bowed and apologized to the sheep, but seeing the guild leader's cute appearance, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. Forget it, let's retreat first. If we stay here, the losses will be greater. A team member reminded. Bah! Charlotte also let out an agreeing bleat. So Flying Witch and the remaining 2 team members quickly entered the passage, preparing to escape through it. Why are there more traps? What's this? However, someone triggered a web spell and was ensnared by the sticky webs that shot out. Rumble! A huge boulder rolled from the end of the passage, mercilessly crushing the trapped players. Bah! The sheep transformed Charlotte let out a bleat of despair. The developers must be targeting us. They are too cruel. How come there are still traps? He roared silently in his heart. Suddenly, Charlotte noticed a massive shadow appearing in the sky. Boom! The draconic bloodline ogre mage landed with a crash. His enormous body, over 6 meters long, was draped in a robe stitched together from various robes. The staff in his hand appeared particularly slender, and he still wore those gold-rimmed glasses on his face. At this moment, his expression was somewhat disappointed. Why is it you paupers? Get lost. Don't interfere with my capturing of outside adventurers. Wasted another 3rd-level spell. Longpu glanced at the sheep that Charlotte had turned into. Seeing that he was one of those fallen stars, his brow furrowed slightly, and he lightly waved his staff. Dispel magic. A beam of magical light shot out from the staff, hitting the sheep Charlotte. Bang! Charlotte immediately reverted from a sheep back to human form. He instinctively cast a detection spell. Draconic bloodline ogre mage. Longpu. Affiliation. Ember Nest. Basic abilities. Challenge level. Favorability. -10. Mild dislike. He's truly a high-level mage. I finally found one. Charlotte shouted crazily in his heart. He gazed up at the huge ogre covered in magical equipment, as if seeing the future of the mage profession. His eyes suddenly sparkled with hope. Please, Lord Longpu, I want to learn magic. Longpu looked at him contemptuously and snorted coldly. Don't use your low-level detection spells on me. Do you think you can see through me with such petty tricks? A mage apprentice who knows nothing? How utterly ridiculous! Having acquired many spells, Longpu had become so arrogant that he forgot his previous miserable state of only knowing Fireball. I'm returning to the Mage Tower. Don't waste my time in the future. The minions of Ember Nest can enter through the side gate. Don't sneak around here, hindering me from making money. What bad luck! After scolding them, Longpu was about to cast Fly and leave. Seeing that his magical mentor, the guiding light of his career development, was about to leave, Charlotte made up his mind and suddenly jumped up to hug Longpu's thick thigh. Lord Longpu, please teach me magic. Charlotte shouted, hugging Longpu's thigh, his eyes filled with determination. At this moment, he was not only carrying the faith of his fallen teammates, but also bearing the will to restore the glory of mages. Therefore, he must hold tightly onto this thick thigh. Damned human. Get off. Longpu hurriedly shouted. His flying spell was not very proficient, and he was pulled off balance by Charlotte, wobbling and landing crookedly on the ground. Longpu was furious, his face turning red. How can you humans be so stupid, rude, disgusting? However, Charlotte just held onto his thigh tightly, firmly saying, Lord Longpu, please teach me magic. Even if you kill me, I'll come back again. You should know I can resurrect. Let go first. Even though Longpu had held a high position for many years, managing the affairs of Ember Nest and having met all kinds of people, he still felt a bit helpless facing someone hugging his thigh. The humans brought by the Master are indeed a bit special, not only because of their infinite resurrection ability, but also their strange and eccentric personalities. Charlotte finally let go and hurriedly said, "So, can you teach me magic?" Longpu deliberately pushed up the gold-rimmed glasses on his face, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. "It's not impossible." He rubbed his fingers together. "But for this precious knowledge, you need to pay some insignificant amount of money and contribution. You should understand what I mean." Charlotte's face immediately lit up with joy. "Draconic Bloodline Ogre Mage. Longpu's personal shop has been open to you. You need to reach 3,000 faction contributions with Ember Nest to unlock Longpu's magic shop." Longpu's magic shop. Mage Hand scroll 10 gold coins. Light spell scroll 10 gold coins. Shield spell scroll 30 gold coins. Fly spell scroll 100 gold coins. Fireball scroll 100 gold coins. Wall of Fire scroll 300 gold coins. This is over 100 richly diverse magical scrolls appeared before Charlotte, from the lowest level cantrip Mage Hand to the noble 4th level spell Wall of Fire, dazzling him. At this moment, Charlotte seemed to have arrived in heaven. Even when faced with the daunting prices marked behind the items, he was not afraid, because he saw the future. Reforging the glory of mages is our unshirkable duty. Longpu watched Charlotte, whose face was flushed with excitement, and his expression became a bit strange. He wondered if he had set the prices too low. Was there room to raise them? "No, I've already multiplied the market price several times. I still need to consult with the Master on how to more efficiently squeeze these guys." Longpu pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, thinking secretly. That night, a hot topic post appeared on the player forum. Mage players finally rise. The third unscannable NPC, Mage Profession Mentor Draconic Bloodline Ogre Mage. Longpu appears. New location Dragon Valley open. This post naturally came from the hand of Charlotte, the guild leader of Magic Coin. Mage? Not even a dog would choose that. Look at your pathetic cost-effectiveness. Not even as good as a single sorcerer. My sorcerer comes with innate spells. Aren't they stronger than the ones you buy with gold coins? Supporting a mage would require your whole guild to fund him, right? Feels inferior to the draconic bloodline sorcerer's scales, natural armor, and fire element affinity. Singo engaged in intense forum debates because he had recently been blocked by enemies. To avoid losing his first life, he could only stay in the safest tax collector's dormitory in most days. Just based on the ability to learn spells infinitely, mages are absolutely stronger than sorcerers in the late game. Sorcerers become turrets in the late game, but we mages remain invincible. Reforging the glory of mages is our unshirkable duty. Time to change classes, everyone. It's just that gold coins are scarce now. Wait until the mid-game, and we'll beat you, Singo, into a dog. Did you guys even look at the prices? The highest level, 4th level spell scroll is 300 gold coins per scroll. Even if you sold me entirely, you couldn't afford it. How much? 300. I'm out. Luxury profession. Commoners can't play it. It's not that mages can't be played, but sorcerers have better cost-effectiveness. Anyone want to team up for contribution quests? Let's all become draconic bloodline sorcerers. Wouldn't that be great? As the discussion in the post continued, the direction gradually shifted. Charlotte stared at the screen intently, his expression becoming more and more ferocious. One day, I'll let you classes guys know what a real mage is. Mage Hand. With Charlotte's action, a transparent magical hand appeared out of thin air. This was the cantrip scroll he had bought by emptying his savings. I can finally cast spells. Charlotte was instantly moved to tears, and the members of the Magic Coin Guild behind him celebrated together. As soon as Longli Baijiao entered the most famous tavern in Bator City, Carolyn's house, all the players looked at him and laughed. Some shouted, "Longli Baijiao, you got killed again." Longli Baijiao didn't reply. He said to the bartender, "2 warm beers and a grilled sausage." Saying this, he laid out 9 copper coins. The food and drink sold at Carolyn's house are a great way for players to replenish stamina, certified by many professional strategy players. The players deliberately shouted loudly again. You must have stolen someone else's stuff again. Lonely Baijiao widened his eyes and said, How can you slander me out of thin air? Slander? I saw you with my own eyes the day before yesterday, using Mage Hand in the mine to steal Royal Authority Guild's magic ring. They blocked you at the respawn point and killed you 7 or 8 times. Lonely Baijiao's face turned red, veins bulging on his forehead, and he argued, Stealing equipment doesn't count as stealing. Stealing equipment is what a rogue does considered stealing. Then he said a string of incomprehensible words, like Mage Hand Legerdemain, Arcane Trickster's main class, Thieves' Tools Proficiency, which made everyone burst into laughter. The tavern was filled with a cheerful atmosphere inside and out. Suddenly, Mantu, dressed in a constable's uniform, swaggered into the shop. The long sword in his hand, carved with intricate emblems, made many players envious. Lonely Baijiao was suddenly very excited but didn't know what to say. He just said, Mantu, you're here. During Mantu's 18 days as a laborer, Lonely Baijiao had many interactions with him while sneaking around in the mines, so he had many things he wanted to pour out. Mines, hobgoblins, ogres blocking the door, moving bricks. But he always felt as if something was blocking him, swirling only in his mind, unable to speak out. Thinking that Mantu has now made it big, perhaps he could get some gold coins by following him, Lonely Baijiao thought. Yo, isn't this Brother Lang? How have you been lately? Mantu was also very happy to see him. He took off his helmet and greeted him warmly. Lonely Baijiao shook his head rather indignantly, sighing, not so good. Royal Authority Guild is really bullying people too much. The things I worked so hard to get with my own hands were all robbed by them. Mantu patted his chest heroically. What did they rob from you? I'll help you get it back. Robbery is a serious crime. It's the responsibility of us constables to punish all criminals, whether it's robbery or theft. When saying theft, Mantu deliberately emphasized his tone. Lonely Baijiao shivered suddenly. He knew that there was now a sad barrier between them. No, it's nothing. I already got it back. Lonely Baijiao mumbled vaguely. Mantu pulled Lonely Baijiao over and said cheerfully, It's okay, Brother Lang. If you've been wronged, just tell me. Mantu, will definitely stand up for you. With his fragile body as an arcane trickster rogue, Lonely Baijiao couldn't resist Mantu, a warrior. Lonely Baijiao was on the verge of tears. No need for you to take action, Mantu. These things are nothing. Someone nearby, eager to watch the excitement, said, Lang Chu stole other stuff again and got chased and beaten, haha. Exactly. He even steals from Royal Authority Guild, TSK. Lang Chu hasn't died enough yet. Lonely Baijiao barely broke free, widened his eyes at those players again, and argued loudly. Why do you always slander me out of thin air? There's even a video on the forum. Go check it yourself. A player who had been stolen from by Lonely Baijiao gritted his teeth. Is what they say true? And was that healing potion in the mine before also stolen by you? A faintly unfriendly smile appeared on Mantu's face. Lonely Baijiao suddenly recalled that when he was working in the mine, he had secretly taken a potion from Mantu. He didn't expect this guy to remember it until now. Lonely Baijiao sensed trouble and looked for an opportunity to escape. No, Mantu, what are you going to do? Brother Lang, sorry, but I have to do my duty. Mantu's tone was heavy, but his hands didn't stop moving. He pulled Lonely Baijiao over again and snapped a carefully prepared silver bracelet onto his wrist. Citizen, you are suspected of theft. I am ordered to arrest you. Mantu's panel refreshed with reward information. You have captured an offender, gained extra faction contribution, 150 points. Effortless gain. Mantu immediately beamed with joy. Lonely Baijiao was a bit stunned. His face showed a mix of joy and sorrow. He moved his lips, but made no sound. His expression finally turned indignant, and he shouted clearly, Mantu, but his mouth was immediately stuffed with a towel. "Citizen, please do not attempt to provoke a constable," Mantis said smoothly. "Ha ha!" The tavern was once again filled with a cheerful atmosphere. That night, Longley Baijiao leaned against the cold wall of the Bator City jail, idly browsing the player forum. He still had 3 days of imprisonment before he could be released. At this moment, he found a hot topic on the forum. Mantu righteously arrests Lang Chu video. The comments below were full of joy. "First time I like Mantis so much. Support Mantu. There are still good Mantus in the world. No friendly talk, just arrest him." As Longley Baijiao browsed the comments, his face gradually turned red, and he gnashed his teeth. Damn Mantu. Longley Baijiao suddenly came across Singo's strategy post, which introduced the Tiefling's homeland, the city shrouded in blood and sin, Northwind Fortress. I, Longley Baijiao, am a crafty hero in chaotic times. How can I be trapped in this small Bator city? He stared at the cold, hard prison bars, suddenly making a certain decision in his heart. The next day, the prison guards found that the cell door had been pried open, and there was no one inside, leaving only a line of small words. How can a gold-scaled fish be confined to a pond? Upon encountering wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. The handwriting was crooked, but still quite imposing. However, the guards didn't understand it and just wiped it off as a stain. Meanwhile, a new hot post appeared on the player forum. "How can this small Bator city trap me? Longley Baijiao? Brother Lang's Northwind Fortress adventure." Wow, Lang Chu left the main city. Awesome, Brother Lang. No worries. Knowing Lang Chu's nature, he'll get himself killed and respawn back soon. Good news. After Lang Chu left, Bator City's crime rate has significantly decreased. Everyone disperse. Let's wait to block him at the respawn point later. While players were discussing this, Longley Baijiao was frantically running at the edge of Storm Highlands, followed by several ugly hill giants. What the heck are these things? Longley Baijiao wailed, activating his rogue's dash, his legs almost leaving after images. Players have now started to expand outward, not only in Dragon Valley and Northwind Fortress, but traces of players have also appeared in southern cities like Cardis City and Cree Fortress. That's really impressive. Cassius browsed the player forums and Longpu's magic mirror, sighing inwardly. Indeed, besides Longley Baijiao, some players have left Bator City and ventured into unknown territories. This is not simple. First, they have to break through the heavy obstruction of monsters on the outskirts of Storm Highlands. Besides the Ember Nest, there are scattered resistance tribes like frost giants, hill giants, orcs, etc. Although they have been pushed to the edge of the highlands, they still retain some strength. Moreover, these traveling players cannot die easily. If they die, all their previous efforts will be wasted, and they'll return to Bator City. What's that sound? Cassius's frilled, lively dragon ears twitched and rotated as they tracked the sound. The hearing of a red dragon is much keener than that of humans, possessing the ability to recognize important sounds, filter out background noise, and focus on sounds worth paying attention to. Ding! A sound came from somewhere in the corner of the cave. He saw that the Arcane Hermetic Society medallion was flashing with magical light, and a magical image appeared. The Anzita chapter cordially invites you to join. Gathering time, 3 days later. Location, Stratholme. Teleport coordinates, 134.5.837.5.527. The Arcane Hermetic Society, a famous mage organization in later generations, was founded by the renowned legendary Archmage Trofalano. Members would hold regular gatherings to share spell knowledge, exchange research results, and sometimes take the opportunity to seek help in eradicating evil. This seems to be the first gathering of the Arcane Hermetic Society's Anzita chapter. Many famous figures in Anzita will attend this chapter meeting. I should go join the fun. Thinking of this, Cassius summoned the magic mirror. Longpu, come over immediately. Longpu's ugly face appeared on the image, but at this moment, he seemed to be obsessively counting his gold coins. It seems that the greed from the red dragon bloodline has deeply affected him. 101, 102, 103. Gold coins scattered one by one, making crisp jingling sounds. It wasn't until he heard Cassius's impatient second call that he came to his senses and said hastily, "Ah, sorry, master, I'll be right there." Shortly after, Longpu wobbled and crashed down from the sky, arriving in front of Cassius. This ogre mage muttered, "Master, these fallen stars you've brought are too easy to fool. I sell magic scrolls at 3 or 4 times the market price, and they still scramble to buy from me. It's a pity these guys are so poor, with hardly any gold coins in their pockets. If everyone were this foolish, I wouldn't need to rob those adventurers. Master, do you think I should raise the prices even more to earn you more gold coins?" Cassius snorted a puff of white smoke from his nose. "Longpu, you need to understand the concept of casting a long line to catch big fish. You can't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs. The prices of our goods should change with their purchasing power. Have your people regularly check their assets, and each time keep the prices just high enough that they have no money left, but not so high that they can't survive. Isn't that fine?" Longpu thought for a moment, clapped his hands, and exclaimed, "Master, your wisdom impresses me. I'll have my subordinates prepare immediately." Cassius nodded in satisfaction. This Longpu is getting more adept at squeezing the players. It's truly gratifying. But this time, I didn't call you to talk about the fallen stars. Come look at this. Longpu looked toward the corner of the cave and saw the semi-transparent magical image. The Arcane Hermetic Society? That's right. Want to go and see? Cassius smiled. A hint of nostalgia and gratitude appeared on Longpu's ugly and ferocious face. "Of course, master." Previously, he was ignorant and didn't understand what had happened, only feeling that he inexplicably became smarter. Now, as the chief steward of the Ember Nest, holding a high position for years, and after years of dedicated spell research, owning his own mage tower, Longpu had long understood what happened back then. He could even further modify the ring of wisdom and research. Everything seemed like a deliberate arrangement by the god of fate. If that young and impulsive mage apprentice hadn't gone out on a trip, and if Longpu hadn't knocked him out and eaten him, the current Longpu might still be an unremarkable, muddle-headed, mediocre ogre. Just like all other ogres, only thinking about eating and sleeping, and such a Longpu would have no qualification to be part of the Red Dragon's great blueprint. And it was this experience that changed his life, or rather his monster life. Polymorph. The enormous red dragon once again transformed into a black-haired, golden-eyed, noble young aristocrat, only this time without displaying any draconic features. Still somewhat constrained, feeling the vast power within him being confined by human form, Cassius flexed his wrists. He looked at Longpu's massive body and frowned slightly. The Arcane Hermetic Society should be a gathering of the Good Aligned faction. In your current form, I'm afraid you can't appear. Yes, master. Longpu hurriedly waved his staff, connecting to the weave to construct a spell model, transforming into a human. Polymorph. But the human before him was over 2 meters tall, fat and stout, full of excess flesh, his face bloated and swollen, utterly unsightly. He looked like an ogre wearing human skin, which was indeed the case. Master, is this acceptable? Cassius looked at Longpu speechlessly. Can you modify it? This form doesn't look like a normal human at all. It might be better to bring an ogre directly. But Cassius forgot that ogres are not artist sorcerers who cast spells based on intuition and consciousness, but mages who need precise construction. Longpu scratched his head embarrassedly. Sorry, master. My spell model parameters aren't adjusted properly. It might take, 7 or 8 days to gradually perfect it. 7 or 8 days? The Arcane Hermetic Society gathering will be over by then. Well then, Cassius pondered for a moment. You could transform into an iron golem. That would look somewhat more normal. It's quite normal for a noble spellcaster to have a construct guardian, right? Yes, master. Longpu cast polymorph again. This time, there were no mistakes. He easily transformed into a 3-meter-tall giant made entirely of steel. Although still ugly in appearance, at least no one would suspect him of being some chaotic, evil creature. "Give me a cloak." Longpu took out a long cloak with anti-detection magic from his collection and draped it over Cassius. Cassius played with a mithril necklace in his hand, stroking the door-shaped pendant on it. Dimension door. As the coordinates were confirmed, space gradually distorted, and a crack unfolded before Cassius. The Duchy of Bosk, Strasbourg. A door suddenly appeared in the corner of the city wall, but ordinary people could not see it with their eyes. This is the Trofalanos' magnificent mansion, spell, an exquisite 7th-level spell. This door leads to a luxurious mansion in an extra-dimensional space and will exist for the duration of the spell. Organizers of the Arcane Hermetic Society in different regions, as long as they have the authorization of this legendary mage, can obtain the Ring of the Sage and regularly cast this spell to organize the Arcane Hermetic Society. So this is the place. Soon, a man wearing a robe and a medal on his chest appeared here. As the medal's magical light flickered slightly, he directly entered through the door that didn't exist, disappearing without a trace. Subsequently, more people entered one after another. There were men and women, most wearing luxurious robes, their bodies shimmering with magical light, indicating their identity, spellcasters. And on a luxurious red carpet inside the door, a construct that looks like a human female, but moves very mechanically, is asking questions one by one, making records. Please choose a name as your code name within the Arcane Hermetic Society. A tall noblewoman thought for a moment and then said, just call me Tulip. Welcome to the Arcane Hermetic Society, Lady Tulip. Seeker. Welcome to the Arcane Hermetic Society, Lord Seeker. Gray hair, blue eyes, Song of the Elves. In just a short time, more than 30 people had gathered here. Most were human nobles, but there were also pointy-eared elves or half-elves, and even some with elemental bloodlines. And Zeta actually has so many spellcasters. It's really unbelievable. As expected of a legendary mage, this magnificent mansion is like a work of art. Incredible. Then where is the organizer of this Arcane Hermetic Society gathering? Not sure. This should be the place. A dimension door appeared by the city wall. Cassius and Longpu, disguised as an iron golem, entered one after the other. As soon as Cassius entered, his handsome face with black hair and golden eyes, and his whole body's extraordinary charm attracted the attention of many people, especially women. The noblewoman, codenamed Tulip, couldn't help but say to her companion beside her, "This is really a charming fellow. Perhaps only someone like him is worthy of me, not those useless fools. Moreover, this is an even nobler bloodline. Very pleased to meet you." She took the initiative to approach and converse, lifting her skirt in a curtsy. Cassius responded politely with a smile. "Good day, beautiful lady." A mage behind couldn't help but mutter. Another one of those sorcerers, those who can charm the weave with their extraordinary charisma, the barbarians among spellcasters. Yes, they will never understand spells, will never grasp how the weave operates. They only distort and toy with it like children. Some people were also curious about Longpu behind Cassius. What is the follower behind him? It should be an iron golem. An iron golem? I've heard that the imperial palace of the southern Fadlon Empire has these things. They are meticulously crafted from heavy metals, welded with a rare tincture and mixture, indestructible. A golem of this size must be quite expensive. TSK, really enviable fellow. Listening to others gossip, Tulip was somewhat displeased. She deliberately said, "I believe with your status, you won't mind these words of envy." Cassius just smiled and said, "Getting used to others' envy is a compulsory lesson for every gifted individual. Don't you agree, Miss Tulip?" He could easily see that this noblewoman was also a sorcerer, but her strength was low, only level 2 as shown on the panel, probably only knowing some simple cantrips. Of course. The noblewoman smiled sweetly, obviously quite pleased. However, Perhaps due to Anzita being a remote and impoverished northern area with a sparse population, Cassius looked around and hadn't found any high-level professionals. Most were noble scions who knew a bit of magic. The strongest among them was a man codenamed Black Eagle, whose mage class level shown on the panel was only level 8, roughly equivalent to the current Long Poo. You haven't registered a codename yet. I'll take you over. All right, thank you. The noblewoman led Cassius to the front of the hall. The construct resembling a human still routinely asked, "Please choose a name as your codename within the Arcane Hermetic Society." Cassius pondered for a moment. "Let's go with Ember. Lord Ember, welcome to the Arcane Hermetic Society." The construct's voice was icy. It is said to be a little toy made by Trofalano in his youth, named Steel Maiden, because of its human female appearance and stiff, mechanical movements. Originally, it had room for improvement, but this legendary archmage had gotten used to it, so he finalized the design. Although it was a casual creation, it also has devices capable of releasing 4th-level spells, making it quite a rare item. In the spacious and luxuriously decorated hall was a huge round table, around which the attendees sat. Above was a beautiful dome, on which numerous great arcane miracles were recorded in the form of murals, making everyone click their tongues in admiration. Since everyone is here, then let's begin the gathering. I am the organizer of this Arcane Hermetic Society gathering. You can call me Starlight. A clear and beautiful voice came. Everyone looked toward the voice. It was a young woman who looked to be in her 20s. Her slim, long dress outlined graceful body lines, and the surface of her robe was embroidered with shimmering fine scales, as if surrounded by stardust. Her silver-white long hair draped over her shoulders. Under long, slightly curled eyelashes were a pair of clear and bright blue-gray eyes full of kindness yet faintly exuding a trace of arrogance. While everyone was admiring her appearance, Cassius fell into thought. It's actually her, Silver Star, Olivia, a young silver dragon mage. I didn't expect her to be one of the organizers of the Arcane Hermetic Society. She is a famous figure. The Silver Dragon clan she belongs to, Melwood, is an important force in Anzita's fight against the Demon Scourge in later generations. It is said that among them is a Silver Dragon Elder who has reached the Ancient Dragon stage, but has been in deep sleep for many years, indifferent to worldly affairs. Silver Star, Olivia, human form. Class level, 11 mage. An 11th level mage. This level doesn't seem high, but it's already a kingdom level master, able to cast 6th level spells. For most players, their upper limit is around here. And in a magic desert like Anzita, which is remote and desolate, an 11th level mage can even be respectfully called an archmage. As Starlight took her seat, the gathering began. The one called Seeker spoke first. Everyone, I believe you all have a good understanding of the operation of the weave. Spellcasters need to connect to primal magic through specific bridges, but these primal energies. Immediately, someone retorted, No, that's not it at all. What about clerics then? Didn't your mentor teach you? Arcane magic and divine magic are different systems. I studied at the Fadlon Royal Academy of Magic. How could I not understand this? How ridiculous. These mages, none of whom had reached level 10, discussed everything from the operation of spell models to the essence of the weave, even talking about deities, until finally it turned into a competition of their backing forces and experiences. They argued heatedly, all seemingly eager to showcase their knowledge and wisdom at this gathering to gain the recognition of their peers. Miss Tulip, sitting next to Cassius, didn't understand and just snorted. Show-offs. However, Long Poo, standing behind, couldn't help but whisper via message spell. Full of mistakes. These humans are really half-baked and boastful. He even used a proverb that Cassius had taught him. If he weren't unable to reveal his identity, he would have joined this chaotic debate long ago. Looks like competition among fellow mages is fierce, Cassius thought happily as he watched the flushed mages. And that Starlight. Lady also occasionally offered her opinions, but she was much more composed, and her views were deeper though fewer. Interesting. As a sorcerer, Cassius cast spells more through will and intuition and didn't know much about complex theoretical knowledge. He could only quietly listen to them boasting, try to extract some useful information. Although their discussions were full of pretentious boasting, he still felt he had gained quite a bit. However, these fellows weren't truly erudite. After arguing for a whole morning, they had little left to say and had to stop, moving on to the next segment, item exchange. When it came to this, Cassius's eyes lit up. He wasn't like those players who worked tirelessly day and night and were still dirt poor. He was the lord of the entire Storm Highlands. Every day, kobolds and goblins would continuously transport gold from the underground mines into a spacious cave, and players would willingly hand over their few gold coins for so-called divine gear. A mage codenamed Gold Digger first placed a black mat pearl on the table. Pearl of Power allows the bearer to cast one additional 5th level or lower spell per day, starting at 200 gold coins. 210 gold coins. The mage codenamed Grey Eagle said calmly. Cassius glanced at his interface, confirming that this was indeed a rare quality item, and all descriptions were correct. He then said straightforwardly, 300 gold coins. Grey Eagle looked at him and said nothing more. A man who had been silent all along, codenamed Mind Whisperer, took out a thick tome from his black robe and placed it on the table. It carried a pungent, spicy odor, immediately drawing everyone's attention. This book was left by my ancestors. I don't have the ability to use it yet, so I don't know its effects. I hope to sell it for a good price here. Cassius looked at the book, his eyes narrowing slightly. He could even sense that Long Poo, connected to him by bloodline, had his heartbeat quicken. Alchemy Compendium. Quality rare. This faded, heavy tome carries a pungent, spicy odor. It is a treasure passed down for hundreds of years in the Telfar family. The metallic fittings of this book are made from solidified intermediary substance that can transmute between copper, iron, lead, silver, and gold. When found, this book contains the following spells: Haste, Mirror Image, Petrification, Gaseous Form, Magic Weapon, and Fabricate. You can use it as a spell book or as a magic item. Good stuff. I'll buy it. Cassius was ready to make a lavish purchase this time, though the greedy nature of red dragons still made him feel a bit of heartache. He called out a price, 500 gold coins. For small nobles, this amount was a fortune, but for heirs of major families, it was just a bit of a pinch, still easily affordable. Seeker also unhesitatingly raised the bid, 700 gold coins. 800 gold coins. Grey Eagle also joined in, 850 gold coins. However, Cassius didn't hesitate and continued, 1,000 gold coins. Mind Whisperer didn't expect that the item he dug out from the family tomb could be worth so much. This was nearly equivalent to a barony's annual income. With this money, he could go to the prosperous south and indulge himself. This made him visibly excited. "It's yours, sir," he quickly said, fearing the other party would back out. Cassius unhurriedly handed the book to Long Poo, who was polymorphed into an iron golem behind him. After his rough bidding ended, there was no more movement around, only faint whispers. "Where is he from? That's 1,000 gold coins. Is he the scion of some duke? He can casually produce 1,000 gold coins. Probably an heir of a sorcerer family, or perhaps a merchant from Victoria Harbor." The subsequent items were all sorts of strange and bizarre magical equipment. Quite interesting, but to Cassius, somewhat useless. Therefore, he didn't make any more bids, just watched with interest. Tentacle Staff. When you hold the staff, the tip can extend 3 fleshy tentacles. Can these tentacles be controlled? You can control the target the tentacles attack, but you can't control their actions and strength. Then forget it, not interesting. The seller, Black Rock, wiped a cold sweat for some reason, and besides that mysterious lady just now, no one else offered to buy. Black Rock deliberately glanced at the wealthy Cassius, but he just smiled without speaking. He looked at Starlight. Perhaps it was an illusion, but her cheeks seemed slightly flushed, yet she deliberately remained silent. He could only dejectedly take back his precious staff, secretly lamenting his bad luck. Staff of Withering can inflict necrosis effect on the target. Cloak of Bats. Grasp the edges of the cloak with both hands to transform yourself into a bat. Horseshoes of Levitation. Equip 4 on a horse, and they can float 1 foot above the ground. Then why don't I just use the levitation spell? Mind Lash. In the hands of a Mind Flayer, this weapon will strip a creature's will to survive as if tearing off its flesh, devouring its mind. Then what about in the hands of an ordinary person? Someone questioned. The mage who had been praising it just now was suddenly speechless, awkwardly touching his nose. It's just an ordinary whip. Many novel items appeared at the auction. Although their functions weren't very powerful, their uses were quite bizarre and varied, which broadened Cassius's horizons. However, he soon wanted to earn some extra money himself. So, under Cassius's command, the Iron Golem took out several scales from a dimensional bag. What are these? There seems to be residual lightning elements on them, reacting intensely. Are these dragon scales? Everyone observed carefully, but no one could discern their origin, and Cassius just smiled without speaking. They are scales of a bluefoot dragon serpent. Lady Starlight stated confidently, armor made from these scales has the effect of protecting against lightning, and these scales still have residual elements. They must be less than 10 years old. In the hands of some masters, they can even be made into magical items that can release evocation spells like Chain Lightning and Lightning Bolt. Cassius then said, "Your extensive knowledge genuinely impresses me." Lady Starlight smiled slightly, seeming quite pleased. However, please wait a moment. The Iron Golem at his side had several dimensional bags tied around its waist. It emptied them one by one, and they were all filled with bluefoot dragon serpent scales. So many. My goodness. How many armors can be made from these? They must have killed a bluefoot dragon serpent, or even more than one. While everyone was discussing, Cassius announced a number. All of these for a total of 2,000 gold coins. For a moment, everyone fell silent. No one could produce that much gold at once. After a moment's hesitation, Grey Eagle said, 500 gold coins. I'll take a quarter of them. Seeker followed. I'll do the same. Thus, half of Cassius's scales, which had been accumulating dust for years, were sold for 1,000 gold coins. He had actually played a little trick. Those scales had been piled up in the nest for many years. He was very familiar with them and could use the dragon's innate, object location, spell-like ability to determine their position, with a range of several kilometers. Just when he entered earlier, he noticed that Grey Eagle's robe subtly revealed a badge on his chest, an eagle and a sharp sword. I hope you store them well in your vault. When the time comes, I'll come to find you. Cassius looked at the buyer with a kindly gaze. The other party didn't think much of it, only assuming he was pleased with the transaction. The item exchange segment quickly ended. Besides sharing spell knowledge, exchanging research results, and auctioning items, the Arcane Hermetic Society sometimes took the opportunity to seek help in eradicating evil. For example, Grey Eagle was now issuing a call. Ember Nest. You may not have heard of this name, but this evil force has expanded throughout the Storm Highlands and even threatened surrounding countries. Ogres, wyverns, chimeras, those evil and terrifying monsters are gathering together. Ember Nest. I think I've heard some adventurers nearby mention it. That land of death. Their leader seems to be a red dragon. Grey Eagle gritted his teeth and said, Exactly. Their leader is a brutal red dragon. Those despicable reptiles. Dragons. These creatures are born with immense power, yet they still attempt to take everything from us. Their greed is endless. They covet more and more, trying to possess all the treasures in the world. People like us who stand for justice should step forward. Hearing this, Olivia frowned slightly, but didn't say much. It was Cassius who timely interrupted. Lord Grey Eagle, you're somewhat generalizing. Aren't there benevolent dragons like gold and silver dragons among them? These noble creatures are far more deserving of the word justice than mortals. Indeed, Olivia subconsciously nodded slightly, but she quickly realized her inappropriate words and noticed Cassius's smiling gaze. She looked deeply at Cassius and said no more. The goodwill of dragons. Cassius thought to himself, this is the contradiction of these metallic dragons. On one hand, they have extremely long lifespans and believe themselves to be far more noble than other creatures, like most dragons, so they would never view other beings from an equal perspective. But at the same time, these metallic dragons are good, willing to help the weak and promote their own justice, making their actions more akin to condescending charity to pets. Having his speech interrupted, Grey Eagle was somewhat displeased but continued. Currently, Dukes Lackman, Borsk, and Nate are organizing a coalition army, preparing to join forces to eradicate the evil on this land and attack the Ember Nest. However, the coalition still lacks some spellcasters. If any of you here are willing to fight for Anzita's order and peace, you can contact me. My family can also offer sufficient rewards to those who step forward. At least the price will surely satisfy you. But that so-called Ember Nest hasn't attacked you yet, has it? So why? Are you initiating a war? Olivia asked softly. Silver dragons do not like war. They detest injustice and cruelty. However, unlike gold dragons who love to be archenemies of evil and despicable behavior, silver dragons are more concerned with protecting the innocent and healing their wounds than punishing or eradicating wrongdoers. Seeing the highest-ranking person speak, Grey Eagle hurriedly said, Lady Starlight, it's a red dragon. You can expect the worst from it. Its claws and flames can make us homeless at any time. It will abduct our wives and daughters, destroy our homes, and the only thing we can do is to strike first. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed in the spacious hall. It was from Cassius. Well said, Lord Grey Eagle. This red dragon indeed threatens Anzita's peace and order. There's a saying in my homeland, with great power comes great responsibility. As spellcasters favored by the world, we indeed have a responsibility to uphold justice and eliminate these brutal and evil beings. I believe everyone here thinks the same. I, and the forces behind me, are willing to contribute to the coalition's crusade. Cassius's words were forceful and resonant. Seeing the wealthy and mysterious Cassius's strong support, Grey Eagle was overjoyed, completely forgetting his earlier displeasure. He stepped forward to compliment. Lord Ember, to oppose a dragon for justice. I truly respect you. Cassius waved his hand and said, It's nothing. We are all on the path of pursuing justice. This is what we should do. Exactly. Applause came from all around. The two shook hands warmly, smiles on their faces, but each harbored ulterior motives, each thinking the other was a fool. Only Cassius had more information at his disposal. The meeting concluded with the support of righteous people, represented by Cassius. Ember and Grey Eagle had a cordial and friendly conversation, fully exchanging views and enhancing mutual understanding. Lord Ember expressed deep concern for the safety of the people of Northwind Fortress and was willing to provide humanitarian aid within his capacity. They agreed to carry out related activities at the second meeting of the Arcane Hermetic Society in a few months. The spellcasters left one after another, either using teleportation items, walking on foot, or having prepared transportation in advance, like that levitating horse. The horseshoes of levitation hadn't been sold. Stratholme is one of the most prosperous cities in Anzita and the capital of the Duchy of Borsk, naturally bustling with people and vehicles. Occasionally, even non-human races appear on the streets. The spellcasters didn't attract people's attention and quickly blended into the crowd, disappearing from sight. After leaving the area of Trafa Lanro's magnificent mansion, Cassius did not leave immediately but quietly waited in an alley of the city. 3, 2, 1. He silently counted down. The space in front of Cassius suddenly distorted, and a spatial rift appeared before him. First, slender, fair legs appeared, followed by a body wrapped in a silver-white long dress. The slit of the dress was very high, all the way up to the base of her thigh, and one could vaguely see magical tattoos on the smooth skin. Seeing the expected visitor, Cassius showed a polite smile. Long time no see, Miss Starlight. Olivia asked, puzzled. But we just met. Cassius continued to smile, entering bard mode. In my homeland, there's a poem that says, "One day apart feels like 3 years. Your beauty makes me." Hearing the compliment, Olivia's cheeks flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and interrupted. "Lord Ember, don't use these poems to distract me. I didn't come to listen to your sweet words. How did you discover my identity?" Cassius pretended to be puzzled. "What identity are you referring to?" "I mean the identity of Silver Dragon." Her tone had a hint of gritted teeth, but she still maintained basic decorum. Cassius then answered as if suddenly realizing, "Oh, you were referring to the identity of a Silver Dragon. That's simple. Who wouldn't know the most outstanding member of the younger generation of the Melvid clan, the so-called Silver Starlight Olivia? She is someone who could cast Crown of Stars in her youth and single-handedly thwart a cult of the Dragon conspiracy." He paused in his speech. A look of surprise appeared on Olivia's pretty face. She had thought her polymorph spell had flaws, but didn't expect that the other party knew her so well, not only knowing her real name and clan, but even her deeds. Cassius continued, "Besides, your demeanor and way of speaking are so much like a young, inexperienced Silver Dragon. You're not very good at hiding your thoughts. Who on earth are you? How do you know these things?" Olivia pressed on relentlessly with questions. Cassius unhurriedly replied, "I have no obligation to answer you, Miss Olivia. You only need to know that my code name is Ember." He changed the topic, a hint of teasing in his expression. "Moreover, forgive me for saying I may not be as good as you in magic, but I am far superior in disguising myself." "You—" Olivia lightly bit her lip. She quickly realized that what the other party said was not wrong. Members of the Arcane Hermetic Society were not obligated to reveal their true identities. But this feeling of being led by the nose made her feel a frustration she couldn't express. Cassius smiled and said, "Miss Olivia, see you at the next Arcane Hermetic Society meeting." After speaking, he lightly touched the pendant on his chest, activated Dimension Door, and, together with the iron golem behind him, stepped into the spatial rift. "Wait!" Olivia stood there, stomping her feet in anger, her face slightly flushed, watching as the spatial rift slowly closed. But soon, she noticed some subtle issues, such as before he left, the back of Ember's neck faintly revealed golden scales. She somewhat smugly muttered to herself, "You're not so good at disguising either. At least your polymorph spell is full of flaws in my eyes, Ember, or should I say, Lord Gold Dragon." She recalled how Ember had mentioned gold and silver dragons when rebutting Grey Eagle earlier, his antagonistic attitude towards evil forces, and the unintentional reveal of golden scales just now. This silver dragon mage naturally thought she had discovered Lord Ember's true identity, a pure gold dragon. She muttered softly, "Arrogant, self-important, smart aleck. I will definitely find out your name. I'll go ask grandfather. There shouldn't be many gold dragons in Anzita. They don't like the environment here." This silver dragon mage didn't have a good impression of gold dragons. In her memory, as the naturally strongest among metallic dragons, these gold dragons always looked down from above, looked down on people, attempted to be the leader of everything, and often took it upon themselves to exercise justice. And now, Olivia's stereotype of gold dragons deepened, adding negative labels like smart aleck and frivolous behavior. However, Olivia didn't know that everything she saw was just what Cassius wanted her to see. Cassius stepped out of the Dimension Door, returning to his warm cave, eagerly releasing his constraints and reverting to his red dragon form. Longpu followed closely, reverting to his large draconic bloodline ogre form. Cassius couldn't help but exhale a breath of sulphurous hot air. That silver dragon is quite easy to fool. It seems all her high intelligence is used in studying spells. Let's see if I can trick her into giving me her crown of stars. Dealing with the good-aligned faction is indeed more comfortable. Although conflicts of interest are unavoidable, at least the other party's actions won't involve deliberate scheming. Longpu happily took out the alchemy compendium from the dimensional bag. "Master, this is a great item. The human really didn't know its value. We've made a big profit. This book can not only be used as a spell book for several spells, but also as a magical item, assisting in synchronizing magical energy. Cassius said, "Since we spent gold coins, you should learn these spells. I'm very interested in haste. Show it to me as soon as possible." Longpu quickly replied, "Yes, master. Sorcerers can learn spells, but they cannot learn through the runes on spell scrolls. They rely more on sensing the operation of the spell and then casting it based on intuition. For players, the probability of successful learning in this way is minimal. But at least Cassius has already learned Wall of Fire through Longpu's multiple demonstrations. After all, he is naturally suited to this kind of fire evocation spell." Singo, Mantu, Born Battle Maniac, and Summer Night Autumn Rain gathered again at the square. At this moment, they had shed the nickname of the Four Black Slaves, even causing some players' resentment and dissatisfaction. The constable was okay. He just arrested illegal activities, effectively preventing newbies from being thoroughly robbed by high-level thieves, and maintained basic order in Bador City. But Singo's role as a tax collector was different. During his tenure, Singo worked actively, often offering suggestions and proposals, introducing various taxes such as property tax, income tax, guild tax, many of which were adopted. These suggestions effectively increased Bador City's financial income, and he himself received a considerable share, earning him the nickname Singo the Flayer. Especially the guild tax, which required guilds to pay higher proportional taxes on their collective income. Each guild hated him to the bone, even starting to block him at the door with their members. Mantu, dressed in a constable's uniform, looked at Singo. "Damn, you're causing so much trouble lately, and you still dare to show up in the square? Aren't you afraid of being assassinated?" Born Battle Maniac touched his bald head and chuckled. "Didn't the leader of royal authority threaten to smear you on the city walls?" Singo crossed his arms confidently. "It's fine. I've already reached a no-tax proliferation agreement with them. I won't submit the new number 3 tax plan. They won't bother me. They'll pay taxes normally, and everyone will live in peace." He spoke excitedly. "How about you guys? Have you reached the required faction contributions? I'm now at 31,000. "How much? 31,000? Mana thought he misheard at first. Singo pretended to be casual. "Increasing Bador City's tax revenue by 600% in 1 month? Isn't it reasonable to have this much contribution?" Manda clicked his tongue. "No wonder people are blocking your door. You're stealing food from others' mouths." Summer Night Autumn Rain said, "I'm at 12,700 now, but I'm more inclined towards Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer. However, I feel the Half-Dragon template is a bit too ugly, so I've switched to level 3 Sorcerer now." Singo said disdainfully, "Appearance means nothing in the face of power." Summer Night Autumn Rain's eyebrows shot up in anger. Born Battle Maniac said embarrassedly, "I'm a bit afraid of heights, so just buying the Half-Dragon Blessing is enough. Flying mounts and such are unnecessary." Manta was surprised. "Bro, you're afraid of heights?" Singo rarely teased. "When you were wielding the ship-cutting blade to blow up others' motherships, how weren't you afraid of heights?" Born Battle Maniac touched his bald head, chuckled, and said, "Back then in outer space, I couldn't see the ground below, so I wasn't afraid of heights. But when falling to near-Earth orbit and seeing the planet's surface, it was quite scary." "Mantu." He was silent for a moment before saying, "My current contribution is 12,500, which should be enough to buy the Crimson Scaled token." Mantu's tone was quite excited. He had waited too long for this moment. Singo took out the invitation he had prepared long ago, with writing still like blazing flames on it. "Now is the harvest time. Let's go." The group went to a safe secret room and used the mysterious invitation. It can only be said that Singo indeed had foresight. The price of this invitation on the black market had been hyped up to nearly 100 gold coins, and mostly held by financially powerful guilds. For ordinary solo players, getting one was almost impossible, confirming the use of mysterious invitation. Still, the familiar flame, portal, and the long, dark corridor. The four were already familiar with this. "Have you prepared your lines?" "Yes, I won't be rash like you and lose favorability for nothing. Wasn't it you who tricked me?" As the lights ignited, The mysterious half-dragon sorcerer appeared at the end. Cassius, adopting the NPC's tone, slowly said, "I'm glad to see you again, warriors from unknown realms. Have you completed the tasks I assigned?" Singo stepped forward calmly and replied, "Yes, Lord Cassius. The dusty blood and tears of the tieflings have been revealed by us. I believe those sanctimonious people will pay the price they deserve." "You've done well." Cassius nodded slightly. Everyone couldn't see the meaning in his golden eyes and could only agree repeatedly. Manta whispered, "Hurry up and buy things. This invitation should have a time limit." Singo said disdainfully, "Don't you understand what maximizing benefits means? Hug the faction leaders thigh tightly to profit in the next mission." Although he said so, he still opened the shop interface. "Lord Cassius, I want to purchase some equipment. Hunting longbow provides bonuses against beast-type creatures. When aiming, you can mark enemies with a hunter's mark, which increases accuracy and causes continuous additional damage. Price, 80 gold coins. I'll buy it." Singo showed a pained expression, but continued. "Ring of Burning. Your weapon attacks deal additional stackable fire damage to enemies. Price, 40 gold coins. Bought." Singo gritted his teeth and continued. "Quivering Scale Armor. Armor grants an additional +3. When attacked, has a chance to inflict the quivering static effect on enemies. Price, 100 gold coins. I'll buy it." Singo used both hands to present the bulging money bag. The money bag made a jingling sound that made him feel the pain. Cassius accepted the gold coins, casually rummaged, and took out the 3 pieces of equipment shimmering with magical light from the dimensional bag. "They're yours now." Everyone held their breath watching. This wasn't magical light. It was practically the glow of money. Manta was dumbfounded hearing these numbers. "Wow, Singo, did you rob a bank? Where did you get so many gold coins?" Singo got the equipment, touched his empty wallet, and forced a smile. "This amount of gold coins is not hard to get. Every time the tax collector gets extra taxes, there's a commission here for you to compensate for selling you equipment last time. Include the favorability account together." Ding! With a crisp sound, he tossed the ring of burning like flipping a coin. Manta hurriedly caught it, afraid that this valuable thing might get damaged. Altogether, over 200 gold coins. No wonder those guilds want to hunt you down. You're not being a tax collector. You're practically robbing money. Manta clicked his tongue in wonder. The Ring of Burning is considered a divine item for warriors in the early stages, mindlessly adding fire damage, useful for both melee and ranged. But he carefully held the ring shimmering with fiery light, thinking, although Singo has a terrible temper, likes to put on airs and show off, and never gives face to others, he's still barely acceptable as a person. The Crimson Scale costs 9,800 contribution points. After spending that, I still have 20,000 left, not bad. Mantu was a bit stunned. Isn't it 10,780? Why is yours so much cheaper than mine? Singo said blandly, the price is related to favorability. For every point your favor decreases, the price increases by 1%. So, Mantu, Singo said to Cassius, Lord Cassius, I also want to purchase the Crimson Scale. Manta followed closely. Me too. Cassius gazed at them with his golden eyes and slowly said, This is the sharpest blade in my arsenal. Becoming a Crimson-Scaled Conqueror means you have no other choice. You can only fight for me. Are you truly prepared? Mantu's eyes were resolute. I am ready. The memories of his 18 days of hardship replayed in his mind like a revolving lantern, strengthening his determination to become a Crimson-Scaled Conqueror. Cassius took out 2 Crimson Scales. Then go prove your capabilities to me. I hope you can survive until then. As Cassius finished speaking, information refreshed on their interfaces. Advanced Quest, Crimson Scale Conqueror has been activated. Crimson Scale Conquerors are a special group of knights loyal to the master of the Ember Nest, the Red Dragon Cassius. They patrol the vast territories of the Red Dragon as rangers, scouting for enemies that may come at any time, perhaps the kingdom's armies or adventurers seeking to slay the dragon. When war comes, they become terrifying conquerors. When the dragon's roar echoes from afar, the crimson-scaled conquerors ride massive and ferocious draconic creatures, descending from the skies to bring endless flames and utter destruction to their enemies. Quest 1. Go to Dragon Valley and find Crimson-Scaled Conqueror Instructor, Alger. Alger? Another unknown NPC. And we have to go to Dragon Valley. Did you read that post by Charlotte, the leader of the Magic Coin Guild? Yeah. Let's go straight through the gate under the city wall later, so we don't get wiped out like they did. The four left the mysterious cavern and temporarily parted ways. Born Battle Maniac and Summer Night Autumn, Rain only needed to wait for the Draconic Blood Blessing, while Mantu and Singo needed to complete a series of advanced quests. The two of them followed the path built by the minions and arrived at the rock fortress. Hobgoblin guards stood atop the city wall, aiming their crossbows at them, and questioned, "Who are you?" Facing the aggressive interrogation, Singo remained unfazed. "We are minions from Bator City, here to find Instructor Alger." Hearing this, the hobgoblins opened the gate to let them in, but their expressions were rather mocking as they chatted among themselves. "Think these two will make it? Want to bet? I'll put down 100 copper coins. Bet my foot. Alger's Crimson-Scaled Legion has been going for years, and he's still the only member. Do I look stupid? Haha. The last unlucky guy who went for the test ended up smashed flat, even had a bite taken out of him by an ogre. No one dares to go now, let alone these two humans." Singo and Mantu encountered various monsters in the valley. Lizard folk, hobgoblins, kobolds, and even satyrs. Asking for directions as they went, they finally found Alger's dwelling. But for some reason, when these creatures heard they were looking for Alger, a look of schadenfreude appeared on their faces. "That's the place, right?" Manta pointed to a simple cave. "Something's off. A class instructor should at least be a big shot. Why is he living in such poor conditions?" "Never mind. Let's go in and take a look first." The two rashly entered the cave. They saw a warrior sitting on a stone bench sharpening his sword, but he didn't appear human. The figure before them was over 2 meters tall, with a muscular and sturdy build. His skin was covered with dense crimson scales, and his head wasn't humanoid, but resembled a fierce dragon's head. His golden, reptilian vertical pupils were particularly striking. Behind his head, a crown-like structure made of keratinous scales resembled a messy tuft of hair. His hands gripping the long sword weren't purely human hands, but more like dragon claws, yet even more agile. "Who are you?" He looked up, his golden vertical pupils fixing on the newcomers, his gaze filled with a chilling sense of danger. "Crimson-Scaled Conqueror, Alger. Faction, Ember Nest. Basic abilities, challenge level. This is the 4th unknown NPC," Manta whispered in surprise. Singo calmly took out his token, the Crimson Scale. "We are here under Lord Cassius's orders to undertake the Crimson-Scaled Conqueror Advanced Quest." A fleeting look of surprise flashed in Alger's golden eyes. He had thought they were just more overconfident trial seekers. He'd seen many over the years. But these two carried tokens. They must be the gifted ones the master mentioned. This made him take them a bit more seriously. Alger also wanted to see what kind of talent could make them become flying knights in such a short time. However, his golden eyes scanned the two from head to toe, but didn't find anything extraordinary. In terms of strength, they were even inferior to some of the monsters. "Very well. I hope you can survive. Follow me." The two players obediently followed behind Alger. Manta whispered, "Why did he say he hopes we can survive? Could this expensive advanced quest actually be dangerous?" Singo said disdainfully, "Don't worry. You'll find out soon enough." They gradually ventured deeper into the valley, passing several forks. Roar! Before they even entered, they heard chaotic and continuous roars echoing inside. They finally arrived at a valley filled with fire and heat. Only then did they see its true nature. On the towering cliff walls were numerous pits and caves of various sizes, where many wyverns resided. They flapped their wings, swung their long tails, and opened their foul-smelling, gaping jaws. Some wyverns perched on the cliffs resting, others hovered in midair, and a few were even wrestling with each other, emitting noisy roars. Alger crossed his arms and said coldly, "This is Wyvern Valley, where wyverns raise their young. I need you to find your own mounts here." Upon seeing newcomers, the glowing vertical pupils in the shadows immediately focused on them. The red dragon bloodline in Alger was far nobler than that of the wyverns, so they held him in high regard. But towards Mantu and Singo, the wyverns were unceremonious. Some even drooled thick saliva from the corners of their mouths, eager to make these two tender-skinned humans their dessert. Manta looked up at the numerous wyverns, utterly stunned. "Oh my gosh," Alger said to the two. "With me watching here, they won't actively attack you, but if you accidentally fall to your death, then you'll become food for the wyverns. Good luck." This was the entry trial for the Crimson Scaled Conqueror set by Cassius. Over the years, at least 100 minions had participated in this challenge, but none succeeded. They either fell to their deaths or fled before completion. Manta said tearfully, "Well, I really should thank you then." The wyverns violently flapped their wings in midair, screeching, roaring, growling, gradually surrounding them. In their view, as long as they could throw these humans to their deaths, they'd have snacks to eat, which was quite easy. They were already experienced, having sent several hobgoblins and tieflings to their deaths. Singo looked at the approaching wyverns and whispered, "Mantu, have you chosen yet?" "Chosen what?" Manta was still confused. But Singo took several coils of rope from his backpack, tossed one to Mantu, then threw him a can of spray containing some unknown liquid. "Of course, choose a mount." Manta was still frightened by being surrounded by wyverns, but he quickly understood Singo's crazy move and was stunned. Singo ignored him and continued, "I think that one on the cliff is good. Probably the biggest and strongest one in this area. Don't you dare compete with me for it. Watch closely. I'll only demonstrate this once. I practiced this move for a long time, tried it before in Red Dead Redemption." After speaking, he deftly threw the lasso, directly and accurately looping it around the neck of a massive wyvern over 4 meters long on the cliff wall, then forcefully tightened the rope. Roar! The wyvern, suddenly ensnared, was a bit panicked. It struggled violently, shaking its neck, letting out screeches, then frantically flapped its wings, trying to throw off the human pulling on it. But Singo held onto the rope tightly, wrapping the hemp rope several times around his hand, then used the wyvern's struggling movements to leap directly onto its back. Roar! Being mounted by what it considered a weak and insignificant human, the wyvern was instantly enraged. It twisted its neck back and forth, its wings flapping wildly. Its massive body accelerated, braked suddenly, spun in the air, and even deliberately crashed its back against the cliff wall. But Singo's arms were tightly wrapped around its neck, refusing to let go no matter how it struggled. He even freed one hand, took out the spray can, and sprayed it onto the wyvern's head, not forgetting to explain mid-air, "What's in this can is female wyvern hormones. It can soothe their emotions and nerves." However, this kind of confrontation also took a toll on Singo. After several bouts, he finally exhausted his strength. He had to seize an opportunity when the wyvern swooped low to leap off, rolling several times on the ground to absorb the impact. Seeing this, the wyvern wanted to take the chance to attack, letting out a roar. But Singo quickly got up, drank a vitality potion, continued to confront the wyvern head-on, waiting for another chance to mount its back. Still quite a ways to go. "I guess I'll be spending all day with it here." Singo grinned, looking quite excited, panting as he said, "This thing is really tough to handle. But fortunately, every time I get on, the system shows an increase in proficiency. If we repeat this a few times, we can probably max out the riding skill." Manta was speechless for a moment and could only sigh. "You're really a beast." But thinking of his dream to soar in the sky and recalling his 18 days of hard labor, Manta realized he was just one step away. How could he retreat now? He steeled himself. Manta looked at the wyverns, gritted his teeth, and forcefully threw his lasso, luckily hitting on the first try, ensnaring a 3-meter-long wyvern with bared fangs and claws. Then the wyvern struggled frantically and took to the sky. However, Manta couldn't mount its back and was instead hanging below, being flown all over the sky by the wyvern. Aya, I'm gonna die, gonna die, Singo, help me. His miserable screams echoed throughout the valley. From the ground, Singo watched Manta being swung around dizzily and said disdainfully, "If you're bad at it, just practice more." He drew his hunter's longbow and took aim. Whoosh! The arrow flew out, severing the lasso's rope in one shot, causing Mantu to fall from midair and land face-first on the ground. Singo, is this how you save people? With his face in the dirt, Mantu was on the verge of tears and could only silently drink a healing potion. Meanwhile, Singo once again caught up with the previous wyvern and began the second round with it. Thus, in Wyvern Valley, the two players engaged in intense bouts with the wyverns. The wyverns threw them off time and again, but they kept mounting again and again, becoming increasingly proficient and staying on longer each time. Eventually, they could even control the wyvern's direction through their movements, maintaining balance with just their legs without falling. By now, the wyvern had become impatient, flying directly up to 100 meters high, spinning in circles, attempting to throw off the human on its back to their death. But Singo remained calm, using a pre-prepared feather fall scroll to float gently to the ground, infuriating the wyvern to the point that it roared with spittle flying everywhere. Roar! They heard the wyvern's somewhat feeble, hoarse roar. Your skill experience has reached the requirement. Your proficiency in the skill, riding, has increased to +3. Singo landed lightly on the ground and said to Mantu, who had just gotten off the wyvern's back, "That was nice. My riding proficiency is now +3. How about you?" Mantu, supporting himself on his knees and panting heavily, said, "I'm at +2 now, but this weightlessness makes me want to vomit. I wonder if there's a vomiting mechanic here." Singo said disdainfully, "That's just because you're bad. How can someone who gets dizzy on dragons become knight?" Mantu retorted speechlessly, "You think everyone is a beast like you? If we bring Brother Battle Maniac here, he might really puke all over the place." Alger watched the two panting humans, witnessing their riding skills improve at a visible rate. A rare hint of astonishment appeared in his golden eyes. These so-called gifted ones might truly become wyvern riders in a short time. Truly unbelievable. His years of training experience were completely upended. You must know, these wyverns are far more ferocious than giant eagles. Trying to control them is nearly impossible. Even in the previous Northwind Eagle Guard, among the 300 who underwent more than 10 years of training, only a few elites like him could achieve this. But these two humans, their talent even made Alger question his life. The afterglow of the setting sun could no longer shine into the valley. Wyvern Valley was filled with shadows, and the wyverns flew in the darkness, emitting noisy screeches. Mantu's movements became increasingly skilled, almost forming muscle memory. He climbed the steep cliff walls and soon found the wyvern that was nearing exhaustion again. Roar, roar! Seeing this troublesome human approaching again, the wyvern let out a strained screech, flapped its wings, and prepared to leave. But it had expended too much energy. Even taking off was difficult. "You think you can get away again?" Stop struggling and let me ride you obediently." A sly smile appeared on Mantu's face, and the lasso in his hand, like an auto-tracking device, accurately looped around the slender neck of the wyvern. Roar! This time, the wyvern didn't spend much energy struggling, only letting out a wail, allowing Mantu to tighten the rope and skillfully mount its back. If not for the protection of scales, the wyvern's neck might have been chafed to the point of bleeding. All right. Another day of riding a wyvern. Manta patted the side of the wyvern's neck, then took out a spray and gave its head a thorough spritz. The wyvern slowly stretched its wings, attempting to glide in the air, but soon couldn't hold on and crashed heavily to the ground. Roar! The wyvern used its last bit of strength, raised its head, and let out a long howl, then lowered its head and ceased any futile struggles. The human on its back made this adolescent wyvern feel despair. For 3 whole days, this human had been trying to ride on its back, and no matter how many times he was thrown off, he would return. Once, The human even fell from a height of 100 meters, smashing into a pulp on the ground. It thought it had finally escaped this torment. But unexpectedly, in less than half a day, the human returned to the valley unscathed and full of vigor, once again lassoing it and attempting to ride on its back. This made it question its dragon life. Wow, I did it! Seeing the wyvern bow its head, Mantu was overjoyed, feeling immensely satisfied. He had been trying day and night here for 3 days and finally succeeded. He tried to stroke the wyvern's head. This time, it didn't bite or even screech, just presented a posture of resignation. Maybe it was tired of resisting, or perhaps it had truly submitted. Manta felt the texture of the wyvern's scales, sensed its pulse and breathing, experiencing a sense of relief after hardship. Looking at the wyvern lying on the ground with eyes closed from exhaustion, he said to it, "Should I give you a name?" "Wife." "No, that's a bit vulgar, and you seem to be male." "Big Dragon?" "That sounds a bit rough." "Since I'm called Mantu, I'll call you Noodle, since your neck is so long and slender." Mantu cheerfully patted the wyvern's head. "Noodle!" "Roar!" The wyvern slightly raised its head, letting out a weak response. It seemed indeed tired of resisting, but had also submitted. The two were not mutually exclusive. "Mantu, what kind of lousy name did you come up with?" Singo descended nearby, riding his wyvern. He had tamed his wyvern on the second day. According to him, he communicated using dragon language he secretly learned from the kobolds, which Manta doubted. Manta protested. "Noodle has such a good meaning, unlike your crappy name." Singo said proudly, "My mount is just called Wyvern, original flavor, what's wrong with that? Look at Ash. He just calls Pikachu Pikachu, didn't give it some silly name like Manda Bowsy." Manda cursed. "Stop making excuses for your lack of naming creativity, Singo." Singo ignored him and said to Alger, who was supervising nearby, "Instructor Alger, we've completed the trial. Can we advance now?" Manta stroked the wyvern's neck and said excitedly, "Crimson-scaled Conqueror, activate." "You can. You really exceeded my expectations." The usually taciturn Alger couldn't help but sigh. Such talent was not just rare, but beyond common sense. "Eagle," Alger called softly. A giant draconic eagle with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters cast a massive shadow, then descended from the sky, making the two envious. Alger skillfully mounted the draconic eagle, and without instruction, it flapped its wings and flew. Without looking back, he said, "Follow me. I'll take you to meet the master and complete the advancement ceremony." Singo followed closely, riding his wyvern. "Wyvern, let's go." The wyvern seemed to know what was about to happen, excitedly raised its head and roared, flapped its wings, and followed closely. Singo had used this to persuade the wyvern to submit. After becoming a crimson-scale conqueror, it could also receive the precious bloodline blessing, gaining powerful abilities like their leader. But at this critical moment, Mantu's Noodle faltered. It only weakly lifted its wings, indicating it was too tired to fly. Mantu patted Noodle's neck side, almost in tears, even suspecting it was deliberately retaliating. "Come on, Noodle. You need to get up. If you don't fly now, they'll leave." Noodle seemed annoyed by the urging, let out a low growl. It struggled to flap its wings, taking great effort to ascend into the air, wobbling as it flew, making Mantu on its back feel constant turbulence. The other two had already pulled far ahead. "Wait for me. Can't you consider a newbie on the road?" Mantu shouted from afar, riding the bumpy wyvern. Their commotion attracted the attention of many minions, especially seeing humans on the backs of wyverns. It was like seeing ghosts, feeling incredulous. On the rock fortress, a hobgoblin guard patted his comrade's shoulder, pointing to the sky. "Look, what's that? Isn't it just a wyvern? Wait, there's a human riding on its back." They actually succeeded? The hobgoblin guard spread his hand to his comrade. "I win 100 copper coins." The other guard cursed. "Do we even bet? Asking me for money. Get lost." Then the hobgoblin guard enviously watched the humans riding wyverns, muttering, "These two humans are about to soar to the sky." "Tell me about it." Previously, Commander Doro sent 6 trusted aides to take the trial. for died, 2 fled, and Chief Steward Longpu mocked them for a long time. TSK didn't expect these crazy beasts could be ridden by people. Yeah, I thought their brains were filled with slime. Alger led the 2 to the entrance of the giant's maw cave. Singo gracefully descended on his wyvern, while Mantu arrived belatedly. This is the place. I will take you to meet the master. They walked into the cave, feeling the heat inside, with the scent of sulfur and pumice permeating everywhere, like a volcano about to erupt. Manta said with lingering fear, "There won't be any more trials, right?" Singo calmly said, "No, I guess this is probably the residence of our faction leader, that red dragon. Did you notice the strange smell and unusual temperature? According to the information I have, dragons can even alter their surrounding environment." Manta clicked his tongue in amazement. If this is a boss, wouldn't it be a world boss, killing a bunch of people? Manta did not know that his guess was correct. They walked along the narrow, rocky tunnel. Soon, the path opened up before them, and they saw the master here, the red dragon. What came into view was a massive body 16 meters long, with thick, knotted muscles covered by dark red hard scales, the edges gleaming with metallic luster. On the huge and ferocious head, golden vertical pupils full of majesty flashed with a molten glow, and the 2 backward-curving, thick bone-white horns were like a crown. The red dragon lay crouched in the center of the cave, its mountain-like massive body rising and falling with its breaths, with wisps of white smoke occasionally emanating from it. Just gazing upon it, they could feel the heat radiating from its body, like a volcano about to erupt. This was the first time they had seen the true form of their faction leader. Manta couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn," thinking for a long time, but with his level of education, he couldn't come up with any description, so he hastily added a sentence. "So damn big." The 2 adolescent wyverns were directly frightened by the powerful bloodline pressure, prostrating themselves, their bodies pressed tightly against the warm ground, emitting gurgling sound from deep in their throats. And no matter how Manta patted them, they refused to lift their heads even a bit. Seeing someone approaching, Cassius slowly stood up, his golden vertical pupils overlooking them from 7 or 8 meters high in midair. "We meet again, Starfallers. Are you ready?" Alger knelt on one knee, head bowed, and reported, "Master, they have completed the trial you set." Cassius narrowed his eyes slightly, lowering his head a bit. "Very good. This is beyond my expectations." As he spoke, the 2 could almost feel a sulfurous heat spraying onto their faces, and just the pressure emanating from the massive creature before them made them feel a bit panicked. The red dragon continued, "Crimson-scaled conquerors will be the sharp blades under my command, and from now on, you will shed this weak and powerless human shell, becoming the most loyal minions of the Ember Nest." Manta muttered softly, "It's a pity my handsome face will be lost here." Singo cursed under his breath. "Do you want to lose favorability? If not, shut up." Cassius ignored them, just said blandly, "Alger, begin the preparations." The half-dragon knight stepped forward and recited the prepared oath. "In front of the Lord of the Ember, the great red dragon Cassius, are you willing to swear allegiance, dedicating your life to being the loyal minions of the Ember Nest, regardless of good or evil, right or wrong, using your flames to conquer everything for the Master? Are you willing to become crimson-scaled conquerors?" The quest information on their interface refreshed. "Do you accept the faction subclass Crimson-Scaled Conqueror? If you accept, please proceed with the ritual." Note: after selecting a faction subclass, your faction will be locked and cannot be changed at will. A string of oath words appeared below on the interface. "I, Mantu Singo, swear allegiance to my lord Cassius Clubber Nerixius, with unwavering loyalty as the king's vanguard, burning all enemies, conquering everything." The 2 players knelt on one knee and said in unison, "Very good, please follow me." Alger blindfolded them with crimson cloth, leading them and the wyverns deeper into the cave, arriving at the hidden cavern. Bloodline gift. Half-dragon transformation. Cassius silently chanted in his heart. Several drops of scalding dragon blood floated in the air with his will, then merged into the bodies of the two players. The dragon blood touched their fragile flesh, immediately emitting sizzling sounds, even producing white smoke. Ah! The scalding blood entered his mouth, and Manta couldn't help but scream, rolling wildly on the ground. Damn, even with pain threshold set to 5%, why does it still hurt so much? I want to turn off pain sensation. Singo couldn't help but breathe faster, his whole body flushed red. White steam burst out from their pores, spreading all around. Under their skin, the joints at elbows, knees, and spine protruded wildly, piercing through the skin and clothes, forming sharp bone spurs and barbs. Red scales grew at a speed visible to the naked eye, appearing all over their bodies, chest, arms, even on the face, tearing the skin forcibly. Their faces, originally scanned from reality, were distorted by dragon-like bones and scales. Only a trace of their original appearance could be seen, now more resembling ferocious dragon heads. Even with the pain system turned off in time, Manta was still frightened. Information kept refreshing on his interface. Acquiring data, you have obtained a special race template, Half-Red Dragon. Note, this race template is permanent and will be applied upon resurrection. Your attributes have greatly increased. You have gained natural armor, fire breath, and other half-red dragon abilities. Blindfolded and still undergoing transformation, Manta watched the continuously refreshing information, feeling exhilarated. If he could control his body to speak now, he would surely say awesome. Beside him, the wyvern noodle was also undergoing transformation, constantly screeching and struggling. The red scales covering its body became harder, its slender body grew stronger, and its physique became larger. In its flesh, basal blood vessels began to form, and its blood emitted blazing elemental power. Moreover, an even more unknown change was happening. Datafication in progress. Datafication complete. Verifying parameters. Parameter check complete. Detected that the wyvern noodle is your special subclass mount. It will be considered part of the player's class system. Therefore, when a mount dies, you can resurrect it from the ancient magic circle, but you need to consume items of corresponding value. The mount can be resurrected. Damn, this class is unbeatable. In the darkness, Manta browsed the interface information, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. You have completed the advancement quest, the Path of the Crimson Scale. You have advanced to the Ember Nest faction's warrior, subclass Crimson Scale Conqueror. When the dragon's roar comes from afar, the Crimson Scale Conquerors will ride massive and ferocious draconic creatures, descending from the sky to bring endless flames and utter destruction to their enemies. You have obtained the traits, born to ride Dragon Roar Charge. Manta slowly opened his eyes, feeling that his body had become much stronger, and his senses like vision and hearing had become sharper. I'm so damn strong. Manta looked down at his own hands covered in scales and with sharp claws, and sighed to himself. When he looked to his side, he saw a dragon man, who looked quite familiar. Although his head had completely transformed into a dragon's shape, you could still see some traces of his former self from his brows and eyes. Singo, you're kind of ugly like this. Singo was shaking and stretching his new body, adapting to the changes, and said disdainfully, "You're no better than me." He paused, slightly raising his brow ridges with keratinous protrusions. Besides, I suggest you look at your attribute panel. You might be pleasantly surprised. Manta retorted discontentedly. Even in dragon form, it can't hide my soul-deep handsomeness. Despite saying that, he obediently opened his own panel. I go eat Mantu. Strength, 14. Dexterity, 12. Constitution, 13. Intelligence, 12. Wisdom, 10. Charisma, 11. Initially, he was smug seeing those greatly increased stats, until he noticed the charisma column. I've turned into this ugly thing. How did my charisma increase? Manta let out a heartfelt wail. He really didn't expect that this ugly, scale-covered dragon face was rated by the system as having higher charisma than his originally handsome and charming face. He couldn't accept it. Singo glanced at him gloatingly, then explained, "Actually, charisma doesn't just refer to looks. Otherwise, do you think those sorcerers cast spells just based on their faces? According to the information summarized in our strategy group, this attribute is more akin to qualities like aura or influence. Those with the highest charisma can even distort reality with their will alone. Manto breathed a sigh of relief. I thought it was because of my... But before he finished, Singo mercilessly added, but at the ordinary person stage in the system scan, looks probably account for a large proportion. Mantu. Then he dealt Mantu another blow. By the way, my initial charisma is 12, Autumn Rainus is 14, even Battle Maniac has 11. Don't tell me you didn't reach 10. No way, no way. Manta just wanted to calm down and didn't want to continue this topic. Noodle, even though you can't speak, at least you won't insult me. He stroked Noodle's neck, his expression sorrowful, hoping to find some comfort. Since completing the ritual, Mantu had unlocked the trait Born to Ride, and he felt a deep connection with this wyvern. Noodle also felt a bloodline closeness from this once annoying human. The relationship between man and dragon became much more intimate. The wyvern had grown to nearly 5 meters in size. Although its neck was still slender like a noodle, its muscles had become much more robust, and its body was covered with hard crimson scales. It could even breathe fire from its mouth, looking just like a small red dragon. TSK, so cool. This is way more stylish than any Ferrari or Lamborghini. Manta felt the texture of the scales and clicked his tongue in wonder. Noodle was also exhilarated by its newly acquired power, couldn't help but sway its thick, massive tail, and even spat out a mouthful of fire. Boom! It seemed it couldn't control this power very well yet. Mantu's dragon face was blackened by the burn. Although, due to the red dragon bloodline, he wouldn't be harmed by this bit of fire, it still rendered him speechless. Noodle slightly retracted its neck, lowered its head, and looked at Mantu innocently. Mantu, Singo couldn't help but say, don't waste time here. Autumn Rain and Battle Maniac are waiting for us to meet up. Before he finished speaking, Singo skillfully and effortlessly mounted his wyvern, flapped its wings, and flew, his movements in perfect harmony, like close comrades who had been training together for years. Got it. Mantu also mounted his wyvern, following closely behind. Excited roars echoed in the sky. The two wyvern riders heading toward Bator City, one after another. Bator City, Central Square. 2 wyverns were circling in the sky, slowly descending. Wow, look over there. Isn't that just 2 wyverns? Those things that come here to patrol. What's so surprising? You must be a newbie. I've even seen big wyverns 10 meters long. No, look at their backs. Are those people? The 2 wyverns circled a few times, letting out screeches, descended to about 7 or 8 meters above the ground, and then landed heavily in the open space of the square, causing dust to fly. Mantu and Singo deliberately struck cool poses. One wyvern raised its head and roared to the sky. The other spread its wings and roared forward. Then they smugly dismounted. They even have player nicknames. Wow, it's Mantu and Singo. They succeeded in advancing. Crimson Scaled Conquerors. How do they turn into little dragon people? So cool. Damn, seeing them succeed feels worse than seeing myself fail. Summer Night, Autumn Rain, and Born Battle Maniac have been waiting for a long time and quickly came forward to greet and congratulate them. Born Battle Maniac chuckled. You guys are really flashy. He had used contributions to buy the half-dragon blessing, and like the 2, had transformed into a half-dragon form. Although his head was now covered with scales, it still looked smooth, but when he touched his bald head, he could easily scratch himself with his claws. Summer Night Autumn Rain said with lingering fear, good thing I didn't choose half-dragon transformation, or I'd have turned as ugly as you guys. Summer Night Autumn Rain was quite satisfied with her changes. She had advanced to the Draconic Bloodline Sorcerer subclass, gaining the magical power of the Red Dragon. Therefore, only faint traces of dragon scales appeared on the sides of her cheeks. A pair of delicate little horns grew on her forehead. Her pupils became golden vertical slits, and her delicate facial features didn't change much. These changes instead added a bit of nobility to her aura. Singo said seriously, Everyone, let's tally up our gains. I'll go back and work on the strategy guide. Manta will make the video. The remaining 3 nodded. Okay. That night, a strategy post titled How to Become a Qualified Dragon Knight sparked heated discussions on the player forum. It specifically mentioned that buying Singo's special wyvern lasso and calming hormones was the key to success, although the price was a bit expensive. The second episode of Verizig Journal was also successfully released. Fans couldn't wait to click in, and what came into view was a ferocious dragon face. First, the missing person returns. What is this thing? A monster? The dragon face opened its mouth, and the familiar, cheeky voice that fans knew said, "Welcome everyone to the second episode of the Verizig Journal. I'm Mantu." Wow, it's Mantu. How'd he turn into a dragon man? There's a beauty of strength in this. Manta got more handsome. "I'm going to eat you." An excited roar came from the hillside. Over 5 meters tall with coarse brown skin, wielding a large tree casually uprooted and still covered in dirt as a weapon, wearing unprocessed animal hides simply tied together with hair and leather straps, sweat dripping onto the rotten fur, emitting a strong odor. That was a hill giant. Hill giants are selfish and dim-witted savages, often dwelling in hills and valleys everywhere, and often gathering in mountain lumberyards or shacks. They hunt, forage, and plunder everywhere, just to obtain more food. They cross mountains and forests, doing their utmost to hunt prey and bully the weak. If not for their enormous size and inexhaustible strength, these lazy and sluggish hill giants would have long been extinct. And now, it seems the food has come knocking on their door. The hill giant licked its lips, foul-smelling saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. Ever since that unusually large ogre led a group of monsters to drive the hill giants out of the valley, they wandered daily on the fringes of the storm highlands, scavenging rotten food or devouring passing humans. This greedy hill giant hadn't had a full meal in a long time, and now was obviously a great opportunity. Based on your own strength, you can observe the following information. Greedy hill giant. Huge giant, chaotic evil. AC, 13, natural armor. HP, 105. Strength, 21. Dexterity, 8. Constitution, 19. Intelligence, 5. Wisdom, 9. Charisma, 6. Senses, passive perception, 12. Actions, multi-attack, great club attack, rock throw bite. Challenge rating, 5, 1,800 XP. Manta sighed. This monster is kind of strong. Can we really beat it? Singo said disdainfully. What are you afraid of? With our setup, we can crush it with basic attacks. We're here this time to farm experience for you. If you had reached level 4, believe it or not, it would already be dead. All right, just don't let us get wiped out and embarrass ourselves. At the foot of the hill was the Draconic Bloodline 4. Their team's strength had greatly improved, so they took on the highest difficulty quest to defeat the hill giant, destroying the farms. This quest had an official recommended challenge rating of level 5. You should know that professional players like Singo were only barely reaching level 4 now, and that's after grinding day and night. Most others were still at levels 1 or 2. Watching the hill giant charging down the hill wielding a large tree, Singo was not flustered at all. Born battle maniac, you and Autumn reign hold it here. Mantu, and I will attack from the air. Born battle maniac nodded readily. Okay. Then Singo and Mantu flipped onto their mounts, riding their wyverns into the air. Born battle maniac stepped forward without hesitation to face the enemy. Confronted with an opponent far taller than himself, he was fearless. Back in the day, he had even chopped down interstellar beasts. To him, such a giant was nothing. He had chosen the path of the barbarian berserker. For barbarians, rage is a way to reach the extreme of violence. And the path of the berserker is one that pursues blood and unrestrained fury. When players enter the berserker's rage, they will tremble in the chaotic pleasure of battle, forgetting their own safety. Aoa, born battle maniac, raised his head and roared, activating rage. Instantly, his eyes turned blood red, muscles bulged exaggeratedly, veins popped out, and his whole body emitted a bloodthirsty aura. In his frenzied state, Born Battle Maniac excitedly charged toward the hill giant, leaping up and raising his great axe. Frenzied strike. The great axe carried immense power, slicing through the air as it swung down. However, due to the hill giant's enormous stature, the axe could only barely reach its chest. Even the hill giant was startled by this aggressive little guy, but when it realized it was intimidated by such a small creature and that the opponent was unafraid of it, a ferocious rage appeared on its ugly face. I'll smash you into mince. The hill giant used the large tree to block in front of it, resisting the great axe, and then swung with all its might. The immense force sent Born Battle Maniac and his great axe flying backward together. Born Battle Maniac fell heavily, and the battle axe embedded itself into the ground nearby. After being knocked back, he showed no intention of retreating. Instead, a hint of joy and fanaticism appeared in his blood-red eyes at encountering a strong opponent. Born Battle Maniac forcefully pulled out the great axe deeply embedded in the ground and charged forward again with red eyes. Wait a moment. A crisp female voice came from behind, but Born Battle Maniac continued his charge as if he hadn't heard. Summer night, autumn rain held her forehead and sighed behind him. The Berserker class was great in every way, could fight and tank, but once they entered rage, they wouldn't listen to anything and just charged blindly. Fortunately, she followed up and cast a spell on Born Battle Maniac. Enlarge/reduce. Born Battle Maniac's size suddenly swelled, increasing from nearly 2 meters tall to almost 4 meters. Even his weapon and the animal hide armor on him grew correspondingly. He now appeared slightly smaller than the hill giant, but could be considered the same level. Feeling his elevated perspective, Born Battle Maniac laughed heartily and leaped up again. This time, instead of striking the chest, his jumping/aimed at the head. The dim-witted hill giant didn't understand magic, but he knew that the little guy had grown and could pose a threat to him. So the hill giant roared angrily and swung his arms forcefully. Bang! The blunt edge of the great axe clashed with the tree, trembling slightly, and Born Battle Maniac landed heavily. But the hill giant still held an absolute strength advantage, gradually pressing down the great axe along with Born Battle Maniac's body. Agonazer's Scorcher. Summer night, autumn rain's lips parted slightly, and she spewed forth a line of rolling flames, directly hitting the hill giant's massive body while he was immobilized. The hill giant's right shoulder was burned black, causing him to open his foul-smelling giant mouth and let out a painful howl. His hands gripping the tree also loosened a bit, and it was this slight lapse that allowed Born Battle Maniac to seize the opportunity. He knocked aside the tree in the hill giant's hand and swung his over 3-meter-long great axe fiercely toward the hill giant's shoulder. Slash! The great axe chopped off the entire right shoulder, already somewhat charred from the burn, along with the arm. The thick, massive right arm fell and rolled to the ground. Warm, viscous blood splattered onto Born Battle Maniac's face, but he didn't mind at all. Instead, his expression showed even more excitement. "Ea, I will kill you." The giant raised his head and let out a painful wail, becoming enraged due to the loss of his right arm, even losing his sanity. He directly grabbed the great axe embedded in his flesh and threw it over 10 meters away, then rushed forward to engage Born Battle Maniac in the most primitive and brutal close combat. The two giants grappled and wrestled together, using knees, fists, heads, and even teeth, doing everything they could. In the sky, Singo looked down at the battle on the ground and said to Mantu, "See, if you don't act now, Brother Battle Maniac will beat the hill giant to death himself. Once he enters rage, he never listens to anyone. He just focuses on enjoying the fight." Manta watched Born Battle Maniac fighting fiercely, seemingly wanting to eat the hill giant, and exclaimed, "Wow, Battle Maniac is really fierce." Singo said decisively, "Stop the nonsense. Get ready to charge." Manta said, "Okay." Then he skillfully maneuvered his wyvern, preparing for a dive. Roar! The sky resounded with the wyvern's roars. The hill giant, pressing down on born battle maniac and hammering him frantically, ignored the strange sounds and continued venting his anger over losing his right arm. Even though his size had increased, born battle maniac strength was ultimately inferior to the hill giant's, and his rage had ended, his whole body entering a state of exhaustion. Facing a monster with a higher challenge rating alone, even a professional player like him would find it hard. Moreover, he had a backup plan, and his goal wasn't to kill the hill giant himself. Born battle maniac had been beaten black and blue, but when he lay on the ground and saw the wyverns in the sky, a ferocious smile appeared on his face. The wyverns dove down, and Singo drew his bow and arrow. A complex purple rune appeared on the hill giant's arm. That was the hunter's mark. Whoosh! A sharp arrow rapidly pierced into the marked spot on the hill giant's left arm, the blood-stained arrowhead protruding from the other side. Under the influence of the purple rune, an extraordinary amount of blood gushed from the hill giant's wound. Who is it? The deranged hill giant, attacked from behind, roared angrily, turned his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on the wyvern rider in the sky. Die! The hill giant picked up stones from the ground and hurled them at Singo. The immense strength sent these stones, which ordinary people couldn't move, flying easily toward the enemy in the air. However, Singo maneuvered his wyvern, deftly rolling sideways in the air to dodge this dangerous attack. The stones traced a beautiful arc in the sky, about to fall to the ground. Singo shouted, "Mantu!" So Singo's attack was just a feint. The real killing move was from behind. Due to using too much force, the hill giant maintained the posture of throwing the stones, and from behind came a loud dragon roar. Roar! Manta dove down at high speed from behind the hill giant, his wyvern's wings folded. He leaned forward slightly, his arms tightly gripping the over 6-meter-long lance. He could even feel the wind whistling past his ears. At high speed, Mantu's heart pounded, a surge of extreme excitement welling up. "Take your life!" Manta shouted loudly. Dragon Roar Charge activated. The lance aimed straight at the hill giant's massive occiput. Under the powerful kinetic energy of the wyvern rider's dive, immense force was transmitted along to the spear tip, even covered with crimson draconic aura. In an instant, blood splattered. The lance pierced the hill giant's tough skin, penetrated his hard skull, pierced through his filthy flesh, and protruded from his gaping, ferocious mouth. The hill giant's roar abruptly stopped, and his massive body toppled to the ground. Boom! Manta gracefully discarded the lance. His wyvern noodle suddenly spread its wings, slowed down, and swiftly ascended along the air currents again. Information refreshed on the interface. You have slain Greedy Hill Giant, gaining 1800 XP. Your class level has increased to level 4. Manta's heart hadn't calmed down yet, still a bit excited. He pretended to look up and said, "The wine is still warm, and I've already taken the enemy general's head." He circled a few times in the air before landing on the ground. Manta began to boast smugly, "Singo, just tell me, wasn't that awesome?" Singo poured cold water on him. "If you weren't such a noob who hasn't reached level 4 yet, my arrow would have hit its head, and Brother Battle Maniac's axe would have chopped its neck." Mantu immediately became dejected. Born Battle Maniac got up from the ground, touched his bald head. "That monster was really strong. I feel like I couldn't beat it one-on-one." Summer Night, Autumn Rain looked at the ravaged ground, nodded with lingering fear. Her constitution wasn't high. If she were hit by the hill giant, she'd be dead. But soon she asked, "Singo, what are you doing?" They saw him holding the hill giant's foul-smelling arm like a treasure, even sniffing it, almost wanting to take a bite. Singo said matter-of-factly, "This is good stuff. The hill giant's fingers can be made into hill giant strength potions that increase strength to 21 points. 21 points? That's amazing." Born Battle Maniac became interested and joined Singo, unbothered by the stench, to study the giant's smelly corpse. Even the wyverns, circling in the sky, curiously landed nearby, though they weren't there to study. Hey, wyvern, don't start eating. It's a waste to let you eat this." Summer night, autumn rain. After they finished tidying up, the ground was a mess, and Singo's backpack was bulging, his expression excited. It seemed they had returned with full loads. However, the strong stench on him, like he hadn't bathed in years, made summer night, autumn rain quietly take a few steps back. Suddenly, Singo said mysteriously, "Do you know what the next main quest is?" Manta cursed. "Singo, stop wasting time. Just say it." Singo slowly uttered 2 words. "War." Summer night, autumn rain asked curiously, "How do you know?" Singo explained, "I stayed in the Ember Nest's main base, Dragon Valley, for 3 days. Unlike Mantu, that noob who just focused on completing tasks, I also noticed the situation in the valley." He paused and continued. "Almost every day, the hobgoblin and lizard folk armies were training. In a place with productivity close to the Middle Ages, daily military training is very unusual." Manta quickly echoed, "I heard those sounds too." Born Battle Maniac said, "So you mean our next main quest will be a war?" Singo nodded, "That's right, and it definitely won't be small in scale. As faction subclass Crimson Scale Conquerors, Mantu and I should play significant roles in it." However, it wasn't just Singo. Various guilds also noticed the anomaly in Dragon Valley. Royal Authority is now the most prestigious elite guild, with over 80 members and strict standards. Most of its members are professional players. They have even built a simple castle within Bator City as their guild base, naming it Royal Hall. The guild leader is a famous wealthy professional player known as Overlord, a tall and strong Oath of Conquest paladin. At this moment, the core members of the guild were gathered in the Royal Hall. Overlord sat at the main seat and asked, "So, if the intel is accurate, we're facing a war?" The vice president, Windcloud, responded, "That's right. According to our spies in Northwind Fortress, the enemy should be an allied force of the northern nations. 3 prestigious ducal families are participating, and they've reportedly assembled an army of nearly 30,000 troops, gathering in the Storm Highlands area." Blue Wave Sword Rain said, "Can we win? If we can't beat them, can we switch sides and join the other team?" Windcloud shook his head. "I don't recommend switching sides. Our guild's foundation is already set in Bator City. We've monopolized the city's alcohol production and wall construction industries. If we change factions now, we'll have to start all our operations from scratch, returning to the same starting line as others. We'd lose all our advantages, and we can't afford that cost." Overlord asked, "What's the assessment of our own strength?" Windcloud pondered for a moment before saying, "Hard to say. On paper, the strengths should be roughly equal, although we might not have an advantage in numbers. These draconic creatures are probably far stronger than ordinary human soldiers." He paused. "But there are too many uncertain influencing factors, such as the enemy spellcasters and our faction leader." "You mean that Red Dragon?" "Yes. So far, we've only seen his avatars and statues. Ordinary people can't enter the lair in Dragon Valley, so it's hard to assess his role in the war. Overlord made a decision. Then we'll do our best to fight. If we fight well, we'll surely earn contribution points. If we lose, it's no big deal. If they break through, we'll just switch sides and become guides for them. After all, our race is human. Even if the Northern Coalition occupies the city, we can still be local bosses in Bator City." Windcloud agreed. "I think so too." Overlord turned to the elite warrior player Big Sword and asked, "How many contribution points do you have now? When can you get the Crimson Scale Conqueror?" Big Sword said loudly, "I have 9,300 now. I should be able to exchange for it tomorrow. But I'll need to buy some wyvern taming items from Singo." Overlord nodded. "Very good. I'm planning to use the mysterious invitation tomorrow. Let's prepare our money and contributions and make one trip to buy everything we need." The player with the ID Bucket Runner, an older civil engineer, weakly said from the side, "Since we're going to war, shouldn't we get some special weapons?" "Indeed we shall." Overlord was about to answer when a loud roar came from the sky. Unlike the hoarse screeches of wyverns, this sound was deep and powerful, full of majesty, making people involuntarily want to kneel and submit. Windcloud asked in confusion, "What's happening?" A guild member guarding the door hurriedly opened it and shouted loudly, "Come quickly! The faction leader has arrived." Overlord quickly said, "Let's go and take a look." All the royal authority members in the hall followed Overlord to the hillside area of Bator City. Roar! Another long roar echoed. Not only were many players gathered in the hillside area, but the tiefling residents also came together. The tiefling guards led by Medralash were also present. A massive figure appeared in the sky, casting many people into shadow. Then, that red figure descended from the sky with a boom, landing atop the highest rock in the hillside area. Dust flew up, and even the ground trembled slightly. Everyone looked up in amazement. When the dust settled, they could see the newcomer's true appearance. It was a terrifying red dragon. Its massive body was strong and powerful, covered in armor-like red scales, and its backward-swept, large horns resembled a crown. Cassius stood on the rock, spreading his wings, spanning tens of meters, casting a shadow over the people of Bator City below. He looked down from above, golden pupils flashing with a majestic light, and an invisible aura emanated instantly. Everyone immediately felt a deep-seated fear of this powerful creature, involuntarily lowering their heads. This allowed them to truly experience what is called dragon fear. Only then did Cassius slowly speak, his thunderous voice booming. "My subjects, war is about to begin." His voice spread throughout Bator City. The allied forces of the northern nations are gathering. They will advance to the Storm Highlands. They intend to destroy my city, slaughter my minions, and plunder my wealth. However, my power will prove to them that all this is mere wishful thinking, and everything they have will turn to ashes under the flames. Subjects, make all necessary preparations. Prove your loyalty to me with blood and fire. The trial of slaughter is about to begin, and we will undoubtedly crush the weak armies of the northern nations. For the Ember Nest, for Bator City, for the great red dragon, for revenge. Medralash was the first to raise his sword and shout, followed by the tiefling guards raising their spears and shouting as well. Then more people joined in, and the shouts formed waves of fervor. The people of Bator City shouted excitedly, vowing to crush the invading armies. The players also joined in the enthusiastic atmosphere, but their shouts included personal touches like "for dragon girls," "for experience," "for succubi." Fortunately, the tieflings were already used to it and pretended not to hear. Overlord looked up at the red dragon's massive wings that overshadowed everyone and couldn't help but sigh. What challenge rating does that have? Even if our guild attacks together, we probably wouldn't last a few minutes. Windcloud murmured, "I don't know, but I know one thing. This war, we probably won't lose." The players' interfaces refreshed with new information. Main quest, the beginning of war. Under the leadership of Flame Dragon Cassius, the Ember Nest continues to expand. The endless greed of the Red Dragon has alarmed the three northern duchies of Lackman, Bosque, and Nort. They have formed a joint army of over 30,000 troops, preparing to march into the Storm Highlands to eliminate this evil force in one fell swoop. You are free to choose your faction in the war, fighting for victory for your side. For each enemy you kill, you will receive 150 faction contribution points. The quest will begin in approximately 30 days. Please make all necessary preparations to face the upcoming war. Sagertown, at the Baron's mansion. Todd Lackman clasped his hands together, looking worried. His close attendant patiently served by his side. He was Todd's newly hired butler, named Charlotte, who knew how to please the Baron with his words. Todd couldn't help but ask his attendant, "What should I do?" "My father has already sent word. The coalition forces are very likely to choose Sagertown as their camp. Once they discover my collusion with the Ember Nest, then..." Thinking of his father's scarlet pupils, Todd couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably. The attendant simply said, "You must make a choice now. You can choose to become the loyal servant of the evil dragon, or a hero of your family." "What should I do?" Todd seemed to grasp at a life-saving straw. The attendant said, It's simple. The first step is to get rid of Hart and report the situation here to the family. Todd gritted his teeth and said hurriedly, Yes, yes, we must eliminate that scourge Hart, that traitor. He's the one who brought that red dragon here. If it weren't for him, how would I have ended up in this situation? That damned lackey. Perhaps hearing the rumors of war, Hart's surveillance of the Baron had become pervasive recently, and his actions increasingly arrogant, completely disregarding Baron Todd. This made the Baron extremely displeased, and his hatred for Hart grew deeper. How dare this former slave trader, this humble human who once crawled at his feet, climb over his head? The attendant timely suggested, My Lord Baron, perhaps you need a banquet. Oh, Hart is now so arrogant that he completely disregards you. He assumes that due to your concerns about the Ember Nest, you wouldn't dare to act against him. So you can invite him to a banquet and take this opportunity to eliminate him. Baron Todd pondered for a moment, his clasped hands slowly lowering. All right, let's do it. I'll make him understand who is the real master here. A bloody gleam flickered deep in the Baron's pupils. In the dimly lit hall, candle flames flickered. The long table was filled with sumptuous dishes, with several soldiers standing guard nearby. Hart and the Baron sat on opposite sides of the long table, with the attendant named Charlotte standing by. Hart spoke first, laughing heartily. My Lord Baron, did you call me over just to invite me to a sumptuous dinner? It seems that someone is proud, as he has learned how to please others. Baron Todd's pale face revealed a hypocritical smile. You're right, Lord Hart. He slowly stood up, straightened his clothes, and then walked behind Hart. The attendant followed closely behind. Hart seemed unaware of any danger, relaxing as he leaned back in his chair, saying smugly, What? My dear Lord Baron, are you going to serve me dinner? Baron Todd came up behind Hart, a hint of scarlet appearing deep in his pupils. Yes, of course, it's time to dine. His tone was somewhat ferocious. In an instant, Baron Todd pounced, sharp fangs biting toward Hart's neck. Only by draining the blood of this ungrateful human could Todd alleviate his hatred. He wanted Hart to witness his own life slipping away. Crunch. There was no familiar feeling of flesh and blood. Hart didn't dodge at all. The neck that should have been soft and fragile was actually covered with hard crimson scales, directly breaking Todd's fangs. Baron Todd's face twisted in anger, covering his mouth in shock. How is this possible? Hart, having anticipated this, laughed wildly. A pest lurking in the shadows like you, how could you understand the Master's great power? Behold, this is the noble bloodline of the true dragon. Only then did Hart slowly stand up, turning around. His bulging muscles tore through his clothes. It turned out that not only his neck, but also both sides of his cheeks were covered with scales, just hidden by his hair. Even his eyes had turned into golden vertical pupils, and sharp claws had grown from his hands. Baron Todd shouted, Quick, guards, help me kill this monster. The soldiers standing guard immediately raised their spears, but instead of attacking Hart as Todd expected, they pointed their spearheads at Baron Todd. A heavy shadow instantly covered Baron Todd's face, followed by uncontrollable anger. Damn, you betrayed me. These lowly humans are indeed untrustworthy. He was so angry that he lost his reason and directly cast a spell at Hart. Melf's acid arrow. A bolt of acid shot toward Hart, but was blocked by an invisible shield. Baron Todd tried to cast a teleportation spell to escape, but found that the area outside the room was filled with whispering flowers, a special material that suppresses magic. He couldn't pass through this space at all. He became even more furious, thinking to himself, there's a spellcaster too? This is a complete ambush, and the prey is me. No, it's Charlotte. You're the biggest traitor. Baron Todd angrily turned his head, only to find that the always humble attendant was now looking at him with contempt. Hypnotic pattern. Magical, eerie light flickered in Charlotte's hand. Baron Todd immediately fell into a drowsy sleep, collapsing to the ground, sinking into a magical slumber. Hart kicked the unconscious vampire spawn on the ground, happily saying, Well done, Charlotte. This blood-sucking rat hiding in the dark isn't very strong, but he has too many ways to escape. It wouldn't be good if he escaped back to Northwind Fortress. He chuckled. Poor Lord Baron, thinking he had set a trap for me. But it turns out he's the prey himself. Charlotte said from the side. Lord Hart, about the reward you promised. Hart waved his big hand generously. Don't worry, 500 gold coins, not a penny less for you, plus the magical scrolls from the Baron's mansion. All the positions in Sagertown will be reserved for you, as long as you do your job diligently. Hart was about to use a silver dagger to kill the vampire, but Charlotte hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Don't kill him. Lord Longpoo specifically instructed that he wants to study the vampire spawn carefully. Hearing Longpoo's name, Hart shuddered and sighed. Then this Lord Baron probably can't even seek death now. When all was over, those guards also revealed their true identities. They were all members of the Magic Coin Guild, including Vice President Mingwei, guild member Skyfire, Only Love Mage, Kabaliaba, etc., all of whom would become famous mage players in later generations. Even the maid serving at the side was disguised by the Flying Witch. These players fully utilized their advanced flattery techniques learned from the new era, providing a one-stop service of sweet words, quickly becoming the Baron's trusted aides and infiltrating the Baron's mansion. The poor Baron Todd thought he had gained loyal subordinates not under the control of the Ember Nest, but he didn't realize they were players coming for his head. Charlotte laughed heartily with hands on hips. Haha, after completing this set of quests, our guild's assets are maxed out. From now on, Sagertown is the territory of our Magic Coin Guild. Clang, clang, clang. As the saying goes, when you pull up the bellows with a whoosh and grab the big hammer that rings clang clang, the player with the ID, Iron Frenzy, was furiously hammering away with brute strength. Beside him, a pile of wrought iron pipes had already accumulated. Iron Frenzy paid no heed to the scorching heat blowing against his face, nor did he mind the sweat dripping profusely from his forehead. His expression was extremely excited, as if he had endless energy. This guy chose the barbarian class, but had hardly fought at all, just to have greater strength. This brute strength was used for one thing only: forging. Yes, ever since entering the game, he had been forging non-stop. Now he had become the youngest and strongest blacksmith in Bator City Smithy. The old tiefling blacksmith Daimo watched from the side, blowing his beard and glaring. You kid, slacking off all day, what's the use of fiddling with this junk? He shook his head and sighed, his face full of heartache. What a waste of materials. So much fine iron. If I were young again, I could make you the best set of armor. Iron Frenzy glanced disdainfully at the old blacksmith, his hands never stopping. It's not like I didn't do good work for you. I've long completed my task quota. I can do whatever I like. Stop nagging me. Looking at those crooked steel pipes, his expression became excited again, with inexplicable fervor in his tone. Old Daimo, just you wait and see. The direction of the times lies beneath my hammer. Iron Frenzy spoke spiritedly while passionately forging. Daimo, fortunately, he had seen a lot these days. These guys who called themselves players, no matter what they said or did, old Daimo didn't find it strange at all. TSK, these fellows, nothing more than getting used to it. Daimo fell into his memories. A few months ago, he was minding the smithy when two players seemingly came to purchase equipment normally. One chatted casually with him, while the other blatantly started stealing in the smithy, rummaging around noisily and making a mess, even reaching into Daimo's own pockets. The accomplice trying to distract him remained calm and unflustered, chatting away without any change in expression. This left Daimo greatly shocked. He had seen thieves before, but never so brazen. He had seen brazen ones, but none this audacious. Old Daimo couldn't bear it any longer. Veins bulging on his arms, he picked up a 10-pound iron hammer and knocked both of them down. When he called the constable to take them away, the two players kept struggling, faces full of disbelief, shouting nonsense like, "I circled behind you, my stealth save is very high," and we were clearly in dialogue mode, leaving Daimo utterly speechless. However, as such incidents happened more and more, old Daimo gradually became numb. When he knocked out thieves with his hammer, His face remained expressionless, like an experienced farmer harvesting wheat. Later, he also discovered the positive side of these players. They were tireless and even disregarded life and death. For instance, he no longer had to work. All his tasks were handed over to these blacksmith apprentices. "It's done. It's done. I did it." Iron Frenzy's excited shout interrupted old Daimo's contemplation. Just as he was about to step forward for a look, more than a dozen blacksmith apprentice players swarmed over, completely ignoring the elderly Daimo beside them. "These impolite youngsters," old Daimo muttered softly, but he couldn't be bothered to look anymore. Who knew what weird things they were tinkering with? Old Daimo leaned back in his chair, squinted his eyes, and placed an old, yellowed book over his face, enjoying the leisure of not having to work. "It's done. It's done." Iron Frenzy shouted exuberantly. Everyone crowded the smithy, eyes fixed on the freshly cooled, rough iron gun barrel. These people were all members of the same guild, the Cult of the Machine God. This was a guild composed of machine enthusiasts. The guild leader was Iron Frenzy, and their slogan was "The flesh is weak, machinery ascends." Unfortunately, the game's early basic classes didn't involve machinery. Fortunately, they were surprised to find that various reactions in reality could manifest as magic in Erisic. So this group of Cult of the Machine God players blazed a new trail in forging, blacksmithing. Now, Daimo's smithy had many new items. Iron pipes, crude springs, taps and dies, simple lathes, bench drills, vices, files, and more, all crafted by these machine fanatics. Seeing that they were working for free, Daimo turned a blind eye, letting them mess around. A guild member and famous firearms enthusiast, Battlefield Wheelchair Man, shouted, "Bring me the best wood. The stock needs to be big." The players of the Cult of the Machine God were now busy and delighted in the smithy. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, 3 parts charcoal. The equipment isn't great, so let's make do with traditional black powder. Where did our trigger and hammer go? Damn, old Daimo took them to make rings. We'll have to remake them. What about gunpowder grains? Let's use wrought iron, smash it up, and it'll barely work. Bullets? Small steel balls will do. We can add some lead. Before firing, wrap them in cloth and stuff them directly into the barrel so they won't fall out. Soon, after everyone's busy efforts, perhaps the first firearm on the land of Anzurda was born. A front-loading, firing shotgun lay there quietly. It had a rough, wrought iron barrel, a simple hammer-firing mechanism, an absurdly large wooden stock, and oilcloth-wrapped bullets scattered beside it. Some small steel balls had even spilled out. The scent of saltpeter permeated the surroundings. Although it looked crude, like junk from an abandoned factory, it embodied everyone's hard work. Creating such a device in a place with productivity equivalent to the Middle Ages was naturally a challenging process. Did it succeed? Quick, pick it up and try it. Iron Frenzy carefully picked up the makeshift gun, laboriously stuffed the oilcloth-wrapped bullet into the barrel, with many steel balls falling out. He slowly raised the gun, aiming at the scarecrow target that had been prepared. The members of the Cult of the Machine God all held their breath. Bang! The gunshot rang out like thunder on a clear day. Old Daimo, who had been sleeping soundly, was jolted awake, startled enough that the book fell from his face. He shouted angrily, "You brats, what are you up to now?" But he saw that group of players cheering and dancing around a strangely shaped broken iron pipe. Beside them was a scarecrow that had been blasted apart, black smoke rising from it, and still warm iron pellets scattered on the ground. The air was filled with the smell of gunpowder. So they're messing with that junk again. Old Daimo muttered softly, picked up the tattered book from the ground, patted off the dust, placed it back over his face, and drifted back to sleep. Wow, we really did it. Battlefield Wheelchair Man, stroked the massive stock of the crude gun, as if caressing his future lover. Iron Frenzy slapped his hand away. Get lost. Don't act like a pervert. The player with the ID Electromagnetic Blast suggested, "This is the first gun we've made. It's significant. We should give a name." Battlefield Wheelchair Man excitedly proposed, "How about calling it SMG-0818? Or maybe Type 2 submachine gun. Those are my favorites. Iron Frenzy scoffed. Get lost. Don't bring in the names of your crappy wheelchair guns. Besides, this is a shotgun. How about the M30 drilling? Battlefield Wheelchair Man chimed in again. Ignoring him, Iron Frenzy pondered for a moment before deciding. Since this gun can shoot steel pellets, how about calling it the Steel Spitter? Everyone! The moment of silence said it all. Realizing the name was somewhat inappropriate, Iron Frenzy scratched his head in embarrassment and quickly added, I was just kidding. Let's discuss it further. Just as everyone was preparing for another round of debate, a message appeared on their interface. Amidst the lingering smell of gunpowder, a faint magical glow appeared on the rough barrel of the crude gun, caused by the series of magical reactions from firing the bullet. Creators naming successful. You have successfully crafted the magical weapon Steel Spitter. Steel Spitter. Quality, special. Range. Within 50 meters depends on luck. Beyond 50 meters relies entirely on fate. Description. This gun is made with the simplest equipment and the crudest materials, but it embodies the efforts of more than a dozen blacksmiths. The dents and hammer marks on the barrel attest to its origin. This simple shotgun requires tens of seconds to reload, possibly even longer, and can only fire once per loading. But trust me, with its power, before you get to the second shot, the dense steel pellets will have turned you into a heap of mush. The direction of the times lies beneath my hammer. From the gun's creator, Iron Frenzy. Iron Frenzy. Battlefield Wheelchair Man patted him on the shoulder and consoled. Boss, it's okay. Although the name is a bit awkward, isn't this a way to be remembered through the ages? In the future, when people mention you, they'll say, ah, that's the creator of the first firearm in Erazig, the great spitting warrior, Iron Frenzy. By the end, Battlefield Wheelchair Man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Iron Frenzy glared at him fiercely. But soon, everyone's attention was drawn to a new message on their interface. Iron Frenzy murmured, wow, you have created a new magical item and unlocked the hidden class. Artificer. In the multiverse, artificers create inventions and magical items for peace and war. Many lives are brightened or saved by the work of benevolent artificers, but countless lives have also suffered massive destruction due to some ingenious creations. As master inventors, artificers use ingenuity and magic to unlock extraordinary capabilities in objects. They see magic as a complex system waiting to be decoded and then harnessed in their spells and inventions. They use a variety of tools to channel their arcane power. Detected that your current class is Barbarian. Do you wish to change your class? Note, after changing classes, you will receive an experience penalty. Your experience points will be reduced to 40% of the original. Please consider carefully. Overwhelmed with excitement, Iron Frenzy waved his hand. What's there to consider? I confirm the class change. Your current class is Artificer Level 1. To cast spells, artificers might use alchemist supplies to brew a potent elixir, calligrapher's supplies to inscribe a sigil of power, or tinker's tools to craft a temporary charm. An artificer's magic is tied to their tools and talents. Few other classes can create items that make use of the magical rules of the multiverse as effectively as artificers. You have gained the Artificer class feature, Magical Craftsmanship. Magical Craftsmanship. You have learned how magic works and how to channel it into objects and awaken magic within them. As a result, you gain limited spell-casting ability. To onlookers, you don't cast spells in the traditional way. You appear to create miracles through various items. You will learn how to infuse mundane items with a spark of magic. After reading the class introduction, Iron Frenzy was overjoyed. Spring has come for our cult of the machine god. In the future, whether it's planes, cannons, aircraft carriers, or giant robots, we can make them all. Clenching his fist and raising his arm, Iron Frenzy shouted, the flesh is weak, machinery soars. Coiled in the giant's mouth cavern, Cassius watched the jubilant scene in the player's smithy through a magical projection, his expression slightly surprised. Cult of the Machine God? Isn't that a guild that appeared after the game launched? How is it already taking shape? And they've even unlocked the Artificer class ahead of time. The Cult of the Machine God was one of the most powerful player guilds in later times. In the early days of the guild's establishment, the Cult of the Machine God was just a small organization of machine enthusiasts. Their guild leader, Iron Frenzy, was merely an ordinary mechanical engineering college student. But as the number of players entering Erza grew, this early starting guild absorbed top talents from around the world, including scientists at the forefront of various fields. This made the Cult of the Machine God guild style in later stages almost sci-fi, even establishing a floating fortress in the mechanical realm as their headquarters. I must recruit them. I need to bring this force under my control. Cassius watched the image of the shotgun blasting the scarecrow to pieces and made up his mind. Therefore, Longpu, the great sage and chief steward of the Ember Nest, personally came to Bator City, found the members of the Cult of the Machine God, and recruited them. He promised generous treatment, ample funding, and cutting-edge magical resources, even proactively offering each person a precious dragon blood potion. Under such tempting offers, the still inexperienced Iron Frenzy gave in, especially the promise of ample funding, which greatly moved him after months of frugal iron forging. Without hesitation, Iron Frenzy led his guild members to join, contentedly transforming into the Red Dragon's henchmen, half-dragons. Now, not only did he have more strength for forging, but he could also breathe fire himself, saving the effort of fanning the forge. With the expedited work of bugbears and ogres, in just 7 days, a brand new, large-scale building appeared in Bator City. A large iron plaque hung at the entrance, Storm Armory. The secret weapon you're talking about is these broken iron sticks? The over 2-meter-tall, dragonborn hobgoblin, Dolo, the military commander of the Ember Nest, looked down at the human before him, his small golden eyes full of doubt. The player with the ID, Chichabev, quickly stepped forward to explain. This is the latest model firearm developed by our Storm Armory, the enemy Breaker Fire. Although it's still a smoothbore gun, we've modified the barrel. While the power has decreased, its accuracy and range have been greatly improved. Dolo casually picked up a rifle, weighed it, and said disdainfully, "With this little short stick, how are you supposed to attack the enemy? In the face of war, the most effective weapons are our spears, bows, and war hammers." He tossed the so-called rifle aside. Seeing the gun about to hit the ground, Chichabev quickly stepped forward to catch it, afraid it might get damaged. Although he disdained the hobgoblin's ignorance, Chichabev still proactively said, "Lord Dolo, this thing isn't used like that. Let me demonstrate it for you." Coincidentally, a hobgoblin herder was leading an aurochs nearby. Though Dolo looked down on this little gadget, he was curious to see what it could do, so he nodded slightly in consent. "Please step aside." Chichabev skillfully loaded the ammunition, held his breath, raised the gun, and aimed. Bang! A thunderous sound rang out, with wisps of blue smoke rising from the muzzle. The massive body of the aurochs collapsed with a crash. Its side was riddled with dense holes, steel pellets deeply embedded in its flesh and even internal organs. Its body was almost turned into a sieve by this shot. Dolo gasped sharply. Seeing this weapon take down an aurochs with one shot, he quickly realized its significance in warfare. Moreover, its power wasn't even its most terrifying aspect. If one insisted, a bow and arrow could achieve a one-shot kill too, but that would require an excellent archer. The terrifying thing about this so-called rifle is that it's almost effortless to use. Even the most inferior, weakest goblin can pick up a gun and pull the trigger. Just like that, they can hold their own in a shootout against a skilled archer. You must know that archers are absolute elites in the army, costly to train, while goblins are the most abundant expendables. A single birth yields a litter. He was somewhat excited, grabbing the human's shoulders, his hot breath almost hitting Chichabev's face. "How many of these iron sticks can you make?" Chichabev quietly corrected, "It's the enemy Breaker Fire rifle." Dolo said, "I don't care what it's called. I'm asking how many you can make." Chichabev pondered for a moment before saying, "After all, Our storm armory was established not long ago, and manpower isn't sufficient. If we work overtime, we should be able to produce 300 rifles before the war starts. As for bullets, we can supply them freely. After all, the Ember nest materials are quite abundant. Very good. Hearing this number, Dolo had already anticipated it. After all, expecting such battlefield weapons to be produced as casually as ordinary swords and knives is unrealistic. But even with just 300 rifles, if used well, they could influence the outcome of a war. Dolo deeply understood this. Chichabev returned to the armory to report the situation. Soon, Battlefield Wheelchair Man brought 100 guns and a cart of bullets to the military camp in Dragon Valley. He said to Dolo, "This is all our current stock." Dolo nodded and called over several strong bugbears to transport them back to the camp. However, Battlefield Wheelchair Man stepped forward and said, "Lord Dolo, our storm armory has also developed corresponding tactics for this weapon. You can try them out." "Oh, what tactics?" Dolo became interested. Hobgoblins always enjoy topics related to warfare. Battlefield Wheelchair Man took out a crooked piece of parchment with simple stick figures drawn on it. An ancient, simple, and effective tactic. We generally call it. He lowered his voice mysteriously. Line formation shooting. 3 days later, Dragon Valley. It was another routine military drill. Every time, the Red Dragon would appear at the entrance of the Giant's Maw Cavern, overlooking the army, boosting morale, and preparing for the upcoming war. But this time, there was a special hobgoblin unit equipped with new weapons among the ranks. "Master, today's drill will definitely satisfy you." Dolo waited respectfully beside him, his tone somewhat excited. Oh, Cassius was quite interested. He could roughly guess that those players from the Cult of the Machine God had played a role. The military drill began, and all the minions wanted to show off in front of the Red Dragon, so they were especially diligent. For the Ember Nest, wah, it was still the familiar charge drill. The strong bugbears raised their giant hammers, charging like beasts into the field, smashing the straw targets in front of them. Heave-ho, the short goblins followed closely, throwing javelins that pierced the targets. For Lord Cassius, then came the well-equipped hobgoblin unit, holding shields in their left hands and swords or spears in their right, advancing in tight formations. "Not bad. I'm quite pleased," Cassius casually commented. He didn't care much about these armies. These monsters were not the foundation of his power. Even if they were all expended, he wouldn't feel any distress. Dolo said excitedly, "Master, it's not over yet." The sound of war drums echoed in the valley. Boom, boom, boom. At the end of the ranks, an elite hobgoblin unit dressed in plate armor appeared. They marched in unison, following the rhythm of the drums, each holding the latest rifles from the storm armory, the enemy breaker fire. Moreover, they had loaded their ammunition before entering the field. Oh, Cassius's interest was piqued, his golden pupils shining slightly. The hobgoblins formed ranks, advancing to about 50 meters from the straw targets before stopping, adjusting their formation into a semicircular arc. The drumbeats ceased, and the training ground fell silent. Dolo stepped forward proudly and shouted the command to the troops below. "Ready!" The hobgoblins, following their usual training, raised their rifles, causing a series of clattering sounds. "Fire!" They pulled the triggers. Bang! A thunderous sound echoed through the valley. A row of blue smoke slowly rose from the muzzles. The scent of gunpowder filled the air. Sweat dripped from the hobgoblins' foreheads, but they were also extremely excited by the sight. The straw targets were instantly riddled with dense bullets, collapsing in rows. The power of this display made even the Red Dragon sigh in admiration. Line formation shooting. Cassius recognized this familiar tactic and couldn't help but feel amused. These guys had brought this set of tactics to Erezig. Nevertheless, the Red Dragon spread his wings, overlooking his minions from the mountaintop, and said, "Very good. I hope you can crush the enemy like this on the battlefield in the future, proving your loyalty to me with their blood." Dolo raised the gun in his hand and shouted spiritedly, "For the Master, the Ember Nest! For the Ember Nest!" For the great will of the Red Dragon. Conquer all. The troops below erupted in excitement, and cheers surged like waves, echoing endlessly. Just after watching the military drill, Cassius returned to the cave, where the hobgoblin presented another secret report. He browsed it carefully. The report was titled Notes on the Northern Three Kingdoms Alliance. In terms of direct strength comparison, the Duchy of Bosk is clearly far superior to the combined strength of the Lackman and Nord duchies. Bosk is the victor of the internal struggles within the Northern United Kingdom, securing a special status in the Lionheart Covenant a century ago, and has since held the title of nominal controller of the United Kingdom, stationed in the southern part of the Anzeta wasteland. However, its relationship with the other duchies remains delicate and distanced. The current Grand Duke of Bosk dreams of a unified, united kingdom, so he wouldn't fully commit to aiding any one nation, instead enjoying the sight of his neighbor's strength weakening. Among this so-called 30,000-strong coalition, Bosk's forces amount to fewer than 5,000, all of whom are merely minor border guards. The Nort family's double-headed eagle requires Lackman as a buffer and is willing to help to its full ability, but limited by its own strength, it can only dispatch 3,000 soldiers. As for the bulk of this so-called alliance, it is the Lackman Duchy's army. Since it concerns matters of survival, they are making a full-scale mobilization. My aim with these notes is to record the military condition of the Lackman Duchy. At the lowest level of the army, the most common soldiers are conscripted laborers. Before the war, they were likely farmers, with no systematic military training. Besides low-grade weapons, they barely have any armor, or rather, their main job is not to fight, but to feed horses, transport supplies, or serve as cannon fodder ahead of the elite forces. In the Lackman Duchy, they are often tenants or serfs under local gentry and landlords. They are pitiful people without personal freedom, lacking even the right to own spoils. Any merits or loot they gain are recorded in the name of their masters. A bit better are the second-tier soldiers, those who join the army as free men under military service. They can keep their own spoils. Though limited financially, they often fight with weapons passed down through generations. Within the duchy, they are self-sustaining farmers gathered under the lord's service. Military service is their duty to their lord. In theory, they hold equal status with the local gentry, as these individuals are essentially self-sustaining farmers with more land and no need for manual labor. The third tier comprises soldiers closely connected to the lord, true professional soldiers whose combat enthusiasm far exceeds that of conscripts. They are often the lord's retainers or local gentry. Supported by the lord's stipend or their land's income, they possess enough wealth to afford quality weapons and equipment, obtaining further benefits through warfare. There is also a group between the second and third tiers, mercenaries. Although they don't own as much land as the gentry, due to their long-term combat experience, they prefer to convert their current wealth into better weapons and equipment to survive on the battlefield and secure more victories. Conscripted soldiers from peasant backgrounds, after gaining spoils, often spend them on daily life. Though mercenaries lack systematic training like third-tier soldiers, years of fighting serve as excellent military training, provided they survive. The fourth tier, the most elite soldiers, have enough wealth to afford top-grade weapons and equipment, and their military education qualifies them for low-ranking officer roles. Only this group can produce large-scale cavalry. They often serve as knights or low-ranking nobles like barons under the lord. Their representation is in the Northwind Eagle Guard Knights. The final signature reads, "Your loyal servant, whom you have not met, the lowly pure-blood serpent folk, Durena Poisonous." Interesting, Cassius observed these words, thinking to himself, this is no mere military report. It's a comprehensive summary of the social conditions in the northern kingdoms, or more accurately, a showcase of one's abilities. Whatever Durena's intentions may be, she has successfully piqued the Red Dragon's interest. After a moment of thought, Cassius commanded, "Dolo, bring me the report's author." Dolo quickly responded, "Master, that serpent folk has been waiting at the door for a long time. I was considering driving her away. Let her in." Yes, master. Moments later, Dolo brought her inside. Cassius scrutinized this pure-blood serpent folk carefully. She wore a heavy headscarf and a purple robe that accentuated her fine figure, making her appear no different from a human. Facing Cassius' piercing gaze, Dorena removed her headscarf, unhesitatingly raising her head with a flirtatious smile. Her beautiful face exuded a hint of danger. Her slit-shaped pupils, sharp fangs, and forked tongue betrayed her serpent folk identity. Lord Cassius, it's an honor to meet you. I knew you'd let me in. Her voice was charmingly seductive, with a hint of serpentine rasp. Cassius looked down at her from above. Writing something like this shows your skills are decent. You could easily find a good post among humans, so why come to this desolate ember nest? A flattery-filled smile instinctively appeared on Dorena's pretty face as she replied with enticing charm, Lord Cassius. However, her words were cut off. Do not use your lowly charms for humans on a noble dragon. Cassius' tone was dangerously serious, exuding a subtle aura of draconic might. It was at this moment that she truly realized she stood before an authentic, ruthless red dragon, not some gluttonous human lord. Overwhelmed by the intense pressure, Dorena felt instinctive fear, trembling as she lowered her head, kneeling. My identity? In serpent folk society, I'm a lowly outcast, and among humans, my bloodline prevents me from displaying my talents. So I came here. Cassius said calmly, See, you can speak straightforwardly. I prefer straightforward words. So tell me, what do you seek from Ember Nest? Dorena hesitated briefly before responding with gritted teeth. Power, status. She fell silent, kneeling, awaiting her final judgment. The air nearly solidified. Beads of sweat trickled down her forehead as she waited. Cassius glanced at her, his golden pupils flashing faint magical light. Detect lie. The spell showed she wasn't lying. Cassius's calm voice resounded again. Good, you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, you'd already be a pile of ashes. Dorena sighed in relief. At Ember Nest, we always welcome talent. I don't mind ambition. In fact, I encourage it, as long as you prove your worth. Do you understand? Dorena quickly nodded in agreement. Go to that ugly tower and find my steward, Long Poo. He'll assign you an appropriate task. Yes, master. The disheveled, ragged Lonely Baichao finally saw the towering city walls in the distance. Finally arrived, Northwind Fortress. Tears of relief streamed down his face. The past few months had been a struggle, yet he hadn't died even once. First, he was knocked out by a hill giant tribe on the edge of Storm Highlands and taken as stored food. Just as he was about to be roasted, he used his rogue's nimble fingers to untie himself and escaped using blur. But after leaving the dragon's lair, he entered the tiger's den. A group of orc bandits stripped him of all his gear, took him as a slave, and forced him to work in the mines for over a month before he finally escaped to Northwind Fortress. Remembering these unbearable experiences, Lonely Baichao gritted his teeth. This time in Northwind Fortress, I'm definitely going to make a name for myself. At the city gates, dozens of guards patrolled, wearing emblems of eagles crossed with swords on their chests, symbols of the city guard of Northwind Fortress, the Order of the Eagle Shield, upholding the laws of the Lackman Duchy. The city was in a state of war readiness, and every person entering was subject to questioning. People bustled through, from merchants driving carts to hurried travelers. Lonely Baichao quickly lowered his hood and followed the crowd, hoping to slip through. But a spear blocked his path. Halt! 5 silver coins, and you may enter. Lonely Baichao froze in place. He had no money. The orcs had stripped him of everything. Even his cloak was something he snatched from a passing merchant caravan, and he was utterly penniless. Thinking quickly, he flashed a fawning smile. Sir, my money was stolen outside the city. I need to go back. The guard frowned. His spear tip pointed at Lonely Baichao's nose and barked, How do we know you're not a real resident? Don't try to sneak through. Lonely Baichao's smile faded, and he reluctantly turned away, only to be stopped again. Halt! Sir, is there something else? Who said you could leave? What if you're a spy? Lonely Baiqiao was nearly in tears. Was there no justice? They wouldn't let him in, nor would they let him leave. What was he supposed to do? He thought about risking it by activating Blur and escaping. But after all he had gone through to get here, using Blur would solidify him as a spy. If he got skewered and had to respawn, his arduous journey would be wasted. He imagined the jeers from his haters like Lang Beast is back, and welcome home, Lang Beast, echoing in his mind. Determined, Lonely Baiqiao gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, I'll just stay here. Even if they arrest me, at least I'll be inside the city. For once, he decided not to act recklessly. Lonely Baiqiao began chatting idly with the guards. Sir, it's a fine day today. Have you eaten? That uniform looks impressive on you. The guards ignored him, continuing to check other vagrants trying to slip through, causing more people to gather around Lonely Baiqiao. Soon, another team of guard arrived. The vagrants were handed over to this new team and were finally led into Northwind Fortress. The city was bustling with activity, yet the vagrants were escorted down a secluded alley. Lonely Baiqiao felt confused and asked, Where are we going? Why won't you say anything? The lead guard captain didn't respond, treating him as if he were already dead. As the group ventured deeper, the atmosphere grew eerie. Lonely Baiqiao finally spotted a large stone building up ahead with a battered, faded wooden sign that read Vagrant Shelter. Surrounded by dark forests with no one else around, except for the guards and the vagrants. Not another sweatshop, is it? Lonely Baiqiao shuddered. He followed the vagrants into this so-called shelter. Around him were rusted iron cages, stained with dried, dark blood and traces of urine and excrement. The air reeked of blood and metal. Lonely Baiqiao was led deeper underground and locked in an iron cage. Where's this place? Damn. In the darkness, the torches flickered. He looked around and saw pale, emaciated humans confined in the cages. They were all clad in rags, their skeletal bodies filthy and curled or sprawled within the cages. Some cages held over 10 people, filling the space with faint sounds. They didn't resemble humans. They looked more like livestock awaiting slaughter, or perhaps that was exactly what they were. Lonely Baiqiao hesitated and asked in a whisper, Hey, do you know what this place is? Do you know how to get out of here? Naturally, he received no answer. The emaciated humans turned their heads toward him in unison, their eyes glowing red in the darkness, looking at him as though he were food. Damn, if you don't want to answer, don't look at me like that. Lonely Baiqiao was startled. Food. Blood. I want blood. I want to drain you dry. Bang. 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 The humans clutched the iron bars, pressing their faces against the cages, leaving red marks. They paid no mind, their gaunt faces twisted and crazed, like desert travelers finding an oasis, filled with primal greed and desire. Seeing those hungry, crazed eyes, Lonely Baiqiao frowned slightly. Are they vampires? I didn't expect this kind of thing here. Could it mean... Click, click, click. Footsteps echoed rhythmically from the end of the corridor, growing closer. The bloodthirsty slaves immediately quieted down, trembling as if they'd encountered a predator. What a revolting bunch. A cold female voice echoed. A pale-skinned noblewoman in an elaborate gown walked over, her face exquisitely beautiful, and her expression filled with undisguised disdain for the beasts around her. Lady Alexia, it's him. The attendant beside her pointed at Lonely Baiqiao, speaking respectfully. The noblewoman called Alexia looked Lonely Baiqiao up and down without any attempt to hide it. Miss, although I know I'm handsome, could you restrain yourself a bit? Lonely Baiqiao felt a chill. Her gaze was like she was choosing ingredients, making him uncomfortable, and even his usual smooth banter came out awkwardly. Alexia's crimson eyes suddenly gleamed. Excellent. What's so excellent? My dazzling looks. Your life force is resilient. You are worthy to become food for my father. This will be the greatest honor of your humble life. Her voice trembled with excitement, entirely lost in her own world, barely acknowledging Lonely Baiqiao. Wait, I haven't even. Take this human away. Alexia ordered coldly. Several guards stepped forward, opened the cage, and roughly lifted Lonely Baijiao. Easy, easy. Don't grab my neck. Brother, please, can I walk on my own? Lonely Baijiao didn't resist much, but thought to himself, am I about to turn into a vampire? This could be interesting. Rather than despair, a sense of curiosity sparked within him. His soul of reckless abandon burned brighter than ever. Even if he dies, Lonely Baijiao vowed to make a big show of it. Anything less wouldn't suit his style. Lonely Baijiao walked down the corridor, escorted by the guards. He looked around, deeply impressed. Damn, this vagrant shelter was much larger underground than he had imagined, extending endlessly downward. Hundreds of iron cages hung midair, filled with blood slaves starving and ruled by bloodlust, likely numbering in the thousands. He was first taken to a private room where the guards washed him clean from head to toe. Eventually, they escorted him to the end of a dim corridor. A heavy door slowly opened. In the corner, flickering lights cast a dim, yellowish glow. In a lavishly decorated, dark and ominous grand hall was an intricately carved stone coffin at the center. Alexia lifted her skirt and bowed gracefully. Father, here is your dinner for the evening. The stone coffin opened slowly, and Duke Brad Lackman opened his crimson eyes, his lips curving into a slight smile. It seemed his mood was high tonight. Gazing at the captive Lonely Baijiao, the pale Duke leaned in, sniffing as if savoring fine wine, and asked hoarsely, I smell trickery on you. Why have you come here? Lonely Baijiao couldn't help but shudder. Damn, you old perv, if you're going to drink blood, just do it. I don't provide other services. The Duke chuckled softly, revealing sharp fangs. You're right. Once I turn you into a vampire spawn, everything will be under my control. This is the honor of your life. Enjoy it. Lonely Baijiao retorted. You creepy vampires really are full of yourselves. Unfazed by the human's mockery, the Duke smirked contemptuously. You mortals cannot comprehend a being of my immortality. I hail from centuries past. My origins have long faded into darkness. I was once a great general under whose eagle's wings all of Enzita trembled, yet I chose a more twisted path. And you shall serve as sustenance for my next step toward true immortality. So, tremble, fear, revere. When I rule this land, your blood will boil within my immortal body. The Duke caressed Lonely Baijiao's neck, relishing the moment. He wasn't speaking to the food before him, but rather painting his own dream of eternal life, where he alone was exalted. Unfazed by this vampire family's tendency for theatrics, Lonely Baijiao muttered, Damn, why hasn't this old geezer kicked the bucket already? But he was held firmly by the guards, unable to move. I am eternal. The Duke sneered before sinking his fangs into Lonely Baijiao's vulnerable neck. Veins bulged as his blood was greedily drained. An irreversible transformation began. His body visibly thinned, his skin turned deathly pale, and the light of life faded from his eyes, replaced by a red gleam. Excellent. Throw this insolent wretch into the dungeon. The Duke, still unsatisfied, released him and wiped his mouth with a fine silk cloth. Yes, my lord. The now lightened Lonely Baijiao was carried back to an iron cage, like the other blood slaves. But he felt no sorrow. Instead, he looked at the information flashing on his panel with glee. You have been attacked by vampire Duke Brad Lackman, transforming you into a special template, Vampire Spawn. Note, this transformation is irreversible. Trait gained. Born of death. Most victims of vampire attacks become vampire spawn, a greedy creation filled with a vampire's bloodlust and controlled by its creator. If a vampire allows its spawn to drink its own blood, the spawn can become a true vampire, free from control. However, few vampires do this. Usually, spawn regain freedom only upon their creator's death. Trait gained. Undead essence. You no longer require air or food. Trait gained. Regeneration. You can recover from any injury unless struck by a weakness. Trait gained. Spider walk. You can climb walls and hang from ceilings. Vampire weaknesses acquired. running water, staked heart, sunlight, sensitivity, fear of holy symbols. Encounters with any of these may result in permanent death. This template is amazing, combined with my trickster class. Perfect setup for a master of stealth. Ha ha ha. He was already envisioning how he'd wreak havoc and loot the mines. But first, I need to get out of here. As for that disgusting old vampire, I'll make him pay one day. Recalling the Duke's touch, a chill ran through Lonely Baijiao. Damn, is this perv a priest or something? Muttering to himself, he pulled out his rogue tools from a hidden pocket and began picking the lock with practiced skill. Creak, creak. The iron cage door shook, emitting a grating noise. When the guards returned on patrol, they found the cage empty. Lonely Baijiao hung effortlessly from the ceiling, watching them with a smirk, thinking, bet you didn't expect that. This is my escape route. Lonely Baijiao clung to the ceiling of the dark dungeon, silently crawling, while blood slaves in the iron cages wailed miserably. Oh, blood! Give me blood! They had been in the dungeon for countless years, losing their sanity to bloodlust, reduced to beasts driven purely by instinct. Not a single one of them can speak properly. Lonely Baijiao looked at the blood slaves, sighing helplessly. Suddenly, a raspy voice sounded. Newcomer, you'd better escape. Once the Duke awakens, there'll be no way out. For now, at least you can enjoy this game of cat and mouse, savoring a fleeting moment of freedom. Quite amusing, isn't it? Lonely Baijiao turned toward the voice's source, spotting a man standing upright in a cage. He was pale but far more neatly dressed, though his clothes bore the marks of age and decay. Who are you? Lackman. That's surname. Indeed, I am the Duke's offspring, formerly the Count of Heary Castle, and one of his 1,172 vampire spawn, imprisoned with the blood slaves for resisting his tyrannical rule. Even in captivity, his tone carried the family's characteristic pride. Lonely Baijiao retorted, and why do you think I won't escape? Lackman chuckled softly. Lonely Baijiao lost his patience. Damn, is everyone in your family messed up? Can anyone talk normally? Yeno's raspy voice returned. My father's power is beyond your imagination. Every vampire spawn bears a slave mark imprinted in the depths of their soul. The Duke can control us all with a mere thought. When he ascends, you and I will become nothing more than boiling blood within him. Lonely Baijiao replied bluntly, so why not just kill the old bastard? Heh. Another weary chuckle. Lonely Baijiao growled, what's so damn funny? You think I'm joking? I've killed the chicken god of Creekwood. One vampire geezer is nothing. Yeno shook his head lightly. I've seen many like you. Over my centuries in this dungeon, countless have escaped their cages, seeking revenge, but they all met the same fate, becoming mindless blood slaves. This is the Duke's eternal curse. So, run while you still have a little freedom left. I know my father well. He enjoys this game of cat and mouse. He loves to play the all-knowing, all-powerful being, watching his prey spiral into despair. He may even be watching you now, imagining the old vampire watching him. Lonely Baijiao felt a shiver of revulsion. This old creep isn't actually some twisted voyeur, is he? Lonely Baijiao shook his head to dispel the disturbing thought and said to the man in the cage, and what's the point of your resistance, then? Destiny? You think you're noble? If destiny were real, you wouldn't be stuck in this dog cage. What you're saying only proves you've grown more cowardly. Yeno fell silent for a moment before replying, perhaps you're right. Sensing he'd gained the upper hand, Lonely Baijiao pressed on, so you're no different from the ones you mock. Quit acting like some prophet. You're really asking for a beating. He held up 2 fingers. I'll give you 2 options. First, I break you out. You've been here over 100 years, so you must know something useful. If not, you're a total waste. I want you to help me loot this bastard's hideout, and then we find a chance to kill this vampire geezer. Second, stay in this dog cage and whine, spouting nonsense about destiny until you end up a puddle of blood. Make your choice. Though Yeno didn't understand all of Lonely Baijiao's phrasing, he gathered that it wasn't exactly complimentary. He stared at Lonely Baijiao's unapologetic, indifferent face for a long moment. This vampire spawn before him was unlike any he'd encountered. Most reacted with panic, despair, or fury after being turned. Yet this one appeared entirely unbothered. Yes, completely unbothered. Every movement seemed to say, if I die, I die, so what? Even upon learning he'd been turned, he showed no fear, but rather a fascination, eagerly testing his abilities. Truly bizarre. In centuries, Yeno had never seen anyone so peculiar. Still silent, Yeno pondered deeply. Finally, Longli Baijiao muttered, "Are you coming or not? Quit acting like you're so dignified. If I didn't think you were somewhat useful, I'd piss in your cage and leave. Get it together. Are you a man or not? Fine, I'll go with you." After a long pause, Yeno finally made his choice. Perhaps this strange individual could indeed break the chains of fate. There we go. All that hesitation. I almost thought I'd need a royal sedan to get you out. Longli Baijiao grumbled softly as he picked the lock with practiced ease. The iron door creaked open, and Yeno stepped out of his cage for the first time in 100 years. Longli Baijiao urged him, "Quick, is there a treasure room around here? Show me the goods. Let's rob this old creep blind." Longli Baijiao grew impatient. "Well, is there or isn't there? Don't tell me you've been here a century, just spinning tales, unable to find your father's stash. If that's the case, go sit back in your dog cage. I don't need dead weight dragging me down." Somewhat speechless, Yeno, a noble, was experiencing this type of camaraderie for the first time, but responded, "I do know the locations of a few of my father's vaults, but they're heavily guarded. With just the two of us, our chances—" He trailed off, realizing Longli Baijiao had vanished. From a dark corner came a faint scuffling sound as Longli Baijiao, wrapped in a black cloak, clung to the wall like a cockroach, crawling and twisting. "What are you staring at? Never seen a trickster rogue. Do you know what stealth is? Hurry up, lead the way. Don't worry about guards. We're sneaking in to rob this old creep's secret stash." Yeno fell silent again. After a moment's hesitation, he let go of the last bit of noble pride and climbed up. He resigned himself. If we fail, so be it. At the edge of Storm Highlands, over 40 giant eagles flew in a tight formation. Each eagle bore a knight in plate armor, marked with an emblem of an eagle and sword on their chest. They were kin of the Lackman family, the famed Northwind Eagle Guard. This time, they deployed an entire knight regiment, 48 Eagle Guards, as scouts to survey enemy movements from the skies. The Lackman family had indeed staked everything on this. This was the 6th Eagle Guard Regiment, reassembled from Alger's former unit. Their current commander, Nellie, was the only female captain among the 6 Northwind Eagle Guard regiments and had once been Alger's trusted subordinate. Clad in heavy plate armor, she gripped the commander's silver blade, eagle shriek, her clear eyes resolute. "Back here again. Storm Highlands," she muttered to herself, her voice trembling slightly. This place was like a nightmare to her. Her former commander, whom she admired, had remained here to ensure their escape, lost to the fiery breath of a dragon, refusing to submit to evil. Many of her fellow soldiers from the 6th Regiment had perished in the inferno of dragon fire. Remembering this, Nellie gritted her teeth, making a silent vow. "I'll avenge you, Commander, and my comrades. I swear, even if it costs my life, we will lay waste to this den of evil, repay the Duke's favor, and bring justice and order to all of Anzita." With that, she pressed her legs firmly against the eagle, urging it to speed up. "Cree!" A long eagle cry echoed through the air. However, she had forgotten Storm Highland skies were no longer free for the Eagle Guard to roam. Ember Nest now had 18 crimson-scaled conquerors. With the looming war, the crimson-scaled conquerors patrolled the border tirelessly, eliminating any potential threats. "Captain, it looks like there's something ahead," the lead Eagle Guard reported. Nellie squinted into the distance and saw a group of massive dragons advancing, led by a rare dragon-blooded giant eagle. On the backs of those dragon-blooded beasts sat knights clad in heavy armor, wielding an array of weapons, but each bore a fierce dragon's head, half dragon, half human in a terrifying blend. Damn, it's the Red Dragon's minions. Northwind Eagle Guard, prepare to engage. Nellie clenched her jaw. She raised Eagle Shriek, which let out a sharp, piercing whistle through the air. She didn't know of the crimson-scaled conquerors, but these dragon-blooded minions were already infamous in the region. Meanwhile, Alger, leading the crimson-scaled conquerors, had already spotted the enemy. After all, this Eagle Guard troop had brazenly entered Ember Nest's airspace, making no effort to conceal themselves, easily detected by Alger's keen eye, and dragonkind had far sharper vision than humans. When he focused on the leader, his golden slit pupils flashed with a hint of surprise. Nellie, this was his former subordinate, the persistent shadow that used to follow him, a resilient woman. Yet he hadn't expected their next meeting to be on the battlefield. Alger quickly steadied himself, his gaze unwavering as he looked at the distant enemy. The Alger who once served the Eagle Guard died in Dragon Fire. The only one left now is a minion of the dragon, a heartless crimson-scaled conqueror. Stroking his eagle's feathers, he calmed its agitation. It seemed Igor had recognized their old comrades, too. Igor, let's go. After all, we each serve our own masters. His soft words dissolved into the rushing wind. Alger raised his ever-flame great sword, igniting its blade in blazing fire, shining like a beacon in the sky. He shouted, "Crimson-scaled conquerors, destroy them with me." The dozen or so players behind him erupted in a mix of cheers. Charge, charge, charge. Let's set this place ablaze. For Ember Nest. For the faction points. Damn, aerial combat is intense. Against the fewer but larger dragon riders, Nellie's Northwind Eagle Guard instinctively chose a wide formation, aiming to exploit the eagle's agility and their numerical advantage to encircle the dragon riders. But before they even got close, they suffered their first casualty. Hundreds of meters away, Singo knocked an arrow, aiming at the lead Eagle Guard's eagle. Steady, dragon. Purple runes appeared on the eagle's body, but it was unaware, still flying steadily under its rider's control. Singo released the bowstring, and under the combined power of his elven precision and the spell hunter's mark, the arrow flew true. Whiz! The arrow shot forward with blinding speed. It pierced the eagle's chest, striking the heart with deadly accuracy. The eagle faltered and plummeted, its rider screaming as he fell, inevitably meeting death. The crimson-scaled conqueror players buzzed with excitement. Awesome! Singo got first blood. There goes my contribution points. I won't accept this. Mantu, seeing the falling Eagle Guard, couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn, Singo, did you get lucky? You hit from so far away." Singo scoffed. "Do you even understand the skill of an elven precision archer? This is pure skill. Don't believe me? Try a solo arrow duel." Knowing he was outmatched, Manta still tried to save face. "So you got lucky with one shot, and now you're showing off? Think you can hit again?" Singo replied. They weren't prepared this time. If they're not fools, they'll adjust. He pointed toward the Eagle Guard, who had already begun shifting formation. In the Northwind Eagle Guard, Nellie stared in shock at her fallen comrade, muttering, "How could this be?" With her years of battle experience, she knew aerial archery was incredibly challenging, especially over such a long distance. Even on the ground, hitting a target from this far was difficult, so she hadn't made any special arrangements on approach. The death of that Eagle Guard could mean only one thing. The Red Dragon's minions were far more skilled than anticipated. Nellie raised Eagle Shriek, shouting commands. "Scatter formation. Be wary of enemy archers." The Eagle Guards dispersed, avoiding unnecessary collisions. They displayed superb riding skills, changing directions constantly to approach from all angles. Whiz! Another arrow flew. Feathers scattered in the air. An Eagle Guard, rolling mid-flight, let out a scream as he fell. Singo lowered his longbow, glancing at Mantu's gaping expression, and said calmly, "All that flashy stuff is still nothing but weak." Mantu had nothing more to say, grudgingly muttering, "You actually pulled it off." After several Eagle Guards were mercilessly shot down by the players, they finally closed in to a suitable range and began a counterattack. Unfortunately, their accuracy in high-speed flight was poor, and even when they did hit, the feeble arrows couldn't penetrate the tough scales of the dragons. On the other hand, the players fought fiercely, picking off eagles at close range with precision. Some players who specialized in throwing weapons hurled spears that pierced both rider and eagle. Hell yeah, this is amazing! The player with the ID Big Sword cheered. With a strength score of 17, he was the group's powerhouse, even specializing in the tavern brawl skill for the thrill of high-altitude throws. Unlike the dragons, the eagles had only soft feathers for flight and no hard scales for protection. Damn it! Nellie bit her lip, her gaze heavy. She watched as her eagle guards fell one by one, having lost 10 without making a dent in the enemy. Even she had narrowly dodged an arrow in a daring side roll, barely avoiding the attack. This can't go on. She made a quick decision, raising her sword and shouting, "Northwind Eagle Guard, listen up, close in and form a circle formation." Sharp eagle cries echoed across the sky. The eagle guards ceased their futile archery and accelerated toward the enemy, aiming to form a tight circle of 3 or 4 around each crimson-scaled conqueror, using agility and numbers to take them down one by one. This was a textbook maneuver from the Eagle Guard's tactical training, but they had come up against their former commander, Alger. As the close-quarters battle approached, Alger noticed the Eagle Guards grouping to encircle him, led by none other than Nellie. Looks like she learned well. Nellie. He recognized the familiar tactics immediately. But from his time with the players, he had learned much, including the energy maneuver tactics, turning kinetic and potential energy into effective aerial combat responses, maximizing combat efficiency. The eagles, smaller and faster than the dragon-blooded eagles, had superior agility. 5 eagle guards circled Alger, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Igor. Alger remained calm, urging his dragon-blooded eagle to ascend, converting kinetic energy to potential energy, executing a powerful aerial turn to slip out of the encirclement with ease. Nellie glared at the half-dragon knight, her brow furrowed. "Keep surrounding him. Don't give him any chance to counter," she shouted. Eagles weaved, banked, and rolled through the air. Recognizing the half-dragon knight as the leader, Nellie led 5 eagle guards to confront him directly, yet they were toyed with in the sky. For some reason, she found his movements eerily familiar. Why is that? Alger reached the highest point of his ascent, flipping over and diving back down. "Danger!" Nellie shouted. The dragon-blooded eagle dove in a graceful arc, charging one of the eagle guards in the circle with unstoppable speed. The eagle guard didn't even realize the danger until it was too late. Swish! With the terrifying speed of the dive, Alger's flaming greatsword cleanly decapitated the eagle, sending its rider screaming down to his death. Alger ascended once more, moving slowly as he prepared for the next devastating strike. "Damn you, dragon's minion!" Nellie gritted her teeth, wishing she could slash that dragon's face to pieces. But she forced herself to stay calm, ordering, "Attack while he's ascending. Watch for his next dive." The eagle guards quickly drew their bows, firing arrows. Alger, however, performed fluid flips, turns, and sidesteps, gliding through the sky with the grace of a waltz, effortlessly dodging the arrows. "Igor," Alger whispered. The dragon-blooded eagle understood and dove down again. Feathers flew, blood sprayed, and another eagle guard fell, life taken with ease. Against the half-dragon knight on his dragon-blooded eagle, the eagle guards seemed like mere playthings in his hands. Nellie remained silent for a moment before speaking slowly. "Everyone fall back. I'll handle him. I won't lose again." Determination flickered in her deep brown eyes. This rare female eagle guard had endured grueling training and relentless drills, carrying the will of her fallen comrades after that harrowing battle, eventually becoming the first female captain in a century. She would never allow what happened 5 years ago to repeat, even if it cost her life. "Turner," she whispered her eagle's name, her voice stealing. "This time I won't. Flee in haste again." Clenching her legs, she spurred her eagle forward, lifting her silver sword, charging directly at her formidable foe. Die, dragon's minion. Alger watched Nelly's head-on charge, murmuring to himself, "Is this a challenge? Then bring it on." Alger's gaze sharpened. Leaning forward, he gripped his Everflame greatsword, guiding his dragon-blooded eagle into a diving charge. The two closed the 100-meter distance between them. At flight speed, they would clash in mere moments. Nelly's heart pounded as she watched her opponent's charge, sweat dripping from her grip on the sword, close enough now to see every scale on the enemy's face. The half-dragon knight Dove, brandishing his flaming sword. In that split second, Nelly hesitated. The motions, the dive, the slash, even his posture, felt so familiar. A horrifying possibility flashed in her mind. This half-dragon monstrosity might be the commander she once admired. No, it couldn't be. No, I'm still in battle. Shaking off the thought, Nelly gripped her silver sword tightly. But in that moment of hesitation, she had lost her final chance. Swish! Flames filled her vision as the sharp blade sliced mercilessly across her vulnerable neck. As her head fell from the sky, her beautiful and resolute face remained etched with a look of confusion and disbelief. It was yet another effortless victory. Facing an enemy distracted in battle, Alger would never let an opportunity slip. Yet he felt no joy in the kill. Even his dragon-blooded eagle let out a low, mournful cry. Gazing down at the spot where Nelly had fallen, Alger spoke calmly. "Igor, I told you, we each serve our own masters. The Alger of old died long ago." Nelly, she should have understood that. Without sparing a moment to mourn his former comrade, whom he'd just slain, Alger urged his eagle back into the fray. Igor continued fighting. The skirmish was almost over. The eagle guards, though experienced, were outmatched by the newly fledged dragon riders, who tore through them with overwhelming ease. "Watch me barbecue them. Triple kill. Going wild here. Don't steal my kills. I'm maxing out my contribution points today." The dragons paid no heed to the eagle guards' formations, unleashing torrents of flame upon their targets, turning several eagle guards into charred corpses tumbling to the ground. Tactics, maneuvering, probing. These players ignored it all, rushing headlong into flames if an eagle guard dared fight back, scorching them until they could no longer retaliate. Tactics? That was just talk. When it came down to it, it was all about brute force. What? Someone dares to sneak attack? Players would even ignore the enemy before them, twisting around to chase down any backstabber, risking flanks to crush that pesky foe. Even more daunting was that their natural scales made arrows from behind feel like mere scratches. This wild and rough style completely threw off the eagle guards. What kind of fighting was this? Tactical training didn't cover this at all. With Nelly's death, the Northwind Eagle Guard had lost its leader, and now, facing this reckless, overpowering assault, they could neither fight back nor escape. Soon, the battle devolved into a one-sided chase. "Keep chasing. Don't let them escape. Where do you think you're going? Scoundrels, halt!" Mantu, riding his dragon Noodle, charged at the front, gripping his 5-meter lance with a fierce expression. His lance was already blood-stained, thirsty for its next target. Seeing the eagle guards flying further away, Mantu, desperate for more points, activated his skill. Dragon Roar Charge. Roar! The half-dragon knight and his dragon unleashed a synchronized roar. The powerful, resonating roar instilled fear in a nearby giant eagle, causing it to tremble. Its speed faltered, and its wings wavered, struggling to maintain flight. Prepare to die. Here comes my 500 points." Manta let out a crazed laugh, diving with his dragon. Just as his lance was about to pierce the enemy's back, ready to drink blood. Whiz! An arrow flew past Mantu, striking the eagle guard in the back of the head, with such force that it exited through the forehead. The eagle guard tumbled from his mount. The triumphant smile froze on Mantu's face as he realized he hadn't gotten the points. Fuming, he shouted angrily at the sky. "Singo, why'd you steal my kill? That was my 500 points." Singo's lazy voice floated down. "I'm an archer, aren't I? If I don't finish them off, what am I doing? I had him in my sights long before. Guess your lance just couldn't beat my arrow." "You? Get good, man. Keep practicing. How many have you got? I'm at 6,000 points. If you're so good, stop stealing my kills. I already controlled him with my dragon roar, and you still shot him. You controlled him, so that means I finish him. Simple. Damn you. The battle had devolved into pure slaughter. Alger no longer paid attention to the chaotic skirmish. Having been around these players long enough, he knew how relentless they could be for faction points, so he had no doubt they'd ensure no enemies escaped. What concerned him more was the Allied forces' movements. These fools made such a racket, they'll be spotted easily. Igor, let's scout on our own. He instructed his dragon-blooded eagle, their years of bonding making commands almost telepathic. While the players continued their chase for points, Alger quietly slipped away on his eagle. Finally spotted them. Flying over mountain ranges, he finally found his target. It was hard to miss, barely needing any careful observation. A massive army of tens of thousands marched across the wilderness like a mottled flood. Many wore iron armor and wielded long spears. Horses neighed as infantry and cavalry mixed, spear tips glinting in the sun. Heavy wagons, shrouded in thick cloth, rolled along, their contents unknown. High flags flew over the center of the army, the foremost a great eagle banner, the Northwind Eagle of the Lackman family, followed by banners from the Bosk Northern Lion and Nort's double-headed eagle families. Various other banners from local noble lords were scattered among them. Besides the soldiers, the army was filled with laborers carrying supplies and driving carts. The serfs, burdened by heavy provisions, were often emaciated, bent under the weight of food they themselves lacked. In the sky, giant eagles circled, patrolling the surroundings. The armies were easily distinguishable. Lackman's uniforms in dark gray, Bosk in deep blue, and Nort in earthy yellow. Amidst the flood, gray dominated. The 12 nations of the northern United Kingdom combined barely had 1 million people. Even Lackman's capital, Northwind Fortress, held only around 30,000. This time, the Lackman family had committed nearly 20,000 troops, an all-out effort to annihilate Ember Nest. Alger gazed at the imposing army, murmuring to himself, the allied forces of the 3 northern nations. They've finally arrived. It's been decades since Anzita saw a battle of this scale. I need to report back to the master immediately. Steering his dragon-blooded eagle, Alger sped over the mountains, heading straight for Dragon Valley. Master, this is what I've observed. Alger knelt down, speaking in a low voice. Very well, I understand. Cassius lay coiled at the highest point, slowly grooming his scales, showing no hint of urgency about the impending war. Within the Dragon Valley, all the major leaders of Ember Nest had assembled. Present were the ogre mage Longpu, hobgoblin commander Dolo, dragon leader Smog, the Chimera, lizard folk chief Ak, shaman Koda, kobold sorcerer Goldfawn, and representatives from the various newly incorporated factions, orc, satyr, pure-blooded serpent folk. Virtually every prominent figure in Ember Nest had gathered here, poised for action. Anzita hasn't seen a war of this scale in decades, not since the Lionheart Alliance war 30 years ago, Delana added. She was temporarily serving as an advisor, lacking decision-making power but dedicated nonetheless. According to Lord Alger's intelligence, the Allied forces are now advancing toward the edge of Storm Highlands, near the Telfa Hills, the only suitable area for large-scale maneuvers. And here, she spread open a parchment map, her slender finger pointing to a specific spot, a broad valley surrounded by mountainous terrain to the north, with a single pass leading to Storm Highlands, and enclosed by rolling hills to the south. The Trier Valley, the only route they must take to reach Dragon Valley. If we can hold this defensible pass, Trier's Throat, we can securely block Storm Highlands, preventing the Allied forces from advancing. Cassius offered no response, casting a calm gaze over his gathered followers. Longpu adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, suggesting, I think this is an excellent idea. We could set up magical traps there in advance, sowing chaos and demoralizing their ranks before the battle even begins. Cassius remained silent, still surveying his followers from above. A heavy silence fell, as most of his followers were undecided. Dolo rolled his eyes, then snorted a plume of white smoke, berating Long Pu. Long Pu, you've spent so much time with those human spells you've gone soft, like a feeble human mage, overthinking everything. Are we, the Ember Nest, supposed to cower defensively against mere humans? The hobgoblin brandished his spear, roaring, "We're the servants of the mighty red dragon, with the blood of destruction and conquest in our veins. We should attack, raining fire and might upon them, crush their pitiful courage, and bring them blood and death." His words found support among many of the followers, who, being less intellectually inclined and highly reverent of strength, found Dolo's rhetoric appealing. Long Pu sneered, retorting, "Ignoring natural defenses to throw ourselves into a head-on fight. Has your head been stuffed with goblin dung? Pitiful creature." "Yes, Lord Long Pu, those goblins really are greedy, cowardly, and foolish," added Goldfong, the kobold sorcerer. Though speaking of goblins, each word made the hobgoblin leader shake with anger, his already red face growing even redder. Dolo stepped forward to loom over him, bellowing angrily, "Goldfong, stay out of this. You're in no position to speak here." But Goldfong was emboldened by the imposing presence of Long Pu by his side. With the animosity already established, he seized the chance to taunt further. The kobold sorcerer flared his wings confidently, taunting, "Look who carries the truest bloodline of our master. Who's the true dragon-blooded?" Dolo laughed bitterly. "Enough." The dragon's voice resonated, an invisible aura of draconic might filling the valley, pressing heavily on each of his followers. The scene fell silent, even the ogre, goblins, and kobolds standing obediently without a word. "Indeed, we will take the initiative." At these words, Dolo's face lit up with triumph as he cast a taunting glance at Long Pu. Cassius paused. "However, I intend to send him a grand gift." Supporting his massive body with his forelimbs, the red dragon slowly rose, stretching his broad wings. "Awoo!" The horn sounded across Dragon Valley. The horn, crafted from a giant dragon serpent's horn, let out a thunderous rumble. Hobgoblins drove their massive earthbound beasts forward, shaking the ground with their footsteps. Tieflings and lizardfolk warriors marched in full armor, lined up in neat rows. Meanwhile, from countless caves and dens and storm highlands, kobolds and goblins surged like a tide. The terrifying behemoth that had lain dormant for years in Ember Nest was finally baring its fangs and claws. In the Allied forces camp, a gloved hand slapped down on a map scroll. "This is it, Trier Valley, our optimal campsite. From here, we can advance directly on Storm Highlands, and, if necessary, retreat to hold Trier's throat, preventing Ember Nest's forces from pursuing us." "It's perfect." The speaker, a man in his 40s clad in an ornate suit of knightly armor, wore a carefully groomed mustache and carried an air of authority. His name was Robert Dudley, the youngest count in the Lackman Duchy, a trusted son-in-law of Duke Brad Lackman, and the commander of the Allied forces, a seasoned noble knight. In the tent, a young blond man in his 20s voiced concern. "What if they attack from behind and trap us in the valley?" "Ah!" The noble lords in the tent burst into laughter. The speaker was Andre Bosque, the third son of the Northern Lion Bosque family, a young and promising paladin sworn to the oath of glory. While strong personally, his naive recklessness often amused the others, earning him the nickname Little Lion in private. Stroking his mustache, Robert chuckled. "Andre, war is no simple game. In a battle involving tens of thousands, maneuvering an army isn't as easy as moving pieces on a board." He pointed at the map. "See here, the wrecked mountains at the edge of Storm Highlands block the way. They won't appear behind us without warning." Andre pondered for a moment before replying quietly, "I understand, Lord Robert." Matthew, Count of Nort, spoke up loudly. "How will you organize the order of attack?" At this, everyone held their breath. This was the question that all the gathered nobles had been waiting to ask. After all, in the feudal system of the North, Their armies were their foundations. No one wanted to expend their forces for victory without personal gain. Many nobles were participating under some degree of compulsion, though the Lackman family had offered benefits they couldn't refuse. Robert pressed his gloved hands down slightly, saying calmly, "Everyone, hold your horses. I'm not about to send your troops to die for nothing. The Duke has raised an honor legion of 10,000 conscripted peasants. These brave souls will serve as the vanguard, testing the strength of these dragon lackeys." The nobles, reassured, finally relaxed, so there was a line of cannon fodder. However, Andre frowned, voicing his objection. "How can we let commoners serve as cannon fodder? This goes against the spirit of knightly bravery and mercy." "Ha ha ha!" The nobles laughed again, the atmosphere light. This little lion was endearingly naive. After all, they were northern nobles. Who would concern themselves with these so-called gray cattle? Seeing Andre's earnest expression, Robert stifled his laughter, explaining, "They volunteered as valiant warriors. Should they fall in battle, the duchy will generously compensate their families. Though whether they have families, or if the compensation will reach them, well," he added silently to himself, "before the war, these Honor Legion members were mere peasants, untrained for combat. Equipped with poor weapons and virtually no armor, they were here to feed horses, carry supplies, and absorb the initial blows for the elite troops. They were typically tenant farmers or serfs under the local gentry, with no personal freedom or claim to any spoils. This was the type of people treated as expendable by the northern nobility." Andre, feeling the mocking gazes around him, lowered his head, saying nothing. Robert pointed to the map, continuing his tactical outline. The Lackman family's personal army of over 8,000, the Eagle's Claw, would take the central position, advancing after the peasant militia scouted the enemy's strength. The Boss family's Lionheart Legion of 3,000 would form the right flank, while the Nort family's 5,000 troops would secure the left flank, protecting the sides once inside Storm Highlands. The smaller private armies of the lesser nobles, totaling about 4,000, would be scattered among the allied forces, theoretically following commands, though Robert had little faith in coordinating them. They were intermixed mainly to prevent them from fighting each other before the battle began. Meanwhile, the 300 Northwind Eagle Guards would patrol the skies, overseeing the battlefield and striking key points from above. Though, for reasons unknown, the 6th Northwind Eagle Guard, sent out to scout, hadn't returned yet, much to Robert's frustration. A baron from the Lackman Duchy asked timidly, "My lord, what about the dragon? I hear it's a fearsome creature." His territory lay close to Storm Highlands, and he frequently heard terrifying stories of the flying flame dragon from the north. In the songs and tales, this red dragon was described as Tiamat's favored child, an infernal embodiment of the flames, an unstoppable force that threatened the north. Robert scoffed. The so-called flying flame dragon. Don't be deceived by the foolish songs of bards. Neither the Northwind Eagle Guard's reports nor my own divination spell support that. It's merely a young red dragon with a slightly unusual breath, if not smaller." The mage Grey Eagle, present in the tent, spoke in a raspy voice. "This is Lord Shroud, the duchy's chief mage, whose mastery of spells, I believe, is unmatched here." Robert continued, "Indeed, those tales are likely spread by the dragon itself to inflate its reputation. Gentlemen, follow me." As if words alone weren't enough, Robert strode outside, followed closely by the nobles. They arrived at the supply area. Everyone's gaze was immediately drawn to an enormous object, draped in heavy cloth, towering over 2 men high. It required a dozen horses and hundreds of peasants to transport, and there were 3 of these behemoths in total. They'd noticed it before, curiosity piqued. "Gentlemen, behold." At Robert's signal, 2 guards stepped forward to pull off the heavy covering. Revealed was a massive, cumbersome mechanical weapon crafted from rough black wood and dark gray metal. The bulky base, heavily reinforced with iron, sat on a set of large wheels for slow movement. Atop was a conical bolt case wrapped in riveted iron plating, with a long, curved crossbow arm fixed to each side. A gigantic arrow, as thick as an arm and over 2 meters long, lay atop the machine, its iron tip glinting ominously, stained with what seemed to be old blood. It was a fearsome dragon-slaying ballista. Ah! The crowd gasped, awestruck by the monstrous siege weapon. Robert, clearly pleased by their reactions, explained with pride, "This is a dragon slayer ballista. Its arrowhead is infused with dragon's blood, capable of piercing through dragon scales with ease. 140 years ago, General Turner Lackman used it to kill the ancient white dragon that terrorized the north, the Glacier Wing. He raised a finger, emphasizing, with just one shot, he pierced the heart of that wretched dragon. And back then, General Turner only had a single dragon slayer ballista. Now, the Lackman Duchy has spent tens of thousands of gold coins to acquire these three, requiring hundreds of horses and thousands of men to transport them here. I hope this demonstrates our efforts and my confidence. If that dragon dares show itself, these three ballistae will bring it down." Robert's tone exuded certainty. "Flying flame dragon? Ah, I'll make it the falling flame dragon." Horses moved into the hilly terrain before the Trier Valley. "Damn it, where are the enemies?" The knight on horseback scanned the distance, seeing no trace of the creatures, but the valley was filled with traps, pits, poisoned arrows, snares, and tripwires. Though only causing a few dozen casualties, these had reduced their progress to a cautious crawl. After all, their primary task wasn't combat. Before the war, these conscripts had been timid peasants or even enslaved serfs with no personal freedom. The Honor Legion's commander, a baron named Joseph, led them. However, he didn't even possess his own land, and his title was more honorary than real. Once the low-born son of a carpenter, Joseph had been chosen by the Lackman family, received knightly training, and achieved a social ascent to become an honorary noble and commander of the so-called Honor Legion. He was deeply grateful to the Lackman family, often envisioning his heroic death in battle, repaying his family's kindness in the manner befitting a knight. Watching the cowering soldiers, Joseph felt an uncontrollable surge of anger. "These insects are unworthy to march with me. I am a knight, an exalted noble." With that, he rode to the front of the ranks. Crack! He lashed the hesitant soldiers, the whip leaving bloody marks and eliciting cries of pain. Joseph roared, "March forward! No one hides at the rear. The Duke, in his mercy, gave you wretches food and even a pension. Are you here to waste time? If these petty traps stop you, where is your courage? How dare you disgrace the honor of the Honor Legion bestowed by the Duke?" Under Joseph's fierce orders, over 100 overseers also pushed the soldiers forward by force, finally enabling the Honor Legion to march steadily. Though often resulting in trampling incidents, they were at least no longer halted by every small trap. At last they reached a broad, open expanse, officially entering Trier Valley. Finally here, Joseph breathed a sigh of relief. The traps in the hilly terrain had been a nightmare. Already, they'd lost over 100 men before seeing any real battle, and the rest were growing anxious due to their fallen comrades. Only after executing several deserters did Joseph manage to keep them in line. These lowly animals, they don't deserve the title of Honor Legion. These creatures have no understanding of noble honor. They should starve to death. Joseph muttered angrily from atop his horse. "Sir," the messenger spoke with a trembling voice. "What is it? Is it more deserters, another trampling accident, or yet another trap? Don't bring every little matter to me. I am here for honor, not to be your nanny." Joseph, irritated, replied impatiently, "No, it's neither." "Then what is it?" "Sir, please come see for yourself." The messenger's voice shook more with each word. Spurring his horse forward, Joseph looked ahead and was left speechless. Across the flat, open wasteland, an army of goblins and kobolds advanced, a chaotic wave of creatures stretching to the horizon. Their march raised clouds of dust. The horde was endless, surging from all directions, numbering in the tens of thousands, their eyes glinting in the distance as they growled in low, menacing tones. Many of the creatures bore scattered scales, the gift of the red dragon's blood imbuing them with an insatiable lust for destruction. Dozens of winged kobolds fluttered through the air. This. Joseph's hands trembled as he gripped the reins. He'd often dreamed of galloping heroically across the battlefield, cutting down foes and sacrificing himself for his family with nobility and dignity. It moved him to tears every time, firming his resolve to meet such a glorious end if given the chance. But he'd never imagined the battlefield would look like this. To charge into this monstrous flood would mean being torn to shreds, without honor, without dignity. It shouldn't be like this, Joseph muttered to himself. For a moment, he wanted to turn his horse and flee back to camp. But the creatures had already surrounded them, clashing with the vanguard. Snapping from his daze, Joseph shouted with trembling voice, "Fight back! Kill them!" In fact, the strategies of the commanders at Ember Nest and the Allied forces were eerily similar. Both intended to use their disposable troops as a vanguard and have elite units follow. This monster army of over 20,000 kobolds and goblins have been summoned from every corner of Storm Highlands, with only a third infused with diluted dragon blood. Despite their small size, goblins and kobolds were weaker in combat than human peasants, but exposure to the dragon's aura had made them vicious and eager to fight, far more willing than the serf-filled Honor Legion. For Ember Nest, for the great red dragon, waves of shouts rose from the monster army, while the Honor Legion's horns sounded for an attack at Joseph's command. And so, two massive armies clashed, marking the true beginning of the war. Goblins and kobolds attacked wildly, throwing themselves at the enemy without regard for their lives, even if they only faced mere peasants. Several kobolds surrounded one human, clinging to his rough leather armor, bashing his head with stones and repeatedly stabbing his body with crude daggers. For Ember Nest, a draconic blooded goblin hurled a spear that pierced a soldier's body, then clawed at him when it had no other weapon, even resorting to biting his face, drawing blood, and eliciting screams. The winged kobolds spewed flaming arrows from above, setting soldiers' clothes aflame and turning them into blazing human torches. Flames, blood, and dust. There was no strategy here, just raw, primal slaughter, the battle a scene of utter chaos. In mere minutes of engagement, the Honor Legion had already lost hundreds, their screams, cries, and panicked shouts ringing out. This cannon fodder army was inevitably collapsing into disarray. No, this isn't how it should be. It shouldn't be. I was chosen by the Duke himself as a knight. Joseph sat astride his horse, fixedly watching the rapid collapse of the Honor Legion from a short distance away. His soldiers were screaming, crying, and fleeing in all directions, chased by small yet savagely aggressive monsters. In countless fantasies, he had envisioned himself leading troops in fierce charges, triumphing over enemies, earning the Duke's special commendation, being granted land, and becoming a true noble. At worst, he'd imagined dying heroically, fighting to his last breath with an audience to witness, becoming a tragic hero immortalized in ballads. But now, he led a pack of gray animals towards defeat, on the verge of a lonely, meaningless death on this barren plain. This is not how it should be. Joseph's expression twisted with determination. Amid the chaos of fleeing soldiers, he spurred his horse forward, charging against the retreating crowd, trampling several soldiers and even decapitating the leading deserter with his sword. Holding the deserter's severed head, Joseph, blood-splattered and snarling, roared, "See this? This is the fate of deserters. You cowards! Animals! Fight! Fight to the death!" To the soldiers, he looked as terrifying as the monsters pursuing them. Joseph's forceful exhortation had a slight effect, slowing the fleeing crowd. Faced with the choice of dying in battle or at their commander's hands, some soldiers mustered a sliver of courage for a final stand. But soon, they were overwhelmed by the wave of monsters, sinking into an even more desperate retreat. Surrounded by kobolds and goblins, the soldiers could only flee instinctively. Die, you monsters! Joseph, atop his horse, beheaded a kobold with a single stroke. But soon, goblins swarmed him from all directions, clinging to his arms, clawing at his eyes, biting his face. Thud! He was knocked off his horse, hitting the ground heavily. Joseph pulled a goblin off his arm, stabbing it to death, his face twisted in rage. You damn vermin! Die! His voice hoarse, spitting, he summoned his last ounce of strength to stand, shaking off the goblins clinging to him. But before he could swing his sword, more goblins jumped on him, the weight forcing the exhausted Joseph to his knees. He struggled repeatedly, drawing more goblins and kobolds, who clawed and bit, piling on him like a small mountain, rendering him immobile. Die, die! His voice grew faint, finally drowned out by the monster's savage roars. For Ember Nest, for the great red dragon master. The kobolds and goblins continued their relentless chase and slaughter. When the mob dispersed, all that remained was a bloodstain, scattered bones, and torn clothes. The eagle-in sword crest on the chest of the discarded garments lay soaked in blood, unnoticed. Once, it had symbolized everything Joseph idolized about nobility. But on this bloody battlefield, it was worthless, unworthy even of a kobold's attention. Aiden, captain of the 1st Northwind Eagle Guard, landed on his giant eagle, striding into the command tent to report. My lord, the Honor Legion is collapsing. About 6,000 fleeing troops are heading toward our position. Robert nodded slightly, saying calmly, held out for less than an hour, just as I expected. This rabble's only purpose was to clear the way for our forces and reduce unnecessary losses. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table. And what are the enemy? Primarily goblins and kobolds, about 20,000 strong, including some dragon-blooded beasts, but they're only fit to fight the Honor Legion, no real threat to us. Good. It's time to show these foolish creatures what real warfare looks like. Robert rose slowly and exited the tent. Aiden and Schneider followed closely. Forming impenetrable formations, the talons of the eagle stood ready in their gray robes, shields, and spears, creating a forest of steel. War horses neighed, and the armored cavalry braced for the charge. Hundreds of eagle guards circled in the sky, keeping watch over the battlefield. Behind the tent, soldiers pushed the massive crossbows forward. Soldiers, Robert's voice, soft but magically amplified, reached every ear. True war is upon us, and our enemy is unlike any other. Savage monsters, goblins, kobolds, ogres, even dragons. They may be strong, powerful, or capable of breathing deadly fire. But remember, behind you is the Duchy of Lackman, the place of your parents, wives, children, and friends. The Red Dragon's expansion is relentless, and our only choice is to strike back and show these monsters our might. The Duchy has sheltered us for years, and under the Duke's protection, we've thrived. Now, any man with honor and courage must repay this debt with loyalty, to fight and die for the Duke and for the Duchy of Lackman. For the Duke, for the Duchy of Lackman. Robert raised his silver sword, rallying the troops. These soldiers, many sons of city folk or minor nobles, had grown up with the best military training. The words protecting one's homeland, honoring one's duty, resonated powerfully with them. Weapons trembled in unison, spears struck the ground rhythmically, and a wave of cheers erupted. For the Duke, for the Duchy of Lackman. The rousing chant echoed through the ranks. Yet a shadow darkened Robert's face. He turned, asking quietly, Aiden, why hasn't the 6th Battalion returned? Aiden's heart sank, replying quickly, not sure, but they may have encountered the dragon. Help! Don't eat me! The routed soldiers of the Honor Legion had fled to the Central Army, pursued by the relentless tide of goblins and kobolds. Please save me! The elite soldiers of the Talons of the Eagle stood motionless, watching coldly as these defeated troops were slaughtered. Holding their spears and keeping their shields firmly in formation, they maintained an unbroken wall of defense. Attack! Robert issued the command. The horns sounded, and the shield spearmen advanced in precise steps, moving like a single, well-coordinated wall, gradually closing in. The wave of goblins and kobolds crashed against this wall. Shields blocked the assault, and spears stabbed through the gaps, piercing multiple goblins and kobolds at once. Behind the shield spearmen, archers released volleys of arrows that arced gracefully through the air, raining down and pinning many creatures to the ground. True to their reputation, the elite forces inflicted heavy casualties within minutes, leaving the battlefield strewn with the bodies of goblins and kobolds. The shield spearmen continued their rhythmic advance, stepping firmly over the corpses. Facing such a one-sided battle, even the dragon-blooded goblins and kobolds, usually fearless, scattered in all directions. Good, just like that, crush them. Keep pushing forward. Watching the battlefield from a distance, Robert's face finally showed a trace of satisfaction. It seemed the minions of Ember Nest were no match for a formal army. Now, his only concern was the cunning and brutal red dragon. Advance. Bring up the dragon-killing ballistae. Dozens of strong soldiers pushed the massive ballistae, wheels creaking as they moved. Following the shielded phalanx of the talons of the eagle, nearly 20,000 regular troops advanced smoothly into the Trier Valley within a single day. Besides clearing a few scattered kobold and goblin squads, they encountered little resistance. But soon, the coalition forces realized their mistake. The feeble goblins and kobolds were mere cannon fodder, buying time while the real forces of Ember Nest waited within the valley. So, this is their real army. Gazing into the distance, Robert's expression grew solemn. His entire field of view was filled with a vast, monstrous army. Roar! Massive land dragons the size of small mountains lumbered forward, their iron-plated bodies shaking the ground as if they were moving fortresses of steel. Hundreds of wyverns circled and glided in the sky, casting countless chaotic shadows across the ground. Enormous ogres roared excitedly, their flabby bodies quivering as they chanted, "Enemies, food." One particularly striking ogre, over 6 meters tall, was covered in crimson scales, dressed in a patched-together robe, looking bizarre. Hobgoblins of dragon blood lineage formed tightly packed formations, with the front row wielding metal staves, smelling of smoke. Lizardmen held bone-tipped spears and wore leather armor, their vertical pupils emanating a chilling ruthlessness. The Devil's Children, or Tieflings, under the command of their oath-breakers, stood ready, many filled with hatred for the talons of the eagle. And in front of them, covering the hillsides, were countless goblins and kobolds, all dragon-blooded, matching the strength of average human soldiers, and among them, many kobold shamans. 1,000 players were mingled within this terrifying army of monsters. Their relative normality only made them stand out more among the monstrous ranks. Stirring music echoed from nowhere. The satyr marching band was playing panpipes. Roar! A distant dragon's roar resounded. A massive, terrifying head appeared on the horizon, followed by the sight-blocking expanse of mighty wings and the colossal dragon body. In comparison, even the land dragons seemed like mere mice at its feet. Robert stared up at the awe-inspiring scene, wide-eyed and muttering to himself. By the gods, how can this be? He even forgot to order the dragon-killing ballistae to fire. The coalition forces erupted in chaos and fear. How could mere humans ever stand against such a beast? The red dragon surveyed the coalition from above, its golden slit-pupiled eyes filled with undisguised scorn. Humans, I admire your courage, but unfortunately, your courage is misplaced. You fancy yourselves heroes fighting for justice, yet you're merely tools manipulated by the vampire duke. Enough. Since you seek war, I shall bestow upon you the gift of fire, complete annihilation. Robert snapped out his daze, hastily ordering, "Dragon-killing ballistae, fire the dragon killers." Soldiers, though fearful, followed orders, loading the massive ballistae at the rear. Wait! Beside him, Shroud warned, My lord, a true dragon of this size doesn't exist on the prime material plane. That's an illusion, a cleverly crafted projection in the air. But this doesn't mean nothing. It only proves that Ember Nest has a skilled spellcaster and that this dragon fears direct confrontation with us. He must have deduced we have powerful dragon-slaying weapons. I see. Robert breathed a sigh of relief, his earlier fear ebbing away. Observing closely, he noticed the dragon's edges were faintly transparent, flickering with flames. Damn! Cunning dragon. Embarrassed by his earlier panic, Robert's hatred deepened. The illusionary dragon dissolved into flames, leaving only its final words echoing around them. I will burn all to ashes. News that the dragon was an illusion quickly spread through the army, slightly calming the soldiers' fear. After all, they faced an unknown dragon. It had been over a century since the Northern Kingdom last encountered a dragon calamity, the Wing of the Glacier. On a hillside, Dolo raised his sword, shouting, "Did you hear the master's words? Destroy them utterly. For Ember Nest! For Ember Nest!" The monsters erupted into a frenzy, cheering, roaring, howling, and screeching as they looked upon the coalition with hunger and fervor. The kingdom's coalition and the minions of Ember Nest faced each other in a tense standoff. The deadlock was finally broken. War was on the verge of erupting. The horn of the allied beast clans blared, signaling the command. Kill! Crush them! Dust billowed, and the earth trembled. Satyrs played their pipes, inciting the monsters to greater frenzy with a magical symphony, a piece ironically taught by a board player bard, the Mass. With this grand, stirring melody filling the air, hordes of monstrous creatures charged the human forces, a truly ironic scene. At the forefront, kobolds and goblins swarmed madly at the shielded talons of the eagle line. Archers behind the shield-bearers launched volley after volley, injuring many of the dragon-blooded beasts before they even closed in. Yet more kobolds and goblins pushed onward, trampling over fallen comrades, showing no fear and charging forward despite the rain of arrows. But even those who reached the shield wall were skewered by spears with ease. Under the relentless assault by kobolds and goblins, 300 dragon-blooded hobgoblins marched in formation to the beat of drums, advancing in stoic silence. The triumphant music only drove them further, and even if one fell to an arrow, another took their place without hesitation. Thankfully, the hobgoblins wore leather armor and were protected by scales, so the losses from arrows were minimal. When they were within 50 paces, the hobgoblins halted, raising their long-barreled weapons. Fire! Dolo bellowed with fervent rage. Bang! Gunfire roared as acrid smoke covered the battlefield, obscuring visibility. On the coalition side, the light shields of the shield-bearers were punctured as though made of paper by the powerful bullets. Many soldiers fell, struck through their robes. Enhanced with magical modifications by the machinist mages, the Foeslayer firearms packed far more punch than traditional muskets, creating a thick smoke screen with each shot. With just one volley, over 200 of the talons of the eagle had fallen in the first line alone. Tempest above. How could these creatures form such an army? Observing from the rear, Robert muttered in disbelief. His view obscured by thick smoke, Robert could not see the hobgoblin musketeers reloading awkwardly, but his battlefield instincts told him that attacks of this magnitude required significant preparation. Northwind winged cavalry, prepare to charge. The messenger quickly relayed the signal to the front lines. The winged cavalry donned heavy plate armor, carrying lances with the gray eagle banner, with wing-like adornments on their backs. These wings weren't merely ornamental. In a charge, they sliced the air, creating a shrill sound that spooked enemy mounts and struck fear into the enemy's hearts. They won't be able to hold against us. Robert held firm confidence in his cavalry. This cavalry had won countless battles, causing enemies to flee in terror at the sound of their wings. For the Duke, charge! Dust flew, and the ground shook. Over 400 winged cavalry charged across the plain, their wings shrieking as hooves pounded, drumming the earth with thunderous beats. Wind spells. Coalition mages conjured gusts, blowing away the smoke. As the smoke cleared, however, the cavalry found themselves facing not only the reloading musketeers, but also massive landrakes. Roar! The landrakes bellowed, their footsteps shaking the very ground. Looking up at these hulking creatures, the once confident cavalry now wore expressions of terror. War horses, experienced as they were, whinnied in fear, some bucking and throwing their riders. But they were already within 30 paces, too close to stop. With no choice but to push forward, they braced themselves. Roar! A landrake charged into their formation. In mere moments, it crushed several riders beneath its claws, leaving mangled remains. Many more collided into the beast's enormous body, their lances piercing its rough skin but failing to go deeper. They could only watch as the towering creature barreled through them, plunging them into darkness. Unable to contain his bloodlust any longer, Dolo himself took to the front. Standing 3 meters tall, the dragon-blooded hobgoblin needed no armor. His bulging muscles were covered in scales that ordinary weapons could barely pierce. He wielded a 5-meter-long battle axe, the Bloodfire Axe. This giant axe, rumored to have taken 12 goblins to haul into camp, became a deadly weapon in Dolo's powerful hands. The dragon-blooded hobgoblin was a pure killing machine. His eyes burned red, smoke billowed from his nostrils, and he leapt onto a landrake with his axe in hand. Roar! I'll crush you all! The Bloodfire Axe whistled through the air, cutting down a cavalryman in a single stroke. And it didn't end there. The axe's swing continued, killing 3 more, staining it with fresh blood. Yes, just like that. Blood splattered across Dolo's frenzied face. He licked it, savoring the taste of iron. Die! He raised the axe high, splitting another rider and horse cleanly in half. Like a meat grinder, he swung his massive axe, slaughtering the cavalry with tireless ferocity. The winged cavalry fled like hunted sheep, evading the monstrous figure. Meanwhile, the musketeer line had finished reloading and opened fire on the cavalry. Though they weren't particularly accurate against moving targets, a number of riders were still struck down. Tempest above, they really are monsters. Observing the chaotic battle, Robert's face grew tense, sweat trickling down his brow. His prized winged cavalry was no match for these brutal, unrestrained creatures. Now, he would have to reconsider his strategy. Over 400 cavalry now had less than a third remaining, with the death toll rising as the riders scattered in retreat. Meanwhile, the shield-bearers suffered heavy casualties under repeated volleys from the hobgoblin musketeers. The once tightly packed formation now had gaps, and the soldiers in the rear hesitated to move forward, seeing it as a death sentence. Fortunately, after several volleys, the hobgoblins exhausted their ammunition and switched to swords and blades. Simultaneously, ogres and lizard men charged forward, with the followers of Ember Nest clashing head-on with the main coalition force, the Talons of the Eagle. This was the most intense battle on the front lines. For Ember Nest, for the mighty red Dragon Master, Dolo led the charge, swinging his Bloodfire Axe with terrifying force, smashing several shield-bearers into pieces. Soldiers nearby witnessed this horror and fled in fear. The previously firm coalition formation was now breached by Dolo's ferocious assault. The monsters flooded through the breach, tearing into the formation with claws, teeth, and blades, rapidly widening their advantage. Hobgoblins slashed with swords, lizardmen hurled bone spears, ogres swung heavy clubs, and kobold shamans breathed fire. Enemy! The ogre Big Head roared as he smashed a heavily armored soldier, flattening him, armor and all. He paused, surveying the battlefield, then secretly tore off a piece of flesh from the bloody remains and stuffed it into his mouth, a look of satisfaction on his ugly face. Can little people tasty? Just can't let the boss find out. He'll clobber me if I eat any more. Big Head muttered to himself. He didn't know that Long Poo was watching through a magical pendant the ogres carried, his face darkening at the sight. Big Head, are you sneaking snacks again? Long Poo's irritated voice suddenly rang in Big Head's ears. Big Head jumped, instinctively covering his head, fearing a blow from Long Poo's club. But after looking around and not seeing Long Poo's towering figure, he scratched his head in confusion. Weird. I swear I heard the boss's voice. Maybe I imagined it, but soon, the scent of blood drew his simple mind back, and he shrugged it off. Whatever, back to bashing can little people. With an excited yell, Big Head charged back into the bloody fray. For these dragon-blooded beasts, killing was as natural as eating or drinking, unlike humans. Help me. Let me go. I can't fight anymore. They're monsters. Let me out of here. Many soldiers, witnessing their comrades' horrific deaths under the monster onslaught, broke down, desperately trying to escape the nightmarish battlefield. Deserters face execution. Enforcers behind the lines cut down fleeing soldiers with their justice blades, forcing them back to face the enemy. But this only slightly slowed the inevitable retreat. This can't go on. Robert watched the defense lines crumble under the monster horde, his brow furrowing. He summoned the commander of the Northwind Eagle Guard. Aiden, it's your turn. Stop them. Yes, sir. Aiden accepted the command, mounted his giant eagle, and took to the air, raising his eagle call silver sword with a sharp whistle. Northwind Eagle Guard, prepare to charge. Over 100 giant eagle riders ascended, their cries piercing the air as they dove in formation. For the Duke, charge with me. Giant eagles skimmed low, casting shifting shadows and bringing lances and swords down upon the monsters below. Under the Eagle Guard's concentrated charge, the monster horde suffered heavy losses. Even the thick-skinned ogres found some of their ranks pierced by aerial lances. After several charges, the talons of the eagle forces managed to hold their ground, even pushing the line back somewhat. However, the Northwind Eagle Guard seemed to forget they weren't alone in the skies. As they completed another dive and began to ascend, roar! The roar of wyverns filled the air. The crimson-scaled conquerors descended with fiery rage. They had been circling above the clouds, waiting for the perfect moment. Now, as the Eagle Guard showed a lapse in formation, Alger seized the opportunity. For Ember Nest, charge! Alger raised his Everburn sword. With a collective battle cry, the wyverns unleashed dragon howl charges, breathing a wall of fire that spread before them like a flaming tide. The Northwind Eagle Guard, still in a tight formation as they climbed, had no chance to evade. At the sound of the dragon roars, the giant eagles were paralyzed with fear, unable to move. When the guards looked up in panic, all they could see was a wall of flame. Boom! Fire raged across the skies, and the giant eagles, engulfed in flames, plummeted like fireballs. Alger's timing was nearly flawless. With this single dragon howl charge, half of the Eagle Guard's 100 men were incinerated, wiping out an entire battalion. Disperse. Scatter. Retreat quickly. Aiden's anguished shout echoed. He finally understood why the 6th Eagle Guard battalion had vanished. They hadn't expected the Ember Nest to have such a formidable aerial force. It wasn't just mindless wyverns. There were flying knights among them. Roar! As the crimson-scaled conquerors charged, wyvern leader Smog let out a long howl, and wyverns scattered to hunt down any straggling Eagle Guards. The three-headed chimera joined in as well, diving into the fray with 2 female kin by its side. The aerial battle grew increasingly chaotic. Flames, arrows, and lances crossed paths in the sky. 3 chimeras, over 100 wyverns, 18 crimson-scale conquerors, and the remaining 200 Northwind Eagle Guards clashed, each side fending off attacks from every angle. Bodies, both human and beast, fell from the sky. On the ground, the coalition forces, deprived of their aerial support, once again found their lines pushed back by the monsters, with screams and wails echoing across the battlefield. Earl Robert, the commander of the Allied forces, nervously watched the battle in the sky. The staff officer whispered a suggestion. My lord, should we use the Dragon Slayer crossbow to support the Northwind Eagle Guards? Those dragons shouldn't be able to withstand our crossbow bolts. No, continue to keep watch. Robert's tone was somewhat grave. The Northwind Eagle Guards were undoubtedly his most important force, but now his heart was full of doubts. That red dragon, Ember leader, had not appeared since the start of this war. Anyone with a bit of intelligence could realize that a force capable of nurturing such a legion could not possibly be an ordinary young red dragon. Robert could now only pray silently, hoping that the gods would bless his dragon slayer crossbow to be effective against that red dragon. We must wait for that red dragon to appear. Sweat dripped from Robert's forehead. At some point, the air in the Terrell Valley stopped being as fresh as usual, becoming somewhat stifling and hot. Yes, my lord. The staff officer left reluctantly. In the sky and on the ground, tens of thousands of humans and monsters intertwined and fought fiercely, the situation becoming increasingly chaotic. A bear goblin smashed the skull of a spear and shield soldier with a wolf-tooth club, brain matter splattering. But a group of archers behind the soldier drew their bows and arrows, turning the tall and strong bear goblin into a pincushion. A wyvern suddenly swooped down from the sky, piercing those archers with its sharp, poisonous tail. However, the Northwind eagle guards dove in from behind, using their lances to pierce the wyvern's vulnerable neck. I will crush you all. Dolo once again led the charge, swinging the heavy bloodfire battle axe with great force. This hobgoblin had tasted success on the battlefield and knew just how terrifying he had become as a weapon of war. But this time, he didn't manage to cleave the enemy as expected. Instead, his axe was blocked by a thick shield, and it took a great deal of effort to pull it out. For order, stepped forward. Before him stood 7 warriors dressed in silver-heavy armor. They were the crown oath paladins of the Bosk family, and the man at the forefront, surrounded by protective radiance, was the famous White Lion Knight Tarek, who alone blocked Dolo's strike. They had come specifically to support the Central Army. Savage monster, we shall grant you purification. With a command from Tarek, several paladins surrounded Dolo tightly. Guardian Link. Several paladins raised their silver swords high, radiant chains forming between them. Each attack they suffered would be shared among them, the 7 acting in unison, moving like one body. Damn, turtle shell. Dolo swung his battle axe over and over again, but each strike hit the paladin's shield. With those radiant chains shimmering faintly, each attack's force was divided into 7 parts, allowing the paladins to easily block them and retaliate with their silver swords. Dolo tried to change direction and break through, wanting to avoid these troublesome paladins. However, Tarek saw through his intentions at a glance. Compulsory duel. The silver sword shone brilliantly, forcibly dragging Dolo into a holy duel. He could neither leave nor break through the paladin's defense, and the paladins could use their numerical advantage to launch attacks from all angles. For a moment, Dolo found himself at a disadvantage, covered in wounds. Lord Dolo, I'm here to help you. The lizard man leader, Ak, charged in on his ground dragon beast, knocking several paladins away. But the paladins quickly got back up, forming a tight formation again, like an impenetrable silver fortress. The old lizard man shaman, Koda, followed closely, waving his wooden staff. Scorching metal. One paladin's shield turned red-hot, his hands burned black and making sizzling sounds. He couldn't help but throw the shield away and try to retreat to the rear. The old shaman squinted slightly, a faint green light shimmering on his staff. Entangling spell. Wild grasses and vines sprouted from the ground, tightly binding the lone paladin. Die! Dolo and Axe simultaneously seized the opportunity, charging forward. The surrounding paladins tried to block with their shields, but it was already too late. The paladin was first pierced through the shoulder by a bone spear, then his head was shattered by the massive axe swung down from above. Even with the guardian chain still attached to him, without the protection of his shield, his flesh and blood could not withstand the force of the giant axe. Focus on the enemy caster. Defensive formation, Tarek shouted loudly. The remaining paladins once again formed a tight formation, facing off against Dolo and his allies not far away. More soldiers were dispatched to guard their perimeter, and even allied casters rushed over. Mithril Bastion. Protection Circle. The depleted paladins became even more cautious, with multiple defensive spells surrounding them. Even Dolo struggled to find an opening for an attack. Dolo panted heavily, staring at the enemy, his blood-red eyes filled with the desire to kill. Coda, can you cast that spell again? My natural energy hasn't reached that level yet, and they have too many protective spells on them. The lizard man shaman shook his head helplessly. Damn turtle shell. Dolo cursed through gritted teeth, then charged forward again on his ground dragon beast. But the paladin's silver wall blocked him again and again, preventing him from advancing even an inch. Without Dolo as the breakthrough point, the Ember's legion's advance slowed significantly. It was no longer like before, where they crushed everything in their path behind the hobgoblin commander. The Eagle's Talon troops were indeed the most elite force of the Lackman Duchy. After several clashes, they gradually adapted to the fierce battle against the monsters. These soldiers, loyal to the Duke, were now fighting with bloodshot eyes after witnessing their comrades fall one after another, holding the basic defense line with sheer flesh and blood. The situation was at a stalemate. The battle lines moved back and forth, circling around strategic points. An ogre roared as he crushed several humans and seized a critical high ground. But then archers turned him into a pincushion, leading shield soldiers to reclaim the ground. However, soon a chimera descended from the sky, bringing flames to the allied soldiers. Death occurred repeatedly. Blood flowed through the Terrell Valley, soaking the wild grass. This vast battlefield was like a black hole, greedily devouring the lives of both sides of the war. Out of complete distrust of the players' discipline, Cassius had not placed them in the most critical front lines, instead positioning them on the flanks. Thus, Inverness side was led by Medralash, with 1,000 players and 500 tiefling warriors. On the allied side were 3,000 reinforcements from the Boss family, not elite troops. Compared to the intense and bloody front lines, the right-wing battlefield was relatively less fierce, but no less chaotic. While the tieflings and the allied forces were cautiously probing each other in formation, the players had already charged in like wild horses. After all, they never cared much for military discipline. Charge! Wah! Watch me perform. For the Horde. No, for Embernest. Leading the charge was the player with the ID Wings of Freedom. He had now accepted his title as Brother Holy Light, charging forward completely naked. Wings of Freedom's class was an earth druid embracing nature, fitting his character. He was accompanied by several owls, his summoned animal friends. Wild shape. Roar. Brother Holy Light dropped into a rather awkward pose, transforming into a robust brown bear, roaring as he charged towards the line. The allied forces stared in surprise at the reckless players charging without any tactics. After a brief moment of shock, they quickly responded by unleashing volleys of arrows. Why are there so many arrows? Put up a shield. Someone put a shield on me. Barbarian, block for me. Priest, cast sanctuary on me. I can't hold on much longer. After several waves of arrows, the players suffered heavy casualties. The worst was Brother Holy Light in his bear form. He was the biggest target, and now, covered in arrows, looked like a giant porcupine. He didn't revert back to his naked form until his health points hit 0, a corpse full of arrows, still faintly covered in a thin layer of holy light. No, Brother Holy Light. Are we going to take that? A bunch of NPCs dare to mess with us here. The players quickly launched a counterattack, led by the players of Cult of the Machine God. They were mostly artificers and had created many strange gadgets. Guardian Mech activated. With a cold mechanical sound, a tall shadow appeared among the players. Whoa, what is that? Someone actually made a Gundam? That's so damn cool, I want one too. Standing over 4 meters tall, an Omega-powered armor stood on the battlefield. Though the iron components looked a bit crude, it couldn't hide the mech's charm. The pilot was none other than the president of the Cult of the Machine God, Iron Frenzy. This was the Technomancer's subclass armor's trait, Omega-powered armor. Iron Frenzy was wearing a Guardian model, suitable for charging into battle. Make way, let me handle this. Iron Frenzy drove the mech forward, laughing heartily. He had drained his savings and secretly diverted funds from the storm armory to build this armor. Now that he finally had the chance to show it off, he couldn't be more excited. To own a mech and not show off was like wearing fancy clothes at night when no one could see you. The allied archers immediately noticed the strange metal giant, firing all sorts of arrows at it. Trying to shoot down a Gundam with arrows? Iron Frenzy sneered. Force field. The Guardian armor raised its left arm, and driven by magical runes, a transparent force field appeared in front of it, effortlessly blocking the incoming arrows. The players behind Iron Frenzy followed his advance, pushing all the way up to the shield soldiers. The Allied forces had never seen such a thing before. Facing the steadily advancing Guardian armor, they could only attack in a disorganized panic, at a loss for what to do. My lord, the times have changed. Thunder Punch. Iron Frenzy roared, swinging his right fist. The thrusters on the arm flared up, and lightning arcs coiled around his fist. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the Allied shield was smashed inward with an exaggerated fist imprint, and the soldier behind was killed instantly. The surrounding soldiers clutched their ears in pain, arcs of electricity still coiling around their bodies, paralyzing them. 300, 300, 300. Iron Frenzy laughed wildly, like a wolf that had entered a flock of sheep, pounding the Allied soldiers with each punch, flattening one with each swing. The text contribution plus 300 refreshed on his panel continuously, giving him a sense of immense satisfaction. This round is going to be epic. Battlefield Wheelchair followed behind Iron Frenzy, wielding the Iron Jet, firing at point blank. As the gunfire roared, countless metal bullets sprayed out, causing the Allied soldiers to fall like wheat, writhing in pain. Whoa, 4 kills with 1 shot. That powerful. Battlefield Wheelchair stared at the updated information on his panel, eyes wide in excitement. This gun now held a special place in his heart, even comparable to the Type 2 submachine gun. Artificers are having such a blast. I want to switch classes. Anyone want to join? Can you even understand the blueprints? Just randomly switching classes here. Let's go, let's go. Iron Frenzy had already violently torn a hole in the enemy formation, with players flooding in to exploit the breach. For faction contributions. For the Dragon Maid, Warlocks cast scorching fireballs, Druids summoned bizarre beasts, Bards played spellbinding tunes, and Rogues crept low, shooting from hidden spots. Mage, stop casting darkness. I can't see anything. Wild Warlock, hold off for now. Did you just cast Wild Magic Surge under your own feet? Bard, get some fairy fire up. The players yelled as they charged forward, unleashing all kinds of skills, with lights of different colors flying everywhere, strange weapons in all directions. The Allied forces had never encountered such a chaotic group of professionals. Facing the players' unruly tactics, they had no choice but to flee in disarray. The tieflings in the distance had initially laid out their tactics, but upon seeing the players charging in, they suddenly didn't know what to do. Captain, what should we do? Damicus stepped forward to inquire. Medralash donned his helmet, lifted his sword, and said calmly, "Follow them in, take advantage of the spoils. Don't care about those Starfallers. They are immortal, we are not. Prepare to attack." He was growing ever more adept at exploiting the players. Yes, Captain. The tieflings charged in through the breach created by the players, still in tight formation, attacking more systematically. The players soon noticed that the tieflings had joined the fray. Damn, NPCs are here to steal our kills. That was their only thought. Unlike the players' aimless, tactless chase of the Allied soldiers on the periphery, the tiefling army had long formed a tight attack formation, seizing the breach created by the players like an impossibly sharp blade, piercing straight into the 3,000 Allied forces. Medralash charged at the forefront of the formation, his armor splattered with blood, and hardly anyone dared approach him. He raised his blood-stained greatsword high. Channel divine power, manifest terror. A dark radiance immediately enveloped the surroundings. Medralash channeled the darkest emotions, gathering and releasing them in a coercive magical aura, a unique ability of the Oathbreaker. Allied soldiers were shrouded in darkness, dropping their armor and fleeing in instinctive terror. No, stay back. Run. He's a devil, an incarnation of the devil. Blood splattered onto his face, and Medralash's lips curled slightly. The incarnation of the devil, It seemed to stir some memories within him. He was silent for a moment, then spoke calmly. Since you all wish me to be one, so be it. Medralash strode forward, swinging his blood-soaked greatsword, raining down crimson light unique to the Oathbreaker's bloodied holy slash. Amidst the shrill screams, the lives of the allied soldiers were ruthlessly reaped by death. The soldiers fled in all directions as if avoiding a demon. Even his own tieflings found their leader terrifying, only managing to release a few arrows from behind him. Damicus quickly approached, worriedly asking, "Captain, are you all right?" "I'm fine. Never better." As he spoke, Medralash raised his greatsword again. Channel divine power, control undead. Corpses slowly began to rise, retrieving their dismembered limbs, a faint light flickering in their hollow eye sockets, as they lunged at their former comrades with low growls. "No! Oh gods! He really is a devil. That devil resurrected them. He can control the undead." Seeing their former comrades turned into undead, familiar faces now full of hunger for flesh, completely shattered the allied soldiers' morale. They fled in all directions, not wanting to end up the same. Medralash slowly lowered his blood-stained greatsword. The effect isn't bad. In his pitch-black eyes without irises, a faint glow flickered. His ram-like horns were covered in blood, making him look like a true demon of the underworld. Controlling undead was an ability he had never used before, but Medralash now felt no hesitation. Since he was dragon spawn, then even this, it didn't matter anymore. Medralash glanced around, only to find that even his own comrades, their eyes harbored a hint of fear. But he pretended not to see, simply ordering calmly, "Advance." With the undead as their vanguard, the tieflings soon chased the crying, fleeing allied soldiers all the way to the Bosk family's command tent. Compared to the commander, Andre Bosk seemed more like a frontline warrior, having charged into battle alone at the start, leaving all heavy command duties to his noble subordinates. Those pampered nobles, watching the undead approach, were struck with overwhelming fear. One even fainted on the spot. In their eyes, war was often a refined art, not brutal slaughter. The orders from the Bosk family were also clear. There was no need for desperate fighting, only to preserve their forces. But now, with the enemy slaughtering their way to their doorstep, things had far exceeded their expectations. Baron Matthew's voice trembled. What should we do?" Viscount Luton whispered, "Perhaps we should surrender, but I doubt they'll respect the sacred noble agreements. They're dragon spawn, after all." The undead advanced with low growls, while the tieflings held their weapons in steady readiness. Medralash calmly stepped forward a few paces, pointing his sword at the command tent from afar. "Surrender, and you will not be killed." His voice wasn't loud, but rang out clearly. The tent fell silent, followed by the sound of restless shuffling. Baron Matthew, unable to withstand the immense pressure any longer, stumbled out from the back, leaping onto his horse. "You damned devils! Go to hell!" He cursed as he spurred his horse, fleeing as fast as he could. Medralash said nothing more, merely watching the fleeing noble coldly as he raised his sword, glowing with arcane light. Crown of Madness. A twisted, jagged crown appeared on Baron Matthew's head, and madness filled his eyes. He lost control and fell from his horse, thrashing wildly on the ground. Medralash walked forward slowly, looking down at him. "You truly have courage." Baron Matthew rolled on the ground, screaming wildly, "One day, I'll kill you all." Slash. With a swift cut, Baron Matthew's frenzied body was pinned to the ground dead. The remaining nobles in the tent watched the bloody scene, unable to suppress a cry of horror. But it was not over. Medralash pulled his blood-stained sword from the ground. The corpse on the ground began to wriggle, trembling as it rose, with a faint light in its hollow eyes. Baron Matthew had been transformed into an undead. The nobles fell silent. Medralash drove the undead to the front of the command tent and repeated calmly, "Surrender, and you will not be killed." He paused. "At least, I won't turn you into something like this." Sweat poured from Viscount Luton's brow as he finally succumbed to the pressure, collapsing to his knees, sobbing, "I surrender. I surrender. Please don't turn me into an undead. I surrender too. Just spare my life. The Taman family will pay a ransom." The Fat family requests cooperation. On behalf of the Chris family, I extend greetings to the Lord of Embers. With Viscount Luton as an example, the nobles in the tent all knelt, begging and weeping. Medralash gave a slight nod. "Then forgive me." The tieflings bound the kneeling nobles. Damachus approached carefully and reported, "Captain, no, my lord, the allied forces on the right flank have completely collapsed, and the players are pursuing the remnants. Should we assist Lord Longpoo in attacking the enemy's central forces from the flank?" Medralash shook his head. "No, we're retreating immediately." Damachus was stunned. "But my lord—" A glint of amusement appeared in Medralash's pitch-black eyes. "Retreat at once. We have a grand ceremony for these nobles to attend." "Yes, my lord." Though somewhat confused, Damachus followed the order, leading the terrified nobles back north of the pass. The battle on the right-wing battlefield abruptly ended with the surrender of the nobles, leaving only players pursuing the fleeing soldiers. Meanwhile, on the front battlefield, a fierce fight involving tens of thousands of troops and two colossal beings continued. Roar! The Chimera's three heads roared in unison. The dragon head breathed scorching flames, knocking down another eagle guard in front of it. "Monster dot!" Aiden, commander of the 1st Regiment of the Northwind Eagle Guard, shouted as he thrust his spear into the Chimera's goat head. With a shrill wail, the goat head rose high, spraying fresh blood. This three-headed beast had already killed over a dozen of his men, and he desperately wanted to kill the Chimera to the point of ignoring the threat from above. However, just as Aiden thrust his spear, excited shouts and a reverberating dragon roar sounded behind him. "Noodles, go for a dragon roar charge. 2000 XP, here I come." There was the sound of metal clashing, followed by the faint sound of piercing flesh. A lance over 6 meters long directly impaled Aiden, who was still in his spear-thrusting stance, along with his eagle, with terrifying power that even the finest armor couldn't withstand from a dive at such heights. Aiden, commander of the Northwind Eagle Guard's 1st Regiment, died at the hands of a player. The words, "You gain 2100 XP," refreshed on Mantu's screen. "Whoa, just one shot and elite." Mantu shook off Aiden's body and cheered before ascending with his wyvern once again. In the command camp, Robert observed the increasingly intense situation, sweat constantly trickling down his forehead, whether from tension or heat. He wiped his face with a luxurious silk cloth and spoke gravely to the aide beside him. "This cannot go on. At this rate, the soldiers won't hold out for much longer. We need to break the stalemate." The aide pondered briefly before asking, "You mean?" Robert replied in a low voice, "Go and request Lord Shroud's intervention to support the frontline forces." The aide was shocked. "But didn't you say that Lord Shroud shouldn't intervene unless the red dragon appears?" Robert said, "Our only remaining trump card is the Dragon Slayer crossbow. If Lord Shroud doesn't support the front lines, I don't know how much longer our army can hold." His voice paused. "Aiden has already sacrificed himself." "Yes, my lord." The aide understood and quickly nodded, going to request the chief mage's assistance. Soon, a man in a gray robe arrived at the front line under heavy guard from the allied forces. He was the Grey Hawk of the Arcane Hermitage and the chief court mage of the Lackman Duchy Shroud. The armored general, standing beside him, respectfully spoke. "Lord Shroud, this is the situation. We hope you can use your magic to support the frontline troops." Shroud looked at the distant, clawing monsters fighting the allied forces and spoke hoarsely. The red dragon's flame-spawned kin. Understood. He gazed at the high ground filled with dragon blood monsters, narrowing his eyes slightly as he raised his staff. Ice storm. Instantly, large clusters of icy clouds appeared in the sky. Small ice shards began to fall, gradually forming hail, and then dropping rock-hard ice chunks. The hail struck the dragon-blooded monsters, not only battering them, but also bringing a piercing cold. Bang! Hail hit a dragon-blooded lizard man, slowing its movements as the formerly scorching dragon blood cooled until it turned into an unmoving ice statue. Similar scenes continued across the high ground as monsters scrambled to escape, many freezing into statues in their fleeing postures. These creatures, bearing the blood of the fiery red dragon, would rather die in battle than freeze to death under this spell. Damn, it's ice storm. Unfortunately, Dolo was also caught at the spell center. Although he used his Bloodfire battle axe to block the falling hail, his movements became increasingly sluggish, his blood growing cold. Realizing the danger, Dolo roared with all his strength. Longpu, are you dead back there? There's a spellcaster on the other side. Boom! The ground shook violently. The 6-meter-tall, dragon-blooded ogre used a flying spell to reach the front line, landing with a tremendous crash. Though Dolo and he had many disputes, he couldn't let him die here without facing consequences from their master. With that in mind, Longpu nonchalantly adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and raised his wand, which looked like a toothpick in his hand. Wall of Force. An angled, invisible wall of force appeared above the high ground. The falling hail was deflected by the wall of force, cascading down onto the Allied forces' formation instead. Instantly, screams erupted from the Allied troops, casualties mounting. Shroud's expression changed dramatically as he quickly cast shield to block the incoming hail. The soldiers guarding him weren't as fortunate, either being pelted to death by the hail or frozen into statues. Shroud retreated to the back of the formation with misty step. Staring at the invisible force wall in midair, he muttered, "Damn it, that's Wall of Force. Only Disintegrate can destroy it. They actually have such a high-level spellcaster." Disintegrate was a 6-tier spell, and even Shroud was helpless against the force wall. Meanwhile, on the monster's side, Dolo panted heavily, gritting his teeth and thanking loudly. "Longpu, you sure arrived just in time. I nearly froze to death in that spell." His tone grew angrier. "I'm risking my life out here on the front line, and you're nowhere to be seen in the rear." Longpu looked down on the hobgoblin disdainfully, his tone calm. "Commander Dolo, consider this. You're leading Nort's most elite troops, and yet you're cornered by mere humans." Longpu's tone was tinged with mockery. "You once said you'd crush them easily. Those were your words, so I gave you the chance to perform. But look at you now. Why do you need my rescue?" "Longpu, you—" As Longpu sneered, Dolo's face flushed with anger, but he had no rebuttal, swallowing his frustration in silence. Longpu looked out over the battlefield, raising his staff slowly. "Watch closely. This is what crushing them effortlessly looks like." Wall of Fire. A wall of fire spanning dozens of meters erupted across the battlefield. Merciless flames consumed the unsuspecting Allied soldiers, filling the air with cries of agony. Meanwhile, bearing the Red Dragon's bloodline, feared nothing as they surged through the wall of fire, pursuing the hapless, burning enemies. Seeing the blazing wall of fire and the enemy fleeing in all directions, Dolo snorted white steam from his nostrils and raised his axe, ready to charge into the enemy lines. But he was stopped by Longpu. "It's time to retreat, Commander Dolo." Dolo turned around in confusion, his red eyes full of resentment. "Longpu, with a situation like this, you're telling me to retreat? Did you take bribes from those humans?" Longpu replied calmly, "This is the Master's order. Do you also intend to defy it?" Dolo spat on the ground, growling fiercely. "Longpu, don't be so smug. I'll report your lack of action in this war truthfully to the Master." "Let's go." The hobgoblin commander then gathered his troops, preparing to retreat north of the pass. Despite his anger, Dolo hadn't lost all reason. He knew Longpu wouldn't say this without reason. Longpu ignored the enraged hobgoblin leader, instead pulling a special green-footed drake horn from his dimensional pouch, engraved with magical runes. He activated it with ease. Immediately, the majestic voice of the red dragon, recorded through magic, echoed across the battlefield like thunder. Followers of Ember's Nest, obey the order. The whole army retreats. Longpu followed, shouting loudly. This is the master's command, the will of the great red dragon. The ogres crushing soldiers into pulp raised their heads. The chimeras that had been rampaging turned their 3 heads in confusion. The lizard men pulling bloodied spears from enemies paused, and the wyverns soaring with fire-breathing dives spread their wings, beginning to ascend. Although Ember's Nestkin didn't understand why they were retreating, there was clearly no room for defiance against the red dragon's orders. So, even in the midst of a brutal slaughter, they reluctantly left the battlefield, following the command to withdraw. The ogres and hobgoblins ran. The ground dragons moved slowly, while the wyverns and chimeras flew in the sky, all heading toward the follower camp north of Terrell's Maw. Soon, only blood, the bodies of humans and monsters, and still burning embers remained on the ground. Am I dreaming? They left. The gods be praised. Those monsters have retreated. I actually survived. Oh heavens! The allied soldiers, who had just experienced brutal combat, stood in place, stunned. Most were covered in wounds and blood, dazed, mumbling to themselves as if in a dream. This inexplicable victory didn't inspire the usual cheers. Instead, they felt a profound sense of relief from having escaped death. The aide rode up, panting heavily as he reported, my lord, Ember's Nest followers have all retreated." Robert wiped the sweat from his forehead, finally exhaling in relief. At least he didn't have to worry about a direct attack on their base. But faced with this situation, he was still puzzled. They clearly held the absolute advantage. Why did they retreat? Lord Shroud, the Grey Hawk, had already withdrawn from the front lines, standing nearby in thought before he spoke softly. Red dragons are greedy, stingy creatures that rarely grant blessings. Perhaps the power of these creatures wasn't given freely, and every power has a price. In other words, they might be burning their own life force. Robert pondered briefly before asking, "So you mean Ember's Nest fears prolonged war?" Shroud's voice was raspy. "It's just a reasonable guess. All I can say is that it's possible." Robert walked out of the tent, looking at the receding figures of the wyverns in the sky, finally gritting his teeth as he made a decision. Then pursue them. This is the Allied forces' last chance. We cannot let them recover again. The blaring horns of a charge sounded. Under Robert's orders, the Allied soldiers moved forward to reclaim their former positions, though their pace was slow. The soldiers trudged forward wearily, even their horses whinnying in exhaustion. Soldiers, victory is within reach. These monsters can't hold out much longer. You will be heroes of the North, preserving order. The officers shouted with enthusiasm, but the soldiers merely looked on coldly. Victory? What a joke. Has this guy ever seen a wyvern's fangs? Has he ever been struck by an ogre's club? Grumbling voices rose in the ranks. These soldiers, who had faced brutal combat, now harbored a desire to avoid further battle. They only refrained from deserting for self-preservation. Despite the officers' repeated insistence on the monster's retreat, the soldiers maintained a slow pace, fearing they might catch up too quickly. Their passive resistance to combat could not be punished by the officers through military law. North of Terrell's Maw, Longpu stood halfway up the mountain, overlooking the slow-approaching Allied forces below, a hint of an expectant smile on his ugly face. "People of the North, you've finally come to meet your deaths." Surrounding him were the followers of Embers, ogres, hobgoblins, kobolds, lizardmen. Even the captured nobles had been brought here. They were still noisy, the frenzy from battle not yet fully subsided. I killed 12 humans with my hammer. Haha, I crushed them alive. It's a pity. I wanted another taste of blood. TSK, TSK, isn't there some right here? As they spoke, the monster's greedy eyes shifted toward the noble captives. Viscount Luton was terrified of the monsters around him and anxiously asked the tiefling, "My lord, why did you bring us here? Please ensure our safety." Medralash smiled without answering. "I was just getting into the fight, and now we've retreated. Yeah, I only got 600 contribution points. Is the war over? Is there a final mission or something? Isn't there supposed to be a cut scene?" The players, following the task prompt, also gathered at the camp on the mountainside, watching with interest. Seeing the allied forces drawing near, Longpu merely raised his staff. Wall of stone. The ground rumbled loudly. A thick stone wall slowly rose, sealing the only remaining exit from Terrell's maw and trapping the nearly 10,000 allied soldiers in the valley. This is what the master called catching a turtle in a jar, I suppose. Longpu looked down at the astonished allied forces below, muttering to himself. Robert rode at the rear of the army. On either side of him, dozens of soldiers struggled to push the heavy Dragonslayer crossbows, the massive wheels on the mounts creaking with piercing metal friction. Greyhawk, Shroud also rode beside Robert on a black horse. "This damn place is getting hotter and hotter." Robert wiped the sweat off himself, complaining. He asked the aide, "Why is the army moving so slowly? How long until we can get through Terrell's Maw?" The aide replied solemnly, "My lord, our army just went through a bloody battle. It's normal for the pace to be slower." "Lord Robert, we found a stone wall blocking Terrell's Maw up ahead." A messenger arrived on horseback, reporting urgently. "What? How is that possible? They just passed through." Robert looked utterly incredulous. Shroud's voice grew serious. "It's a spellcaster. Ember's Nest has a high-level spellcaster. If I'm not mistaken, that should be Wall of Stone, a fifth circle evocation spell capable of creating an indestructible stone barrier. It seems they anticipated we'd pursue them and prepared accordingly." "Then what should we do?" Robert was beginning to panic, sweat pouring down his forehead. Shroud spoke calmly. "My lord, don't worry. This stone wall can be broken, and even if the enemy is a grand mage, it's challenging to maintain this spell for long." Good. Robert mumbled to himself. He took out his handkerchief again, wiping his forehead. Compared to when the Allied forces first entered, Trier Valley now felt like a sweltering furnace. It was baffling how the weather here could be so unpredictably harsh. Robert could even smell the scent of burnt dust in the air. Wait, fire? Heat? The red dragon is known as the dragon of volcanoes. As this thought struck him, combined with the sudden retreat of the Ember Legion and the red dragon's absence, an ominous premonition crept into Robert's mind. Unfortunately, his premonitions were often accurate. "And my lord," the aide's voice trembled beside him. Robert's thoughts were interrupted. He looked to his side, impatiently asking, "What is it?" "Turn around, my lord, and you'll understand." The aide's tone was despairing, with a hint of tears. Robert finally realized something was amiss. Turning around on his horse, he was so shocked that he fell to the ground. He collapsed, gazing up at the sky in despair. By tempests, flames, endless flames. The distant half of the sky was dyed orange-red, the horizon becoming a searing, flickering line of fire as thick smoke billowed up, gradually engulfing the land. Gusts of wind from the southwest howled, flipping corpses on the battlefield, flinging severed limbs like locusts into the air. The pieces ignited in the heat above the fire, turning into flaming projectiles raining down. And at the center of the inferno, a massive red dragon slowly flapped its wings. The red dragon was like an incarnation of flames, the heart of the vast blaze. With each wing beat, the flames pulsed like a heartbeat, growing fiercer. "Shroud, is this also an illusion?" It was a question that didn't need an answer. Robert stared at the sky, his face illuminated by the fire. He could already feel the hot air and the sulphurous scent. Shroud gave no reply, staring blankly at the distance, muttering in disbelief. Weather manipulation. Eighth circle. That's an eighth circle spell. The gray-robed mage screamed in near hysteria. The allied soldiers were also struck by the terrifying spectacle, crying out in despair, wailing, and praying. Yet before this boundless sea of fire, nothing seemed to matter. Oh gods, this must be hell. No, how did we ever make an enemy of such a being? Their path was sealed by the unbreakable stone wall, and behind them lay endless flames. To survive, they could only hope for a divine miracle to quell the disaster. But such miracles hadn't happened in a millennium of the Third Age. In other words, it was an inescapable death trap. This was a purgatory engulfed in flames. Roar! Cassius, surrounded by boiling flames, let out a mighty, awe-inspiring roar. Foolish humans, I am fire itself. I am death. I shall bring you utter destruction. The intense heat continued to rise, forming columns of hot air. Countless fire serpents erupted from the ground, swirling and coiling upwards. The southwest wind intensified, creating a powerful vortex that swept up grass, corpses, flames, and ash, spiraling into the sky. Countless fire serpents merged into a massive fire tornado, swirling over the Trier Valley for miles. It was as if the world had been torn open, and the red dragon was at the center of the 100-meter-high pillar of fire, slowly flapping its wings. Each beat of its wings made the fire tornado more intense and grand. The fire tornado ravaged the land, burning everything, and the Allied forces had no escape route. Robert snapped out of his daze, scrambling to his feet, staring at the red dragon in the sky. A look of grim determination flashed in his eyes. A calamity can't be killed, but the source of the calamity can. Robert looked toward the dragon slayer crossbows covered in thick cloth, seeing a final glimmer of hope. These enormous crossbows had once slain the glacier wing that ravaged the north a century ago. Surely, they would be effective against this dragon, an incarnation of disaster. His eyes hardened as he muttered to himself, "Kill it. Just kill it. Prepare the dragon slayer crossbows. At all costs, kill this damned red dragon." Robert shouted with reckless abandon. He shoved aside the panicked soldiers around him, throwing off the thick cloth covering the dragon slayer crossbow and straining to position it. "My lord, let me help you." The loyal soldiers nearby saw the Count's intent and, mustering their courage, stepped forward to help, pushing the heavy crossbow together, aiming it at the red dragon in the sky. A massive bolt, as thick as an arm and over 2 meters long, lay quietly on the loading bed, its iron-tipped head gleaming coldly with stains of old blood. It had once pierced a dragon's heart, and now destiny called once more. The rampaging flames drew closer, about to engulf everything. As long as this bolt hits, it will all be over. Robert aimed the dragon slayer crossbow at the sky, staring intently at the approaching red dragon. Sweat dripped from his chin, his breath held, heart pounding. Through the blazing wall of fire, he could see those golden, vertical pupils gazing down upon him. Flames filled the heavens, the air thick with tension. Man in dragon-locked eyes. Robert thought he saw a trace of disdain in those eyes. Robert felt a deep sense of powerlessness, followed by an uncontrollable rage. How dare this red dragon look down on him with such contempt? He released the crossbow's trigger, and the multi-meter-long bow arm fired the bolt with tremendous force. Whoosh! A piercing whistling sound tore through the air. Robert watched the bolt fly straight toward the sky, holding his breath, praying to his god for a direct hit. Just as the massive bolt was about to strike its chest and pierce the blazing, beating heart of the dragon, Cassius's enormous dragon form transformed into a blazing inferno, merging into the twisting fire tornado, into the flames. At that moment, the red dragon truly became the incarnation of fire. The dragon slayer bolt, which had once killed the glacier wing, passed through the flames without resistance, finally embedding itself powerlessly in the ground. Impossible. This is impossible. Robert collapsed to the ground again, shaking his head in a frenzy, mumbling incoherently. Gazing up at the empty sky filled only with endless flames, he felt utter despair as his eyes reflected the dazzling firelight above. No! With the approaching fire tornado, raging flames surged forth. The terrifying inferno spun and condensed at incredible speed, taking shape until it manifested into the massive body of Cassius. Who gave you the courage to challenge me with these pathetic toys? Cassius crushed the few remaining crossbows with his claws, and the flames surrounding him completely consumed Robert, who had collapsed to the ground. The youngest Earl of the Lackman Duchy, the commander of 30,000 allied troops, was reduced to ash in the roaring flames without even a last word. The final judgment is near. You pathetic mortals are about to make your exit. With thick smoke and raging flames, Cassius rampaged into the massive army of thousands. The red dragon's menacing form appeared and vanished in the flames, trampling soldiers in flight and using its claws and teeth, as sharp as the world's most lethal weapons, to destroy everything before it. Anyone attempting to resist found that their feeble arrows couldn't pierce his hardened, golden-red scales, only drawing down searing white flames in retaliation. Help! Stay away from me! Faced with this disaster-like monster, the Allied soldiers lost all will to resist. Yet, the soldiers destroyed personally by Cassius were actually the lucky ones. At least they had died in the honor of fighting the evil dragon. For the rest, it was purely a massacre. The 100-meter-high fire tornado followed closely behind the red dragon, sweeping up the nearest soldiers, carrying them high into the air and igniting them in the heat, turning them into burning fireballs. Some soldiers on the perimeter ran to higher ground, only to be showered by a rain of fireballs. Most soldiers had no time to escape, engulfed by flames falling from the sky. Some desperately tried to dig into the ground, but burned alive in agony. Others, wearing thick iron armor, melted into charred remnants fused with molten metal. Fire illuminated the sky, and smoke blanketed the land. Soldiers scrambled like headless flies amidst the smoke and flames, some lost, some fleeing in desperation, some hanging on to life, others charred to ashes. The soldiers furthest away, lucky enough to avoid the flames, tried to climb over the stone wall, but they were enveloped by thick smoke, suffocating to death. Amidst the smoke, the gray-robed mage used his spells to flee to a corner of the battlefield, raising his staff with trembling hands. I have to get out of here. Forgive me, my lord. Lesser teleportation. A ripple of space opened before him, and Shroud's figure began to fade. Cassius sensed the magic's fluctuation and turned his head, but seeing it was only the gray hawk, mage escaping, he allowed him to flee. Hovering in the sky, the red dragon slowly flapped his wings, surveying the burning, hell-like landscape below. The place that had once housed tens of thousands of troops now contained scarcely any life. All he could see was fire and scorched earth. Countless embers danced on the wind. This place had become a realm of flames, a forbidden zone for the living. Cassius completed his pre-battle vow with meticulous precision, descending onto the ground with a thunderous landing, sending ash everywhere as he raised his head and let out a resounding roar. Roar! Viscount Luton, standing on the mountain, shivered as he watched the apocalyptic scene. In his mind, he recalled countless works by court poets, full of grand and elaborate words, but none could capture even a fraction of what he was witnessing. His lips trembled slightly before he finally uttered a few words. Hellish calamity. Luton remembered a line from religious scripture. Sinners are cast into the inferno, and flames shall consume them. Fire, the incarnation of fire, is the embodiment of fire. By the gods. The captured nobles stared blankly as the 30,000 elite troops turned to ash, trembling all over. Some even collapsed in fear, losing control on the spot. Meanwhile, Ember's nest kin, whether hobgoblins, ogres, or wyverns, all fixed their eyes on the massive dragon in the sea of fire, surrounded by embers. Awe, terror, and admiration showed on their savage faces. This is the power of our master, the wrath of the great red dragon. This is the purest embodiment of strength. He will either conquer or destroy the world. Longpu observed the hellish scene, muttering to himself. The red dragon flapped its massive wings, lifting off from the sea of fire and landing at Ember's Nest camp on the mountainside. As he approached, Ember's Nest's kin and the captured nobles alike couldn't help but tremble, bowing their heads under the dragon's immense presence. Quite a spectacle, wasn't it? Wouldn't you agree? Cassius looked down at them, his golden pupils still seeming to burn with the fire from moments ago. The Allied forces never truly had a chance at victory. It was all as if it were a grand play scripted by him for himself. On that day, flames engulfed the sky and the earth, and Trier Valley was filled with ash. He wielded disaster-like power, proclaiming his presence in the Anzita wasteland in the most forceful way, a massacre, or more accurately, the slaughter of 30,000 Allied troops. This event is usually referred to as the Terrell Massacre. Since then, the seemingly unbreakable Northern United Kingdom has teetered on the brink, signaling the dawn of the era of dragon rule. The Chronicles of Anzita, the Terrell Massacre by Duke Luton. The Battle of Terrell concluded, with Ember's Nest suffering significant casualties, losing over 10,000 goblins and kobolds, but they retained a powerful fighting force and high morale. Meanwhile, the allied forces of Lackman, Bosk, and Nort, totaling over 30,000, were utterly annihilated. All high-ranking generals from the Bosk and Nort duchies were captured and imprisoned in the dungeons of Dragon Valley. Since the Lion Alliance battle that altered Anzita's political landscape 30 years ago, there hadn't been a war of this scale in decades. Thus, as soon as the flames of war ignited, every power across the Anzita wasteland eagerly awaited the final outcome. When the news of the Allied forces' complete annihilation spread, it did so rapidly. The tale of Cassius, the hellish Calamity, destroying the Allied forces with flames, also spread far and wide. The entire northern region was in an uproar, with shock waves rippling across the land. At first, no one believed that the combined elite armies of 3 duchies could be wiped out entirely, until brave rangers risked their lives to infiltrate Trier Valley. They saw the charred brown earth and the heavy ash, all evidence confirming the report's truth. Suddenly, this once obscure red dragon became a terror to quiet children's cries at night. The ultimate foe in countless bard tales, the greatest evil that adventurers sought to eliminate, and the target of intense scrutiny from every faction in the north, whether good or evil. If they want war, I'll give them war. Only, the end of this war is not for them to decide. This quote from a red dragon had circulated widely within Ember's Nest, and even spread across the duchies of the Northern Kingdom. Ember's Nest's vast, menacing war machine was clearly far from having exhausted its might. The dragon-blooded monsters were ready and eager, and after a few days of rest, they surged southward, extending the blazing flames from Trier Valley to the homeland of the Lackman Duchy. But this time, whether it was the Bosk Duchy, nominal leader of the Northern United Kingdom, or the Nort Duchy, closely allied by marriage to Lackman, or any of the remaining 10 duchies large and small, all trembled beneath Ember's Nest's wings, feigning blindness and inaction. The Nort Duchy even proactively sent an envoy, proposing to ransom their captives at a high price and sign a peace treaty. Numerous nobles from the north, bypassing their lieges, sent envoys in secret to negotiate cooperation early on. Even the Bosk Duchy used underground channels to subtly express their desire to ransom Andre and apologize for their actions. Dorena, the pure-blooded serpent in charge of diplomatic affairs, welcomed this, yet the treaties offered by the northern nobles could not satiate her greed. She wanted to extract more benefits from them, ideally draining their blood entirely to nourish Ember's Nest. A thunderous, prolonged horn echoed, startling flocks of birds. March! Dolo rode atop a ground dragon beast, raising his bloodfire battle axe. The massive dragon beast rumbled like an earthquake. Wyverns filled the sky. Kobolds and goblins covered the hills, while hobgoblins and lizard men formed orderly formations. They would crush all enemies in their path with overwhelming force. For Ember's nest, the monster's fanatical, chaotic roars filled the air. Amidst the northern region's upheaval, Cassius, the culprit behind it all, lay weakly resting in a cave, his massive dragon body rising and falling with each breath. The consumption was too great. I probably won't be able to use it for several days. Cassius slightly turned his head, gazing at the golden ring on his claw, inlaid with the blue amber-like Storm King eye, now dim. Due to excessive magical conduction, the once indestructible structure of this golden metal had become somewhat brittle, nearly at its breaking point. TSK, this vessel is still too fragile. The Calamity-level disaster this time was partially achieved through Cassius's use of the Storm King Eye, casting the 8th circle spell, Weather Manipulation, to create a hurricane tornado. Combined with his dragon sorcerer's powerful fire element control, he created an endless sea of flames through breath and spell. The two forces combined, wind fanning flames, produced the all-consuming fire tornado. Yet weather itself is a complex system filled with vast and chaotic information. Even with the aid of equipment, casting the 8th layer magic of weather manipulation was still a massive challenge for Cassius. Each second of maintaining the spell put tremendous strain on his mind. It could be described as spell-casting satisfaction in the moment, followed by a fiery graveyard. But it was all worth it. Cassius looked at the updated information on his panel, a sinister smile forming. You destroyed an army of 10,000 on your own, gaining the special Achievement Army Breaker. Achievement Army Breaker. When individual power reaches its peak, the enemy's numbers become a meaningless figure. In other words, you alone are enough to easily destroy an entire army. Military Historian Trimson. Passive trait acquired. Army Breaker. Strength +1. Constitution +2. As a being who can single-handedly annihilate an army, any attack by multiple opponents excites you greatly. When facing multiple enemies, your strength and constitution will increase significantly. Note, legendary dwarf berserker Kurthulf once smashed an entire demon army with his hammer. According to him, he didn't even blink. Scholars have tried to challenge this claim academically, but none dared to confront him face to face. Army Breaker, a fearsome ability, not only useful in large-scale battles, but it also works exceptionally well against attacks from multiple enemies, especially adventurer teams. Not to mention the bodily enhancements it provides. Soon, Cassius felt a mysterious force reshaping his body. His already powerful muscles became firmer, tougher, his dragon body's strength and vitality raised to a new level. A certain trait, as if it had been born within him, suddenly appeared in his dragon form. The ability to grow stronger when facing large numbers of enemies, a gift of Army Breaker. Still no mana fluctuations. Not even space is detectable. Cassius narrowed his eyes, shook his body, feeling the new power, thinking to himself. He was already one of Anzita's top combatants, but even so, he could detect no trace of this system, tempering his post-victory complacency. After all, in this world, he was still far too weak. After fully adjusting, feeling the more surging power within his body, Cassius looked at the panel again, where countless notifications of earned experience points filled the screen. You killed White Lion Knight, Tarek, gaining 2100 XP. You killed Northwind Eagle Guard Captain, Nerylin, gaining 1800 XP. You killed Northwind Eagle Guard Captain, Atra, gaining 1800 XP. You killed Silver Hand, Tur, gaining 1200 XP. You killed Count Robert, gaining 1200 XP. You killed Supply Soldier, gaining 0.5 XP. You killed Supply Soldier, gaining 0.5 XP. You killed Peasant Auxiliary, gaining 0.25 XP. A total of over 10,000 lines of data refreshed. At the forefront were the high-ranking generals in the Allied forces, paladins, spellcasters, followed by various elite soldiers, and finally countless ordinary soldiers and laborers. Due to Cassius's high life level, the experience provided by those two weak was negligible, but little by little, it accumulated to something significant. Whoa, so much. Cassius was somewhat surprised. The amount of data in front of him far exceeded his expectations. In the final panel statistics, Cassius gained over 63,000 experience. Even though the Red Dragon template made leveling up extremely difficult, this massive amount of experience was enough to let him level up 4 times in one go. However, Cassius did not intend to do so. Rashly accepting uncontrollable power is very risky. Even the spellcasting abilities he mastered after his previous sleep, he had just barely digested and achieved basic control over. Select to increase True Dragon Sorcerer level. Your True Dragon Sorcerer level has increased to 8. You gained the additional dragon trait, Hard Landing. Hard Landing. Prerequisites. Hover Flip. If an injury or spell attack renders it unable to fly, an experienced dragon can take an emergency method to maintain its dignity. Dragons with this feat can always find the best way to minimize damage in any fall. Cassius nodded slightly. At least this trait could be of some use in combat. You gained a special attribute point and can increase one of your own attributes by 1, including beyond 20. Choose to increase Charisma to 25. A familiar feeling once again enveloped his body, soul, and spirit. His influence on reality deepened further, making him feel like a master of the world, able to manipulate the weave with a mere gesture. It is said that when attributes like charisma and intelligence reach 30, one can access the Source Sea through sheer will, reaching a new spellcasting realm far beyond mortal abilities, though no player had ever reached it in his previous life. Cassius took a deep breath, sensing his connection to the world, while secretly praying for a useful spell. Yet, he did not call upon any deity. Gained 5th level dragon, Spell Dragon's Vitality. Dragon's Vitality. 5th level conjuration spell. A golden ray shoots up from the ground beneath you, bathing you in a pillar of healing light with swirling yellow particles. This spell transforms arcane energy into pure dragon vitality, guiding it to repair the damage to your body. Cassius immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He had acquired a highly functional healing spell, which could indeed save his life when facing powerful enemies. But the spell that followed made his face turn serious. Gained 6th level dragon, spell Tiamat's Terrifying Illusion. Tiamat's Terrifying Illusion. 6th level illusion spell. The target creature sees an illusion of Tiamat, the Dragon Queen. Unless its will is extraordinarily strong, it will believe the illusion is real and that it is about to become her target in a barrage of multiple breath attacks. Creatures believing this illusion will see fire, ice, acid, lightning, and poison flowing from Tiamat's mouth towards them. Only those with sufficiently strong mental resilience can withstand the sight without dying from fear. The illusion is so terrifying that even those with strong wills will suffer severe mental blows. Tiamat's illusion. Is this a coincidence? Or did the 5-color Dragon Queen do this deliberately? Cassius pondered, his expression gradually freezing. Although the Anzita Wasteland is just a remote corner of Erizig, insignificant in the prime material plane. But as a red dragon rumored to be favored by the Dragon Queen, Cassius's performance may indeed have attracted the attention of that evil Dragon Queen. After all, the terrifying illusion had appeared in his mind shortly after he entered Erizig. Now he commanded the Storm Highlands, and he was even about to take over the entire Lackman Duchy, barely meeting the threshold to be a lackey of the Dragon Queen. This spell is certainly powerful, but unless absolutely necessary, it's best not to use it recklessly. He didn't believe that the true god depicted in the illusion wouldn't notice when he summoned it. This was simply nonsense. Cassius didn't want to encounter the Dragon Queen prematurely while he was still relatively weak. That would only make him a complete pawn. Tiamat, rather than a pawn, I'd rather be the rebellious son that replaces her. Cassius thought silently. Of course, Such blasphemous thoughts were best kept to himself. He would never speak them aloud. The casting method of Tiamat's terrifying illusion appeared in Cassius's mind, with the menacing images of the five-color dragon queen seeming to watch everything, making him feel somewhat uneasy. Cassius tried to build a fortress within his memory, sealing it away for now, refraining from using it. If he could refuse, he would even rather give up this 6th-level spell. Even after sealing it, Cassius still felt somewhat unsettled, unable to rest peacefully. Long Pu, the red dragon, called out to the magic mirror in the cave. At his call, Long Pu's ugly face appeared on the mirror, his expression humble and respectful. After that dreadful disaster, he had gained a more direct understanding of the red dragon's power, and his reverence had deepened. "Great Master, do you have any orders?" Cassius commanded. "Find a vacant cave within the Storm Highlands and place a shrine to Her Majesty Tiamat inside. Have people regularly send a few gold coins as a gesture of respect." He paused for a moment before adding a reminder. "Additionally, make sure this place is far from Dragon Valley." Long Pu accepted the command with pleasure and replied respectfully, "Yes, Master." The Dragonborn Ogre Mage cut off the magical image and couldn't help but marvel. The Master is truly generous and devout, offering precious gold coins to Her Majesty the Dragon Queen. No wonder he possesses such mighty power. However, Cassius, considering the typical greed of dragons, planned to switch the gold coins to less noticeable copper coins later on, which had nothing to do with stinginess. Within the borders of the Lackman Duchy, Trove City, this was once the fief of the legendary General Turner Lackman. The city is also known as the City of Valor, housing over 10,000 people. As a military stronghold defending Northwind Fortress in the northern part of the duchy, Trove City has long resisted invasions from the north. Its people are resilient and brave. In other words, full of martial spirit. For centuries, they have endured invasions by frost giants, orcs, and even white dragons, yet none have crushed them. These Scanlan people are like a nail, firmly rooted in the central northern part of Anzita. However, now anxiety fills the city. The dark, oppressive army of monsters has besieged this city for a full 7 days. Traffic has been cut off, water, people, and food cannot move in or out of Trove City. Yet, the shortage of supplies isn't the most terrifying part. The greater fear stems from the unrested insights in people's hearts. The people of Trove, who haven't faced war for decades, have grown somewhat lax. They seem to have forgotten the glory of their ancestors, immersed in this long-standing peace. Meanwhile, their enemies are the spirited and watchful Ember Scions. Many of the elite forces of the Allied army came from Trove City. After that battle, wails filled the city, and it could be said that Trove City's backbone was broken. Wyvern knights roared overhead, dropping countless surrender leaflets under the horrified gazes of the residents. Will they massacre the city? What should we do? Should we just surrender? Even the elite Allied forces were completely wiped out. How could we possibly defend against such an army? Such whispered conversations continued throughout the city. However, the city's defense forces had already implemented martial law. The entire city was under strict military control. Anyone who publicly expressed sentiments that could shake morale would be arrested by the city's defense forces as a traitor. The tall walls of Trove City have withstood the passage of time, bearing witness to centuries of glorious history. The city defenders stood ready at their posts, but they could not launch attacks, for the monsters were too far away, even beyond the range of the city's ballistae. The current lord, Count Dawson Viller, stood atop the wall, gazing down at the monsters surrounding the city with a heavy expression. "My lord, we caught another group of traitors." A captain of the defense forces reported hurriedly. Dawson's tone was resolute. "Execute them all. Don't give these people any leeway." The captain shuddered before quickly replying, "Yes, my lord." Again, the same thing. Have they forgotten the glory of their ancestors? Dawson clenched his fist, muttering to himself. He turned to look at the adjutant beside him and asked, "How long can the food and water inside the city last?" The adjutant paused before responding. 3 days, at most 3 days. Recently, some people have died of thirst, and their families brought the bodies to the square to cry, but our guards temporarily detained them. However, the situation is getting out of control. More people are causing trouble, and we're running out of troops in the city. A heavy gloom settled over Dawson's face. Was surrender the only option? No, surrender was absolutely unacceptable. This was for his honor, for Trost's centuries of struggles, for the glory of their forefathers. Thinking this, Count Dawson's face hardened, and he said to his adjutant, "Go gather the citizens. I have something to say to them." "Yes, my lord." Soon, under the urging and hurting of the defense forces, the hungry and thirsty, endlessly complaining citizens gathered below the city walls. "I'm so hungry. Is the Count going to offer relief? These defense dogs, my family died of hunger, and they took the body away. Let this end soon." At that moment, a steady and powerful voice echoed from the city wall, causing the residents, or rather, the refugees, to look up. They saw Count Dawson with a grim face, standing on the city tower, delivering a speech from on high. "Citizens, Trost City is at a life-or-death moment, facing the greatest crisis in nearly a century. But do not fear, do not retreat. Our ancestors lived here, in this magnificent city. Look at these towering walls that once repelled countless fearsome enemies. Giants, orcs, dragons, and none could conquer us. This time will be no different." A refugee below gathered the courage to ask, "But what about food and water?" "My lord, with all due respect, our courage needs a material foundation." Dawson's expression froze, but he continued firmly, "Courage and will are your sharpest spear and sword. No food and water? How could that be? Citizens, put on your armor, take up your weapons. They're right outside the city, waiting for you to claim them with sword and shield." As Count Dawson delivered his impassioned speech, he was unaware that hundreds of meters away in the outskirts, someone was secretly observing him. "Boss, are you sure this mortar will work? It looks so crude to me." Battlefield Wheelchair pretended to calibrate it, saying to Iron Frenzy beside him. Before them stood a 2-meter-long metal smoothbore cannon, but it had no carriage and was held up by a tall, sturdy ogre sitting on the ground, using his shoulder as a makeshift gun carriage. Iron Frenzy leaned in, whispering, "It should work, at least it shouldn't blow up." The cannon mount budget went to the Gundam. "But, do you really know how to use this thing?" "All right, then I'll give it a try." Battlefield Wheelchair focused his gaze on the distant city wall, where Count Dawson was delivering his rousing speech, and said excitedly, "Judging by his attire, he must be a big boss. Big head a bit to the left." The ogre impatiently leaned left. "Too much, back about a stake's distance." Battlefield Wheelchair thought hard, coming up with a unit the ogre could understand. "Wait, no, that's too much." "Yes, right about there." "Load the ammo." Another ogre picked up the heavy shell, clumsily loaded the fuse, and stood ready. Battlefield Wheelchair had calibrated for so long without any clear idea, so he decided to leave it to chance and shouted, "Ready, fire!" Boom! A thunderous cannon shot echoed across the field. The shell arced high through the air, but landed on the moat in front of the city walls, blasting a huge pit into the ground. "Damn it, what's going on?" In the middle of his speech, Count Dawson suddenly felt the ground tremble. He staggered, mud splattering onto his ornate armor. Was that thunder? Could it be the enemy attacking? "Run for your lives." The refugees panicked, a wave of chaos breaking out as they crowded and clamored to escape. "Pillar, you damn well missed the shot. Get out of here and stick to your wheelchair gun from now on." Iron Frenzy shoved Battlefield Wheelchair aside, cursing. He had assumed this guy actually knew how to operate a cannon, but it turned out he was just bluffing, wasting a precious shell for nothing. Seeing that the commander hadn't retreated from the wall, Iron Frenzy immediately began recalculating his aim. The distance wasn't very far, and the terrain was exceptionally open and simple. Iron Frenzy quickly ordered, "Set the firing parameters. Azimuth 27-00, elevation 06-80. The ogre, acting as the gun mount, Big Head, immediately adjusted his position according to the instructions, casting a disdainful look at battlefield wheelchair. Meanwhile, the other ogre began loading the shell and setting the fuse. Battlefield wheelchair was dumbfounded, unable to intervene, silently thinking, did I just get looked down on by an ogre? Iron Frenzy, however, had no time for his ego, focusing solely on taking down the elite target. He shouted, "Ready, fire!" With a thunderous roar, the shell shot out again, tracing a beautiful arc through the air. This time, with the calibration adjusted, the shell's trajectory was obviously aimed straight at the commander. At Tro's city's tower, the blackened metal shell descended from the sky, landing precisely beside Count Dawson. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Shrapnel scattered, and dust filled the air. Count Dawson was blown off the city tower, landing on the ground as a mangled, charred mass, mixed with fragments of his ancestral armor. His adjutant and the city defenders beside him were also either dead or severely injured. Several of the bricks from the blast flew down onto the crowd below, causing more injuries and deaths. Oh my God, the Count is dead. Ember Nest has broken through. Help! They're coming in. Refugees scattered, crying and fleeing in panic, even trampling each other in the chaos. The city defenders were powerless against this. Their count had been blown to pieces, and many of the defense forces were still stunned by the bombardment, paralyzed with fear. What do we do? Should we continue following orders? But the Count is dead, and even the captain is gone. I don't know. The city defenders could only stand by, helpless. News of the Count's death quickly spread throughout the city, plunging Tro's city into chaos. Loyal followers wanted to fight to the death to fulfill the Count's last wishes, while cowardly nobles sought to survive by surrendering, and even pure blood snake spies were stirring up trouble in the city. Meanwhile, at Ember Nest's position, the Scions were a bit puzzled by the chaos in Tro's city, though the players understood perfectly well. You killed Count Dawson Viller, gaining 1200 XP. You defeated an enemy commander, earning Ember Nest faction contribution 5,500. Damn, a one-shot kill. Iron Frenzy's eyes widened as he looked at the generous rewards on his screen, elated. Battlefield Wheelchair whispered, "Boss, how does this ogre understand orders so well and aims so precisely?" Iron Frenzy sneered, "This ogre is much smarter than you. He even memorized the firing tables for the cannon. It only cost me 300 pounds of raw meat to train him. He's nothing like you, who can't aim for crap." No way. Battlefield Wheelchair felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, muttering in disbelief. Was he really outsmarted by an ogre? Iron Frenzy sympathetically patted his shoulder. "You're not suited for complex stuff. When resources are better, I'll make you a Type 2 submachine gun. Now scram." The ogre Big Head seemed to notice he was the topic of discussion and turned around, his ugly face showing a mocking smile. Battlefield Wheelchair wiped the sweat from his brow, trying to change the topic. He suddenly cheered, "Boss, you're awesome. Fire another shot. Let's give them a little shock and awe." Unexpectedly, the Hobgoblin Commander Dolo, leader of the siege, was drawn by the noise and personally came over, asking if these Stardrop players could blast the city wall down directly. Probably not. Iron Frenzy scratched his head awkwardly. He patted the overheated cannon barrel, and with a crisp crack, the metal barrel burst open, the muzzle blooming like a flower, wisps of smoke rising. This was just a prototype, brought over for testing. It could only fire twice at most. It was certainly not because he'd cut corners, secretly using Ember Nest's allocated mithril to make armor instead, and replacing the mortar barrel with inferior metal. Iron Frenzy silently vowed never to tell anyone. By the time half a day had passed, the chaos within the city began to subside. Dolo was somewhat disappointed, but looked at the towering city wall with a cruel smile. The master said to maintain order within the city. But if they refuse to surrender, there's nothing I can do. A hint of savagery flashed in his eyes. It was rumored that the master would personally come to this siege, so he intended to show off his valor and loyalty, making enemies tremble at the mention of his name. Boom! Yet, just as he was imagining this, the heavy city gates slowly opened. A white flag waved from the tall city tower. The unbreached Trove city, held for a century, was so easily taken. Inverness paid only 2 shells for it, one of which even missed. Under Dolo's command, the orderly hobgoblin and lizardmen troops entered the city first, followed by players, while potentially disruptive forces like ogres and wyverns were stationed outside. The gates opened, and Inverness' army marched in orderly ranks. The once bustling streets were now empty, though behind cracks in doors and windows, fearful and anxious eyes occasionally peeked out. After Count Dawson's death, the highest-ranking official in the city was the Deputy Lord, Viscount Burleigh, who now stood at the gate, humbly welcoming Inverness forces. Facing the tall, vicious Dolo, his whole body trembled with fear. My lord, on behalf of all the citizens of Trove City, I welcome your arrival." "Good." Dolo grinned, his scaly face attempting a friendly smile. But it had the opposite effect, causing the Viscount to tremble even more, terrified that this dragon-born hobgoblin would tear him apart in a rage. People often see Trove City's fall as a great shame, a complete farce. But to me, this is merely an extension of the Battle of Trier's outcome. If the Allied forces hadn't been wiped out, if those citizens filled with bloodlust had returned to Trove, the process would never have been like this. The Fall of Trove City, History of the Duchy, by Duke Luton. Within Trove City, crucial locations such as the Lord's Mansion, the Military Political Hall, and the Armory were immediately seized by the Hobgoblin army. Sporadic skirmishes erupted, with city defenders who were loyal to the Count rising up in resistance. Hundreds cried out for Count Dawson, for the glory of Trove City, as they charged at the monster forces, but the hobgoblins only silently lined up, raising their spears. Bang! After the deafening gunfire subsided, everything fell silent. Smoke and the stench of blood filled Trove City. The bodies of these resistors were hung on the city walls, becoming a terrifying sight for the city. People secretly observed the blood-soaked, perforated corpses, feeling even greater dread and unease. Don't go outside. Don't look. Residents shut their doors and windows, covered their children's eyes, trembling and praying under their breath. But soon, they were ordered to come out and gather. Knocks thundered on the doors, and outside were the grotesque faces of hobgoblins and lizardmen. Children cried out in terror, only to have their mouths covered by panicked adults. No one dared resist. Although hobgoblins and lizardmen were the most orderly and power-driven among the Inverness troops, people could still see the restrained savagery in these dragon-blooded monsters, eager for someone to rise up so they could tear them apart. In this process, some may have been killed by dragon-blooded scions, unable to hold back, but no one noticed, nor would anyone hold them accountable. Amid this atmosphere of terror, Trove City managed to maintain a basic level of order. Everyone knew that the era of Trove City under the rule of a red dragon had begun. But no one knew when this era would end, or what it would be like. Driven by the monster forces, the residents were gathered in the central square, once the most bustling place in Trove City, now filled with an unspeakable horror. Whether they were former nobles, soldiers, commoners, or beggars, whether dressed in fine robes, tattered clothes, or coarse garments, they were all herded here by the hobgoblins and lizardmen. People were anxious, no one dared to speak. They stood as if awaiting a final judgment, like criminals sent to the gallows. They waited in silence. Suddenly, the formerly loyal city guards by the gate looked into the distance, their voices trembling, and the residents did the same. "Oh my God! What is that? Gods help us!" Wyverns flew close together, forming a thick, dark cloud approaching from afar, almost obscuring the sun. Yet the wyverns were merely the servants paving the way for the king. They parted in the sky to open a wide path, and the massive red dragon slowly approached, beating its wings as it descended. Cassius cast a huge shadow on the ground, nearly enveloping the crowd at one point before he landed with a thunderous crash in the central square of Trove City. His enormous figure loomed in the square's center. Dust billowed. When the smoke cleared, people could barely make out his form. It was a terrifying red dragon, massive, powerful, a living embodiment of strength. His enormous horns swept back like a majestic crown, and his golden eyes seemed to burn with roaring flames. As that gaze swept down upon them, people felt an instinctual fear of this powerful being, unable to keep their heads raised. Those weak in body even collapsed to their knees. The fearsome creature opened its mouth, and an intense, scorching breath washed over them, reminding the people of the rumor of a living embodiment of flame. "Greetings, people of Tro City." His voice boomed like thunder. Standing in front, Viscount Burton, who had managed to plaster on a smile, collapsed in terror. Cassius merely stated calmly, "I know Tro City has a history of glory. Your ancestors once held off the white dragons and frost giants. You were known as the City of Valor." He paused. "But all of that is now over. This is my territory now. I will establish a new order here, an order belonging solely to Ember Nest. Any who defy it will face absolute destruction. I will rule here. Who agrees and who opposes?" Cassius looked down at the tens of thousands of citizens, his golden, vertical pupils exuding an invisible pressure as he swept his gaze over nobles, soldiers, and commoners alike. No one dared to meet his eyes. A heavy silence hung over the square. Suddenly, a voice drew everyone's attention, including Cassius's gaze. Viscount Burton lay trembling on the ground, whispering, "Lord, Lord of Ember." We saw the red dragon looking at him. He shook even more, sweat streaming down his plump face. But he still summoned the courage to raise his arm and shout, "The old era is over. Hail! Hail to the Lord of Ember's rule over Tro City." Ignoring the disdainful stares around him, Viscount Burton staggered to his feet and continued to shout, "Lord of Ember! Lord of Ember! He will rule Tro City and the world beyond." First, the hobgoblins and lizardmen raised their weapons, cheering. Soon, under the supervision of the monsters, the residents of Tro City were forced to join in this celebration, paid for with the city's surrender. Cassius watched the cheering monsters and humans. He saw the suppressed bloodthirst in these dragon-blooded creatures, those reddened eyes, those steaming, gaping jaws, those menacing horns and scales. They craved slaughter, needing to vent the boiling blood within. Only under Cassius's command did they manage to hold the line. If the red dragon hadn't come personally, the city could have suffered a massacre as brutal as the tragedy of Northwind Fortress, something he had no wish to see. The regime Cassius hoped to build was one of order, a diverse empire of multiple races, one that would serve him, grow in strength, and flourish. He did not want to create a chaotic, bloodthirsty force, which would only bring trouble everywhere, like those abyssal demons who were attacked wherever they went. This is the savage blood of the red dragon. These dragon-blooded scions can only serve as swords in my hand, never the foundation for a new order. I need to control more players, and I must find a way to suppress the chaos and brutality within the red dragon's bloodline. He thought to himself. Cassius had long realized that the chaotic, evil nature within the boiling blood of the red dragon was already influencing his thoughts to some extent. Brutal, arrogant, bloodthirsty, he often displayed these terrifying traits unconsciously, sometimes without even realizing it himself. A notification appeared on Cassius's panel. "You have occupied a city with a population of 10,000, gaining the special Achievement Lord. Achievement Lord. This will become my territory, and I shall be the Lord of the world. Conqueror King Audic. Trait gained. Law of Dictatorship. Charisma +1. Rulership Proficiency +6. You have conquered cities through sheer power. Your dictatorial rule instills fear in all, making it difficult for any considered subjects to defy your commands within your territory. Additionally, your edicts will take on the force of natural law within this land. Note, any players in your territory belonging to your faction who attempt to break the law must pass a strict will check. Otherwise, they will be sentenced to death. Based on the size of your territory and number of subjects, You may currently enact up to 3 laws. An invisible force enveloped Cassius. His charisma increased to a daunting 26, almost comparable to some ancient dragons, thousands of years old, deeply connected to the world. A unique, psionic-like power also emerged within Cassius's will, waiting to be used. Law of dictatorship, interesting. This will be effective for controlling the players. While players appear chaotic and unruly, they are, in reality, bound by the greatest order, the system. Everything they do, from combat to leveling up, strictly follows the system's rules. Now, with Law of Dictatorship, Cassius could establish himself as a pseudo-system administrator, implementing precise control over players' actions until they become accustomed to it and willingly serve Ember Nest as labor. Let's try it out. With this thought, Cassius wielded the invisible force tied to his will, issuing his first Law of Dictatorship. Based on what he knew of players, they would definitely violate this law, allowing him to see the effects of this new ability. No theft is permitted here. Whoa, this city's way bigger than Botthorse City. Yeah, I heard it has over 10,000 people. The modeling is so realistic, even the marks on the city walls feel ancient. Players stood at the city gate, gazing up at the tall walls of Trove City, which had stood for centuries, marveling at the sight. Imagine how many lootable items there must be in such a big city. The player with the ID, Nocturne's Verse, remarked. Everyone turned to him, watching him warily and putting some distance between them. Nocturne's Verse was a rogue with the subclass Thief, already at level 3, notorious as a pickpocket. Alongside Surf Stripling, he was part of the Twin Scoundrels of the Mines, infamous for stealing countless newbie players' money and gear in the Dark Mines. His class traits Quick Hands and Gentleman Thief allowed him to get away with each theft, leaving his victims seething but helpless, venting their rage on the forums. Get lost, nocturnal scum. Don't go into the city with us. Players despised him, as he'd robbed hundreds of people. Nocturne's Verse protested. I'm just making a comment, not doing anything. I haven't stolen from you. What's with the attitude? Once the other players had moved on, he pulled out a recently stolen ring, his lips curling into a sinister, smug smile. Treasure ring. Quality, common. Description, a valuable ring that can be sold at a jewelry store for 5 gold coins. And nice loot. Using his Gentleman Thief trait, Nocturne's Verse silently jumped onto the rooftop of a building. Minutes later, the player he'd stolen from noticed something was off, felt his empty finger, and yelled, "Wait, my ring is gone. Damn it, it's nocturnal scum." When he turned around in fury, Nocturne's Verse had already vanished. Next time, come with me to corner him. This bastard is the worst. That was a reward I earned after grinding for over 10 days. While the players raged over their losses, Nocturne's Verse had already picked a lock, sneaking into a lavish mansion. Botthorse City had nothing like this, just a pesky sheriff. This is a paradise for thieves. The interior was finely decorated, with expensive gold and silver jewelry displayed in mahogany cabinets. Nocturne's Verse eagerly rubbed his hands, his eyes shining with excitement. This necklace is worth 15 gold coins, this bracelet 11, this pendant 21, and these earrings 6. Haha. Hello, my precious. Suddenly, Nocturne's Verse froze. Notifications rapidly refreshed on his panel. You have violated Law of Dictatorship Clause 1. No theft is permitted here. You must pass a will check. Target for the check, 20. Your result, 2. Will check failed. Status acquired, death. Nocturne's Verse could only mutter, "Damn it." Before he could react, a powerful, invisible force crushed his brain. Pop! His head exploded like a smashed watermelon, leaving red and white splatters on the floor. The next day, rumors spread of several mysterious headless bodies found in Viscount Burton's mansion, scattered in various locations with nearby locks pried open. People claimed they were loyal followers of Count Dawson, aiming to assassinate Viscount Burton, who had surrendered to Ember Nest, only to fall into the Viscount's well-prepared trap. Meanwhile, several posts appeared on the player forum. Serious complaint about the game's unfair treatment of rogue players. Is there a bug in the game? What kind of law is this? Thievery is part of the world's fabric. Banning it disrupts the game's flow. However, the comments under these posts were largely mocking, especially in Nocturnes versus Thread, where victims celebrated. Good and evil always come full circle. Look up if you don't believe. Officials spare no one. Nocturne, I steal your money. Officials, I steal your head. Fully support. Suggest extending this law to Bator City. It seems it's already updated there. Now sheriffs can't catch thief players, only the native pickpockets. Justice is served. Nice job, devs. Why doesn't this trigger when I steal in Northwind Fortress? Hasn't updated yet. Surf scum, why aren't you dead yet? Cassius browsed the player posts, nodding slightly. This first display of killing the chicken to scare the monkey seemed effective. These players now viewed his laws as part of the system's rules. Once they got used to this, he could gradually impose stricter regulations. He'd just have to pace himself. Harvesting too aggressively might drive players away from Ember Nest, which wouldn't be ideal. After the fall of Tro City, all of Enzita was in an uproar, though it was hardly unexpected. Without their elite Eagle's Talon, how could the Lackman family possibly fend off the dragon-blooded monster's onslaught, especially with a terrifying red dragon, hailed as the scourge of the Inferno, leading them? What they didn't expect, however, was that Tro City, known as the City of Valor, and standing unconquered for a century in the northern United Kingdom, would fall so easily. This wasn't even a proper siege, it was a casual takeover, with Tro unable to mount any meaningful resistance. After Count Dawson was killed by a mysterious weapon, the humiliating white flag waved over the city gates, and Tro's centuries of glory vanished like smoke. In the months that followed, Ember Nest didn't rush to capture the Lackman Duchy's capital, Northwind Fortress, instead methodically conquering the 11 remaining cities in the duchy, Havertzburg, Turner City, Mexes City, one of the 3 most powerful duchies in the northern United Kingdom. Lackman Duchy was slowly devoured, sending shivers through the nobles of Enzita. Naturally, many bloody incidents occurred during this period, with rumors of ogres and chimeras devouring people. Yet, under Cassius's supervision, the dragon-blooded scions managed to maintain a basic level of order. Compared to the human soldiers of this era who resorted to looting and violence in wartime, or the noble knights who treated commoners as fodder, these monsters under the law of dictatorship had become almost disciplined. Even the ogres saw humans more as tasty snacks than targets for bullying. However, throughout Enzita, the signs of Ember Nest were painted as demonic figures through deliberate propaganda, and bards even composed a long poem titled The Song of Ember. Their tyrant, that hellish Calamity Cassius, had become a symbol of sin. Legends told that he was the dragon of lust, the dragon of wrath, the dragon of pride, transforming into a massive, terrifying human form to ravish beautiful maidens, only to revert to his true form and devour them whole. Meanwhile, Ember Nest Steward, the dragon-blooded ogre mage Long Poo, was portrayed as the embodiment of gluttony, devouring anything in sight. Each time someone appeared before him trembling, his mouth would be full of human remains. As for the military commander, the hobgoblin Dolo, he became the figure of envy, likely just to suit the poet's sense of balance. Cassius was indifferent to it all, even unconcerned. Before he conquered the entire northern kingdom, such distorted rumors were only to be expected. Once he swallowed the remaining 12 nations, all the noise would fade, and he would become the sole, supreme king of Enzita. It's close now. Once I deal with that old vampire, the next targets will be you, the decaying northern nobility. The red dragon breathed a sulphurous heat, muttering to himself. He was now lying in the council hall of Tro City, a spacious, well-lit place barely large enough to accommodate his enormous body. The council hall had once been the place where Tro's affairs were decided, where noble counselors would gather to discuss governance, an honored tradition passed down for generations. The soaring eagle on the tall stone pillars symbolized courage and authority. Now, it still served as the decision-making center, though those eagles no longer represented power, but rather the mark of defeat. Now, only the red dragon's judgment held sway. Master, Mexi's city has fallen. Dolo's image appeared within the hall. Smoke billowed behind him, indicating the captured city, as dragon-blooded monsters moved about, and gunshots rang out in the distance. The red dragon nodded slightly. Good. Durina, who had been standing by, picked up a brush and drew an X over the Mexi city label on a large map of the duchy in the center of the hall. 10 other cities had already been marked off, including Tro City, where they now stood. Northwind Fortress stood alone, surrounded by those cities. It was the last remaining city under Lackman control. Durina flattered him. Congratulations, Master. The Lackman Duchy's centuries-old history is about to end. Their vast lands will be yours, and your mighty deeds will be recorded in history. The entire North will tremble beneath your wings. Now, only Northwind Fortress remains. Cassius suddenly turned to Long Pu, asking, "Did you capture those vampire progeny when you took Mexi's city?" He referred to the Lackman family science, the highest-ranking vampire progeny who often called themselves the Bloodline. Baron Todd had been one of them. Speaking of Todd, the poor fellow had lost his mind under Long Pu's endless tortures and experiments, reduced to a mindless beast. Embracing his scholarly spirit, Long Pu had eventually ground Todd into fine paste after countless tests, proving that even so-called immortal bloodlines weren't entirely unkillable. After months of experiments and various techniques, Long Pu had mastered numerous characteristics of these vampire progeny, such as their vulnerability to running water. Now he was even more intrigued by the old vampire, Duke Brad Lackman, lurking in Northwind Fortress. Long Pu answered honestly, "No. In Count Kately Lackman's mansion, we found only drained human corpses. The eldest son had long since vanished. In all the cities governed by Lackman science, the same pattern was found. I suspect they've all gathered at Northwind Fortress for that so-called Ascension Ritual." The Ascension Ritual. Long Pu assumed Cassius was inquiring, not stating, so he respectfully explained. Yes, the Ascension Ritual. Through interrogating Todd Lackman, we learned of this ritual, a form of sacrifice supposedly allowing vampires to evolve into truly immortal beings. Once complete, vampires would no longer fear sunlight or water and would wield formidable shadow powers. The red dragon slowly rose, stretching his wings. It's time to end this. Long Pu, inform all Ember Signs to draw their best troops from each city. We're preparing to besiege Northwind Fortress. I don't want a troublesome ascendant vampire to emerge. That old fiend. It's time he went to his rightful place. Yes, Master. Long Pu eagerly responded. In the last city of the Lackman Duchy, Northwind Fortress. At this moment, the atmosphere in Northwind Fortress was tense and uneasy. News of the Ember Nest conquests in other regions was tightly controlled by the Eagle's Shield, but people had begun to suspect the truth or hear whispers. I've got a secret to tell you. Mexi's city, Tro City, Akan's city. They've all fallen. A drunken man said this in a tavern, clearly intoxicated. But the drunkard was quickly taken away by plainclothes spies, leaving the tavern in a suffocating silence as no one dared to speak further. Under this oppressive atmosphere, everyone felt an impending sense of doom. The air in the city was heavy and almost stifling. The city was under tight guard, with Eagle's Shield soldiers stationed at every critical entry point conducting inspections. Any anomalies were treated as treason. Doors and windows were tightly shut across households, but gray-robed spies still broke into homes for searches. Any abnormalities would result in severe interrogation or immediate detention. No one knew where the so-called traitors were taken, though rumors suggested they were executed. This created a pervasive atmosphere of fear, not just from Ember Nest's impending assault, but also from the brutal searches of the city guards and the unknowns of the future. Damn it, where did he go? He should have headed that way. Follow him. Catch him, dead or alive. In a dark alley, Longli Baijiao hid in the shadows, narrowly avoiding the search parties. He wiped imaginary sweat from his brow, Being an undead vampire progeny, he didn't actually sweat, but the gesture was a force of habit. Has the old geezer lost it? Snatching up people like this? Well, his time's about up. Once Ember Nest's heavenly troops arrive, that blood-sucking old geezer will face justice. Thinking of Ember Nest's overwhelming military power crushing the Allied forces, every player felt a sense of pride. Yano was also hiding, crouched by a trash bin. Over time, the once proud Count had shed his noble dignity, becoming a shadow-dwelling schemer under Lonely Baiqiao's influence. Hearing Lonely Baiqiao's words, he curiously asked, "How do you know what's happening outside when you've been stuck in a bunker?" Lonely Baiqiao chuckled. "A mountain man has his ways. I even know that the old geezer's allied forces were wiped out. 30,000 soldiers turned into barbecue." Thinking of the Battle of Trier, Lonely Baiqiao felt a pang of regret. Such an important faction war mission, and he hadn't participated. While other players earned thousands of faction points, showcasing their prowess on the battlefield, and even building armor, he'd been crawling around a dungeon, scrolling forums in the dark. "This time I'll shine." Lonely Baiqiao vowed silently. Yano reminded him, "Don't get too excited. The search parties will eventually find us, and we won't escape then. Besides, if things are really as you say, my father won't simply surrender. I know my father well. He'll do whatever it takes to achieve his goals, to the point of obsession. He's been planning this for a century, sacrificing thousands of lives in the process." Lonely Baiqiao paused, then asked, "You're saying the old geezer wants to pull off a big move?" "Exactly. I suspect the city folk branded as traitors are being taken to the bunker to be turned into blood thralls. My father likely knows his time is running out, so he's no longer hiding. He's openly using the city's entire resources to complete his so-called grand ascension." Lonely Baiqiao was immediately intrigued. "Looks like I'm destined to be the hero who saves this city. Don't get ahead of yourself. You may have faced my father before, but you don't understand his power." Yano's pale face showed a trace of fear as he seemed to recall past events. Lonely Baiqiao dismissed it. "Why so scared again? Got PTSD or something? We've been out for a while now. See, that old geezer can't touch me. Besides, I have this." He pulled out a finely crafted metallic emblem, stained with blood. Rebellion emblem. Quality, special. A mage who was turned into a vampire progeny once created this emblem in an attempt to rebel against his master. Sadly, he failed and turned into a pool of blood. This emblem sat in the Duke's collection, waiting for the next rebel. Effect: temporarily renders vampire progeny immune to their master's control. Lonely Baiqiao had found this item in the Vampire Duke's collection alongside Yano, giving him immense confidence. Yano shook his head, a hint of helplessness crossing his pale, bloodless face. "Do you really think you can succeed? I knew the creator of that emblem. His name was Triss, the most talented mage I've ever met. He was always full of hope and passion. Even after being turned into a vampire progeny, he never gave up, tirelessly seeking ways to resist the Duke. But in the end, he still failed." Yano's eyes showed a fleeting mix of nostalgia and despair. "Just because he failed doesn't mean I will. I'm Lonely Baiqiao." As he spoke passionately, Lonely Baiqiao suddenly froze, only managing to blurt out, "Oh crap." Yano's pupils had turned dark crimson, devoid of reason, and his body exuded an icy aura of death. "Ascension. For the great ascension. Every sacrifice is worth it. Offer everything," Yano muttered, his pale face glowing with fanatical joy. At that moment, he seemed like a devout believer, ready to receive divine blessings, nothing like the awkward NPC Lonely Baiqiao knew. His body stiffened, his movements unnatural, as he walked toward the Duke's castle in the shadows. The sky seemed tinged with blood. Lonely Baiqiao noticed his rebellion emblem emitting a faint glow, as if struggling against a powerful force. Is the old geezer going all out? But this might be a good chance. After some thought, he tucked the emblem into his pocket. For the great ascension? Mimicking Yano's strange demeanor, Lonely Baiqiao pretended to be a controlled vampire progeny and followed closely behind. Outside Northwind Fortress, the chaotic and incessant noise filled the surroundings. For Ember Nest, conquer Northwind Fortress. Dark wyverns swarmed the skies like rolling storm clouds, while kobolds and goblins surged across the ground like a murky tide covering the earth. The skies and lands outside Northwind Fortress were occupied by the Scions, and to those within the city, the sight was like the arrival of the apocalypse. "Oh my God!" A city guard standing on the wall looked up at the sky, muttering to himself. Ember Nest's wyvern riders swept over the city, scattering leaflets like snowflakes. The leaflets promised generous terms for surrender and included a replica of the contract with Duke Bradlackman, along with images of the blood thralls of Northwind Fortress. At the end was a line that struck at the heart. "Are you truly willing to pledge your loyalty to a mere vampire until death?" Previously unseen bards from the Anecdote Academy appeared within the city. These bards, using their natural charisma, mesmerized their audiences. When the applause died down, the listeners often found themselves questioning everything they once believed in, from their faith in the clergy of the local temples to their loyalty to the ruling monarch. The tales these bards recounted were all dark histories of the Lackman family. Before the bards could finish their performances, they were arrested by guards or hacked to death on the spot, serving as a brutal warning to the public. Yet the bards were fearless, shouting in their final moments, "A life for 1,000 contribution points. Worth it." For Ember Nest, for example, at this moment, a bard player with the ID Lonely Like Snow was being dragged away by guards, yet he shouted, "I laugh at the heavens with blade in hand. Life and death a trivial matter." Though the people didn't understand the meaning, they could feel the fierce passion in his tone. He was dragged into the street and beheaded on the spot. With a swish, his head fell, blood spraying everywhere, causing the faint-hearted to tremble in terror. Soon, whether deliberately incited or naturally arising, whispers began circulating within the city. People quickly formed a chilling theory that the traitors being arrested might truly have become the so-called blood thralls, sacrifices for Duke Bradlackman's ritual. Coupled with the previous demon contract incident, everything started to make unsettling sense. Yet no one dare voice such thoughts, for it would surely bring death. They could only bury these fears deep within, though at the right moment, these anxieties would undoubtedly erupt. At the entrance of the council hall in Northwind Fortress, on Eagle Square, frightened citizens were being gathered. Perhaps learning from the lesson of Count Dawson's death by artillery, the gathering was not held near the city walls. Northwind Fortress's chief military commander and de facto leader, Count Brandon, surveyed the surroundings. On the plaza below the platform, there were elaborately dressed nobles, armored soldiers, ragged beggars, and patched-up farmers. All were gathered there, their eyes filled with fear and unease. The Duke has said, "We must delay at all costs. Once the Duke completes the great ritual, everything will fall into place. We must extract every last ounce of value from these people." With this in mind, Brandon began to speak. "Citizens, I understand your fear. After all, the enemy you face is the infamous hellish Calamity, the dragon that annihilated 30,000 allied troops. Perhaps the most terrifying, powerful, and evil creature Anzita has seen in a century. Even with all our forces combined, we may not stand as much as a single chance against it." The crowd erupted into murmurs. Despite the siege by Ember Nest's forces and rampant rumors in the city, many were still unsure of the truth, with some dismissing the infernal scourge as an excuse by allied generals to shirk responsibility. Now all was revealed. Indeed, I have no intention of hiding it. The Red Dragon and its vile scions have descended upon Northwind Fortress, surrounding our city. But should we simply surrender? Give up? Become slaves to monsters and accept the dragon's brutal rule? The crowd fell silent. Brandon scanned the assembly and locked eyes with a middle-aged soldier. "Soldier, yes, I'm speaking to you. Answer me truthfully. Do you have children?" The soldier, startled by being addressed directly, stammered, "Why, yes, a daughter." Brandon nodded slightly. "A daughter, very well. But as I understand it, That red dragon is the dragon of lust and wrath. He once transformed into a terrifying 4-meter-tall humanoid, ravaged a beautiful maiden, and then cruelly devoured her. This was witnessed firsthand by a hidden justice seeker, a true account. He paused dramatically, then stared intently at the soldier, continuing, "Imagine, when this dragon rules Northwind Fortress, what will he do to your daughter? Could you bear to see her subjected to inhuman torment and ultimately lose her life in misery? Could you endure returning home to find your house ransacked, your daughter's dismembered, bloody remains scattered about?" "No, never." The soldier, picturing the horrifying scene, turned red-eyed with bulging veins. Brandon nodded in satisfaction, shifting his gaze to a merchant. "Do you have a wife?" "Yes." Using the same strategy, with the same outcome, Brandon's skillful rhetoric heightened the emotional intensity of his speech. "It's time," Brandon thought to himself. Seeing the crowd sufficiently roused, Brandon finally scanned the entire assembly, raising his sword high. "Ladies and gentlemen, regardless of your status, noble, soldier, farmer, or merchant, at this moment, there are no esteemed dukes, only ordinary people. Like you, I am a father to a child, a husband to a wife, a son to parents. We are all simply people wanting to protect our loved ones. So, I ask you all, can you allow your dearest ones to fall into the clutches of the dragon, subjected to inhuman suffering?" "No, no, never." The crowd was silent for a moment, then erupted into waves of defiance. Among the 30,000 citizens of Northwind Fortress, many were genuinely moved by Brandon's speech, while others scoffed inwardly but were swept along by the crowd's fervor. Outside Northwind Fortress, chaos brewed. Seeing the heightened emotions among the crowd, Brandon pressed further, his voice growing louder. "Ladies and gentlemen, 400 years ago, Lord Terry Lackman led our ancestors here atop a giant eagle to establish the first Northwind Fortress. At the time, there were only 300 people. Through the sweeping trials of fire and blood over these 4 centuries, our ancestors gave their lives to forge this magnificent city. It carries the brilliant history of our forefathers, it shelters our lives, and it is our sanctuary. Now, every one of us shares a single identity, citizens of Northwind Fortress. We must never allow it to fall into the hands of a vile dragon." Brandon's silver sword swept through the air in a broad arc. For Northwind Fortress, the crowd's fervor rose even higher, fueled by Brandon's textbook-perfect pre-battle speech and what seemed like heartfelt sincerity. Watching the impassioned throng, Brandon exhaled slightly, thinking to himself, "Let's hope they can hold out long enough for the Duke to complete the ritual. For Northwind Fortress, for Northwind Fortress, kill the dragon. Protect our loved ones." The cheers continued as soldiers raised their spears, vowing to fight for their daughters' futures, and merchants shouted resolutely, determined to defend their family's happiness. Roar! A long, thunderous roar abruptly silenced the crowd. A primal fear gripped everyone. The sky darkened as wyverns swarmed, blotting out the sun like a black tide, their guttural screeches filling the air. "Damn it, aim the ballistae! Shoot them down!" But the creatures flew too high. Even the city's ballistae could only barely strike down a single low-flying wyvern, sending it plummeting with a pained screech. Then the wyverns parted to clear a path, and the massive red dragon appeared, its wings slowly beating as it hovered in the sky. The dragon's body eclipsed the sunlight, its surroundings shimmering as though wreathed in flames. Through magic, its shadow loomed even larger on the ground, casting a suffocating pressure over the crowd. People looked up, trembling as they stared into the golden, slitted eyes that glowed even at a distance, recalling the tales of the hellish Calamity, annihilating 30,000 allied troops with fire. Soldiers' hands shook until their spears clattered to the ground, while merchants hid behind their wives, trembling and praying not to draw the dragon's attention. Faced with the dragon's actual presence, their prior courage dissolved, and Brandon's rousing speech was forgotten. After all, this was death itself. Then the terrifying dragon spoke. A fine speech, though a bit outdated. For a moment, I thought I was back in the Second Era. Brandon gazed upward. Though a formidable warrior, the sight of the red dragon made sweat pour down his brow. You vile dragon, you will not sway the citizens of Northwind Fortress. Summoning his courage, he roared his defiance at the sky. Sway them. Cassius's tone was laced with mockery. Perhaps that's your job. Using these seemingly logical but utterly nonsensical arguments to persuade them to die as cannon fodder for the old vampire you serve. What a clever plan. The guards had long suppressed this information, but many in the crowd already suspected it. Now the dragon spoke the truth, carelessly exposing the secret. Brandon could no longer contain his rage. Pointing to the sky, he shouted, "Slander! This is outright slander." Cassius ignored him, projecting images of the blood thralls inside the bunker into the sky. "Everyone, this is the work of your beloved Duke, turning your loved ones into these blood-sucking beasts. Fighting for nobles is foolish enough. Dying for something like this is the ultimate farce. If you wish to continue your loyalty and die for him, be my guest." A cruel smile spread across the dragon's face. "But I didn't come here to debate. I'm here to deliver a message. By dusk, if I do not see the gates open and white flags raised, this city will be reduced to ash by fire. Your parents, spouses, and children, no exceptions. Take note, this is not a negotiation. It's a declaration." The black tide of wyverns receded, and the red dragon vanished after delivering its ultimatum. As he left, Cassius mused, "That bard who made up those stories about me must be a lunatic. Am I that crude of a dragon? Even if I were to eat people, there's a basic standard of hygiene. No way those ogres would tolerate that kind of mess either. No, I need to find that bard and teach him a lesson." Cassius had no desire to destroy the Jewel of the North. It was meant to become the main city for future players and the starting point of his empire. Thus, he employed a strategy of siege and psychological warfare, avoiding outright destruction. He had already established his might during the Battle of Trier. Now he needed to solidify his rule and build a true, diverse empire. Back in Eagle Square, Count Brandon stood grim-faced. He gazed at the restless crowd, at their fearful, uneasy, and hesitant eyes. He knew the situation was spiraling beyond his control. To Brandon's dismay, the dragon's threat carried significant weight. Having just obliterated 30,000 allied troops, the red dragon's words seemed entirely credible, and his own speech now felt like corroboration of the dragon's power. The Duke said we must hold until nightfall. This is my duty. With this resolve, Brandon's expression hardened. Shedding his mask of amiability, he now radiated cold arrogance, looking down at the crowd with a steely gaze. "Citizens, stay calm and do not succumb to the dragon's lies. Anyone who defies orders or causes unrest will be executed." Brandon's loyal soldiers immediately moved to secure the area. But across the city, the dragon's ultimatum echoed loudly. Reactions varied. Some hid silently in their homes, others sought out allies among the guards, and some even began attacking the gray-robed spies of the Lackman family. In an instant, the city was seething with undercurrents of chaos. Boom! With a deafening roar, the western gate of Northwind Fortress burst open. The rusty iron mechanisms creaked and groaned. The massive drawbridge lowered slowly, crossing the wide moat to connect with the other side. Who's the traitor? Damn it! Someone open the gates. Quick! Pull the drawbridge back up. It's too late, they're coming in. Prepare for battle. Chaos erupted within the city walls. Shouts, curses, and panic cries blended into a cacophony as no one could distinguish ally from enemy. Outside, the long-awaited Dragonkin forces surged across the drawbridge into Northwind Fortress, an unstoppable flood of chaos. Leading the charge were hulking ogre shield-bearers, followed by gun-wielding hobgoblin skirmishers and tribal lizardman warriors. For Ember Nest, take Northwind Fortress. Despite the iron grip of the Lackman family over the city's defenses, Even their elite, eagle shields couldn't resist the seeds of dissent. After Cassius's direct threat, even the most loyal guards felt a sliver of doubt. If even 1 or 2 in 10 guards betrayed the cause, it was enough to destabilize the foundation of Northwind Fortress. What followed was a foregone conclusion. The dissenters coordinated with the embedded player spies, pooling their resources to stage a mutiny. Caught off guard, the commander of the Western Gate garrison was assassinated, and the 100-year-strong gates of Northwind Fortress were thrown open. The mutineers were led by John, a soldier once nicknamed Loyal Hound for his unwavering dedication to the Duke. His wife's death at the hands of the devils had shattered his faith. As John drove his sword through the gate commander's chest, the man's expression of shock betrayed his disbelief that John, of all people, had turned traitor. The mutineers tied red bands around their right arms to distinguish themselves and turned on their former comrades. Kill the vampires' lapdogs. For our families. For survival. Raising his standard-issue longsword, John roared his battle cry. Thus began a chaotic melee among the Dragonkin forces, the defectors, and the loyalists of Northwind Fortress. As the Lackman family's heartland, Northwind Fortress didn't crumble as easily as Tro City. Self-interest is a powerful bond. Many elite forces in Northwind Fortress were inextricably tied to the Lackman family's fortunes. Knowing their doom was sealed if the Duke fell, they resolved to fight to the bitter end, holding the Dragonkin forces at the narrow bottleneck of the city gates. Humans perish! An ogre swung its spiked mace, pulverizing a soldier into pulp. Shielding itself with a massive leather-bound shield, the ogre charged forward like an unstoppable war machine, deflecting volleys of arrows. A sharp shard of ice struck its arm, exploding into freezing mist and slowing its movements. It was an ice blade spell. Loyal spellcasters supporting the Lackman family joined the fray. Charge! Kill the beast! Avenge our comrades! Soldiers surged forward to strike the ogre. Bang! 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 Hobgoblin skirmishers opened fire, their bullets felling several soldiers in rapid succession. After the Battle of Trier, Storm Armory's players had developed more precise rifled muskets, ushering in more flexible skirmisher tactics. For Ember Nest, for endless feasts, ogres continued their shielded charge, advancing like mobile fortresses. Ice shards, fire, acid, and radiant light spells rained down upon the Dragonkin forces. Several ogres fell, their bodies twisted and burnt, but they charged without fear. Death was an everyday affair for ogres, literally. In the wild, starving ogres often conducted impromptu funeral banquets, burying their kin in their stomachs. Embernest's forces weren't defenseless. Alongside the hobgoblins' gunfire, players joined the battle. Bright flashes of magic illuminated the chaos, with players demonstrating even more creative combat styles. Their firepower's insane. Paladins, push forward. We need haste. Someone cast haste. I'll carry us to victory. Cleric, use Sanctuary. A shirtless monk player, Dragon's Fury, enhanced by haste, leaped into the fray, scaling walls and descending upon the guards like a whirlwind. Facing the confused soldiers, unsure of where he had come from, he shouted with bravado. I'll take 10 of you. Whirlwind combo. His fists blurred, delivering rapid, thunderous strikes. Empowered by chi, his blows crumpled armor and left enemies sprawling. The monk tore through 7 or 8 soldiers, leaving behind the unmistakable imprint of his fists on their dented armor. Ha ha ha! I'm going berserk this round. Dragon's Fury rampaged through the crowd, reveling in the chaos. His bald head glistened with the blood of his enemies. The guards soon turned their attention to him, unleashing a volley of arrows. Swoosh! An arrow streaked toward his head. Deflect missiles! Dragon's Fury sneered, channeling chi into his hands to catch the arrow mid-flight and fling it back, striking an archer squarely in the forehead. Huh! Such weak tricks dare challenge me. Pathetic mobs trying to ambush me, really. His taunt was cut short as arrows rained down from all directions. While a monk could deflect missiles, even he wasn't an 8-armed deity. His bare torso was soon pierced, turning him into a human pincushion. Overconfident fool. This life was worth it. Dragon's fury collapsed, smiling at the massive contribution and experience points flashing on his screen as his vision went black. However, Dragon's Fury's charge had already thrown the city guards into disarray, drawing significant firepower and allowing the ogres, hobgoblins, and other dragonkin to advance deeper into the city, preparing for street combat. Now it's my turn to shine. Watch me replicate that move. For every monk's dream, many monk players attempted to mimic Dragon's Fury's tactics, leaping across rooftops to charge forward, but most ended up being skewered like pincushions. After all, not everyone could match Dragon's Fury skills. The monks' frail, unarmored bodies stood no chance against a few well-placed strikes. Meanwhile, some players took a different approach, opting for unconventional strategies. Take Charlotte, for example. His magic coin party had unexpectedly welcomed a druid player, Brother Holy Light. Together, the two snuck up to the towering city walls, overlooking the massed ranks of city guards below. They exchanged sinister smiles. Brother Holy Light shift into bear form. Got it. Stripped to the waist and glowing with divine light from the waist down, the druid crouched, his body swelling with nature's magic, transforming into a massive bear. Charlotte smirked, brandishing his wooden engraved staff. Enlarge. The spell caused the druid's body to grow significantly. As the shimmering magic took hold, Brother Holy Light's bear form doubled in height and grew 8 times heavier, towering above as a monstrous creature. Charlotte raised his staff, pointing at the tightly packed ranks of city guards below, numbering in the hundreds. Brother Holy Light, smash. Smash them hard. Roar. Brother Holy Light let out a deafening roar. Now an 8-meter-tall, 10-ton beast, he radiated menace. Below, at the western guard post, Baron Alta rallied his troops for a final charge. Clad in ornate heavy armor, his expression was one of unyielding resolve. His loyal soldiers gathered tightly around him. Alta had been trained as a warrior by the Lackman family since childhood. Renowned for his swordsmanship, he had traveled far and wide in his youth. Now, with the nation's survival at stake, he had rushed from the south to aid Northwind Fortress, determined to repay his debt to the Lackman family. Soldiers, it's time to give your lives. For the honor of the family, defend Northwind Fortress to the death. Stop these invading beasts. Suddenly, Baron Alta noticed a shadow falling over him, as though something enormous was blocking out the sun. Instinctively, he looked up, only to see the massive body of the bear descending, filling his field of vision. This is... Boom! With a thunderous crash, dust and debris erupted. When the dust settled, a massive crater marked the ground where Baron Alta and 20 of his elite soldiers had stood, their bodies reduced to indistinct pulp. Atop the mound of blood and viscera lay a naked male corpse, Brother Holy Light, whose fall damage check had failed. Though his transformation reverted upon death, the enlarge effect persisted, leaving his 3-meter-tall body as a grotesque monument. Surveying the carnage, Charlotte nodded with satisfaction. Directly smash the opposing boss to death. Brother Holy Light, your sacrifice was worth it. He opened the player forum and messaged Brother Holy Light, who was waiting to respawn. How much XP and faction contribution did you get? 3,900 XP for 1,000 faction contribution. That much. Charlotte's eyes widened in envy, his teeth gritting with jealousy, wishing he could trade places with the corpse below. As a guild leader, Charlotte felt conflicted, torn between pride in his guildmate's success and envy over the rewards. Let's keep farming, Charlotte growled. Just as he thought this, his interface flashed with a new task notification. Wait, this is a special mission. Although players were currently capped at level 4, they had already begun to make their mark. According to system standards, most creatures in Erzig had no levels at all. Even among armies, only the most seasoned soldiers counted as level 1, while units composed of level 1 professionals were considered elite. Yet here were thousands of level 1 or higher players, many of them spellcasters, a force to be reckoned with, even on the sprawling Anzeta wasteland or throughout all Erezig. With the public beta Northern Storm, tens of thousands of players would flood into Erezig, making their presence felt worldwide. Returning to the present, with players joining the fray, Northwind Fortress's fall was inevitable. Ember Nest's forces continued their relentless advance, crushing the last vestiges of resistance and pressing toward the assembly hall. However, the Lackman family played their final cards. The elite Eagle Shields and Royal Spellcasters provided considerable resistance to the Dragonkin's advance. Amid the escalating conflict, a small covert team maneuvered through the city. In a hidden alley of Northwind Fortress, Singo reviewed his task interface. Special mission: Prevent Ascension. Mission description: The withered trees of the forest weep. Within the eerie halls of Lackman Castle, Duke Brad Lackman orchestrates a dark conspiracy, sacrificing 1,674 vampire progeny souls and bodies to achieve a great ascension. When black mist obscures the moonlight and blood boils within veins, Duke Brad will become the eternal vampire king, immune to sunlight and imbued with unimaginable dark powers. Heroes, stop him. Faction mission: Prevent the Ascension ceremony. Faction: Ember Nest. Mission description: Collaborate with Medralash and Alger to thwart the ceremony. Slay Brad Lackman, and the Lord of Ember will reward you with power and riches. Singo's voice brimmed with excitement. Duke Brad Lackman, the vampire mentioned only in the background story. This boss is going to be a tough one. Summer Night, Autumn Rain nodded. We'd better prepare thoroughly. Born Battle Maniac smirked, rubbing his bald head. Who cares? We'll just chop our way through. Mantu, his dragon-faced avatar tense, muttered nervously. That task description sounds terrifying. Is this some kind of horror dungeon? I'm not good with scary stuff. Singo shot him a disdainful look. Coward. Stay back if you're scared. Even Autumn Rain isn't fazed. Why are you acting up? Manta blushed, crossing his arms defensively. Fine, I'm going. Let's see who's really scared in the end. Summer Night, Autumn Rain sighed. Try to mediate. We probably can't handle such a big boss on our own. The mission says to coordinate with Medralash and Alger. Let's follow the guidance and meet up with them first. Sleeping Mermaid Tavern. A wooden signboard adorned with a lifelike mermaid sculpture hung at the entrance. It was a well-known establishment in Northwind Fortress, doubling as a secret meeting spot for pure-blood serpent folk spies. The proprietress had long been bought off with gold, willingly becoming a minion of Ember Nest. At the moment, chaos reigned across the city. With the city guards preoccupied by the Dragonkin invasion, the tavern had become an open gathering place for Ember Nest faction. A four-person team pushed open the door, stepping into a bustling scene. The tavern was filled with players. Hey boss, got any blazing red lips? I heard that stuff gives you the frenzy buff. The drinks here are way more expensive than in Bothorse City. Mantu exclaimed. So many people. Summer Night, Autumn Rain muttered under her breath. I thought we were the only ones to get this special quest. Singo surveyed the room, immediately recognizing familiar faces. Royal Authority's Overlord, Steel Frenzy of the Mechanical Faith, Charlotte of Magic Coin, Alpha of Golden Age. Professional players from all the major guilds were present. Almost everyone who had been drawn to the tavern for this quest had reached the closed beta level cap, level 4. In Erezig, this placed them among the elite adventurers, the backbone of any expedition, far from ordinary combatants. Born Battle Maniac sneered at Royal Authority's Overlord seated not far away, letting out a disdainful tsh. Singo lowered his voice, advising, Come on, Battle Bro. No need to clash with Royal Authority in a team mission. Focus on the key NPCs. Look over there. He gestured subtly. In the center of the tavern, Alger and Medralash sat at a wooden table with 2 glasses of red wine between them. Despite past tensions, the two had come together to strategize against their common enemy, Duke Brad Lackman. On the brink of confronting his nemesis, Alger looked both exhilarated and apprehensive. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke, I've lived here most of my life. I know a secret path in a Lackman castle. What we need to do is infiltrate, then kill him. Medralash nodded slightly, taking a sip of wine before replying, a simple and crude plan. But you're forgetting one thing. You've been away for years. Ember Nest is about to breach the city walls. That cunning old vampire won't be unprepared. Alger's draconic face froze momentarily before he replied. It's our only option. If we let him complete his ascension, the consequences will be catastrophic. Medralash chuckled softly. True enough. These Starnauts are immortal, but you and I, we've long been dead. There's no need to fear dying again. Alger pointed to a map of Northwind Fortress spread across the table. Given the importance of the Ascension ceremony, the main roads will undoubtedly be heavily guarded. We'll take this route instead, through the shadowed path in Lackman's rear garden. Very well. Medralash stood and declared loudly. Warriors, we are ready to move out. Stop the Ascension, and the Lord shall reward you handsomely. The 20-odd elite players in the tavern turned their intense gazes toward him. Medralash had mastered the art of commanding players. At the outskirts of Lackman Castle, in the Twilight Garden, the lush forest encircled the castle, cutting it off from the outside world. Towering trees with gnarled trunks bore scars like ancient wounds. Darkness spread through the dense undergrowth, blurring the distinction between day and night. Sinister branches swayed in the wind, whispering eerie secrets. The twisted trees resembled ghastly specters with clawed hands. Deep within the woods, chilling howls echoed, sending shivers down spines. Alger studied the shadowy forest and the twisted branches lining the narrow path, his expression grim. This wasn't like this before. What has Brad Lackman been doing these past years since I left? Medralash smirked coldly. Maybe he's been raising a pack of loyal guard dogs to protect his lair. Looks like we'll need to tread carefully. Let's go. Alger, Medralash, and their team stepped into the dense forest without hesitation. As they traversed the vine-covered path, Manta heard rustling noises behind him, sending a chill up his spine. No way, is there really something creepy here? Wait, there's something behind me. Manta felt a faint touch on the back of his neck and let out a yelp. Cold sweat dripped down as he turned to look, only to find a twisted vine dangling from a branch. Exhaling in relief, he turned to Singo. This place is seriously cursed. We need to move fast and get out of here. Singo, too serious to mock him, nodded grimly. He had just noticed the underbrush ahead shift slightly, though he wasn't sure if it was his imagination. Let's keep moving. Manta pressed forward reluctantly, but when he glanced back again, the vine had shifted, resembling a claw reaching for him. He gasped audibly. The rustling around them grew louder and more frequent, as if something unseen writhed in the darkness. Faint, broken voices filled the air, carrying dread and desperation. It's alive. Don't leave me behind. Grab my hand. Save me. But none of the voices came from anyone in their group. Summer night Autumn Rain's face turned pale, sweat dripping from her chin. Her voice trembled. Did you hear that? Those voices. Singo's voice was low and steady. I heard it too. They don't sound like monster growls. More like the last words of victims before they died. Mantu, now panicked, stammered, Stop messing with me. Take a good look around, Singo replied grimly. Mantu surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped by a pulsating, oppressive darkness. At the front of the group, Alger raised his ever-burning greatsword, illuminating their surroundings. The light revealed the grotesque forms of their enemies. Under the dappled shadows of the forest, twisted roots, branches, and vines gathered together, coalescing into numerous shambling, gnarled specters. Their bodies were formed of withered wood, vines, and thorns, with half-digested human limbs entangled within their grotesque forms. Blood seeped from their thick roots. Gritting his teeth, Alger shouted, Prepare for battle. Damn it, this forest is alive. Medralash gazed at the unknown beings surging from all directions, gradually surrounding them. He recognized these monsters, having seen them once in the diary of a necromancer. Withered abominations, they're withered abominations. They are a plague that spreads the infection of darkness. Drawing sustenance from the earth, they spread with the malevolent will of ancient evils. In a forest infected by withered abominations, trees and plants grow at an unnatural speed. Vines and undergrowth quickly overrun buildings and roads. Once the withered abominations kill or drive away all the inhabitants, an entire village can vanish within days. Medralash slashed a vine, lunging from the darkness, cursing loudly. Damn it! It said that the first withered abominations were nurtured by the blood of a vampire. That old vampire had long been preparing for this. Alger gripped his ever-burning greatsword, thrusting it directly into the twisted limbs of one of the withered vine creatures. Flames erupted along the blade, setting the creature ablaze in an instant. The monster shrieked, crumbling to ashes. Alger shouted a warning. They're easily set on fire. As these monsters, hidden in the darkness and lurking within the dense forest, revealed their true form, the players unleashed their full powers. Manta stared at the vine creature that had attacked earlier, as information refreshed on his panel. Withered Vine Monster. Challenge level 1, 200 XP. Manta let out a deep breath, immediately filled with anger. I thought it was something nasty, but it turns out to be just a small fry. How dare you scare your grandpa Manta die? He rushed forward, sword in hand. The twisted monstrosity shook its vines, its voice trembling with fear. It has caught me. Don't leave me. Help me. The withered vine monster is the only type of withered abomination capable of speech, able to utter fragmented syllables in the voice of its deceased master, mocking its victims. Seeing the monster's health bar, Manta wasn't scared. Instead, he felt deceived and his fury intensified. Still trying to scare me? Die! His long sword slashed through the brittle vines. The ring of burning on Mantu's hand glowed faintly, and searing flames traveled down the blade, setting the dry, withered form alight. Manta pulled the sword out, smirking. Not even a challenge. Singo fired a flaming arrow, taunting from the side. Who was it just now, trembling in fear? Summer night, Autumn Rain's golden eyes glinted with anger, and she parted her lips slightly. Agonazer's Scorcher. Boom! A line of blazing fire surged forth, incinerating over 10 withered abominations in its path. But this wasn't even the greatest damage dealer among the players. The leader of the Eternal Brilliance Guild, the light priest class player Dawn Cherishes Dance, rushed into the dark forest, raising her maul high. Channel Divinity, Dawn's Radiance. A boundless radiance emanated from the priest, centered around her. The surrounding darkness was completely dispelled. Hundreds of withered abominations charging towards her were purified in the holy light, unable to even scream before disintegrating into ashes. Iron Frenzy was puffing on a cigar, intentionally dramatic, as he tossed rune grenades. Art is explosion. With each deafening blast, the creeping flames spread, turning every withered abomination in his way to ash. The withered abominations hidden in darkness might be able to claim the lives of unsuspecting civilians or solitary adventurers, but against these players, laden with strange abilities and particularly fond of fire and explosions, they were helpless. After all, the ancient malevolent power never warned them how to deal with the fourth calamity. The players carved a path through the overgrowth, soon emerging from the forest of death to face Lackman Castle. The dusklight garden behind them was now filled with rolling smoke and dancing flames, scattered with the burnt remains of the withered abominations. A thin veil of blood seemed to hang over the sky. Lackman Castle stood dilapidated and decayed, seemingly ravaged by endless years. Built of black stone, the castle walls were riddled with cracks and covered in moss, stained with faded blood. The spires were enveloped in heavy clouds, radiating an aura of coldness. Windows were barred with iron grates and sharp spikes, conveying an oppressive sense of confinement and threat. Shadows from the castle shrouded the surrounding land in darkness, evoking fear and oppression. Medralash looked up at the castle, mockingly speaking to Alger beside him. Did you really live in a place like this? No wonder you ended up so twisted. Alger shook his head slightly. No, it wasn't like this when I left. He looked at the castle's heavy gate, a grave expression on his face. Maybe it's something the vampire Duke did again, turning it into this state. A piercing screech came from the sky. Alger immediately became alert, shouting, "Watch out! This isn't just the wind." Years of battle experience told him that the oncoming enemy would be anything but simple. The group scanned their surroundings, but saw no sign of an enemy. The enemy is in the sky. Damn it! In the gloomy sky, a massive skeletal eagle spread its wings. It had no feathers, only yellowed, forked-wing bones trailing a ghostly green flame. Wind whistled through the gaps in the skeletal frame, creating an eerie wailing sound, like the mourning of spirits. And on the skeletal eagle's back was a skeletal knight in formidable armor. Beneath the helmet, the eye sockets of the skull blazed with a vicious light, filled with boundless hatred for the living. A death knight. Intruders! I will kill you all! The knight's raspy voice rang out as he dived towards the ground. Alger fixed his gaze on the skeletal eagle rider, muttering, "Old Ward." Old Ward was Alger's instructor during his time as a Northwind Eagle Guard, the man who taught him everything. Ward Chris had once fought across the lands for Lackman Duchy, achieving great feats on the back of his eagle. In the end, he only asked to serve as an instructor for the next generation of Eagle Guards. Now, however, loyal Old Ward had taken Alger's place, transformed into a death knight by the Duke, cursed to ride the skeletal eagle and guard Lackman Castle eternally, without consciousness, loyally serving the Duke he once honored. I will let you rest in peace. Annoying old man. Alger couldn't help but grip his great sword tightly, silently swearing to himself. The bone eagle screeched in the sky, and the death knight swiftly swept across the ground. Hellfire orbs spewed from the bone eagle's beak, causing continuous explosions on the ground. The corrosive green ghost flames spread across the earth, exuding intense erosion power that devoured life upon contact, turning the land into a hellish scene. This place forbids the living. Old Ward circled in the air, waving the eagle howl silver sword in his hand. Decayed skeletons climbed out of the soil under his summons, converging from all directions to encircle the uninvited intruders. Medralash raised a blood-stained greatsword high, dark light flickering in his jet-black eyes. Oathbreaker's divine channeling, undead control. A dense black mist erupted from the greatsword's center, controlling all the skeletons within its range and turning them against their master. The players also unleashed various radiant and flame spells, effortlessly destroying the fragile skeletal undead. Alger fixed his gaze on the death knight circling in the air. The movements and techniques were all too familiar to him. Even with Old Ward transformed into a death knight, Alger could recognize the traces of his former self at a glance. A crimson tether appeared in his hand. With a loud eagle cry, the draconic giant eagle, Igor, materialized out of thin air. This was a new feature at level 10 for the Crimson Scale Conqueror, Dragon Vein Connection. Using the essence of dragon blood magic, it allowed the summoning of one's mount anytime, anywhere. Alger mounted the giant eagle and softly said, "Come, Ward Chris, my old instructor. Let me see if, after becoming this wretched thing, your skills have dulled." Screech! Another piercing eagle cry echoed as the draconic giant eagle spread its wings and soared, climbing rapidly with a momentum rivaling the terrifying ghost flame-entwined bone eagle. The Death Knight, circling in the high skies, noticed the rapidly approaching adversary and charged without hesitation. Vile mortal! His bones emitted a series of creaking sounds. Alger and Ward spiraled through the air, probing each other repeatedly. Turns, rolls, ascents, and dives. Their maneuvers on the giant eagles were instinctive, as if carved from the same mold. Yet Alger's actions were noticeably more aggressive, often pulling off daring and ingenious moves. Scorching bright flames intertwined with ghostly green fire in midair. The dazzling movements of the two knights left only fleeting shadows and flashes of light. Not bad. Alger, panting and wiping sweat from his forehead, sounded exhilarated. Old Ward, your skills remain intact. His half-draconic body bore numerous wounds, with dark erosive mist slowly corroding the injuries. Despicable mortal die. Death Knight Ward fared no better. His plate armor shattered, his bones cracked, and ghost flames burned and healed his wounds. They ascended slowly, then dove toward each other. It was the final charge. Both gripped their swords tightly, leaning forward in identical dive stances. Just as they closed within 10 meters, Alger and the draconic giant eagle roared in unison, shaking the skies. Dragon Roar Charge. The dragon roar carried a magical essence that could instill fear even in undead beings. A massive red dragon phantom seemed to appear above them. Dragon. The Death Knight faltered slightly. His bone eagle stiffened in fright. In that fleeting moment, Alger seized the opportunity. Flowing Strike. The half-dragon knight capitalized on the momentum of the dive and struck. With a crisp sound, the Everburn greatsword severed the Death Knight's neck bone effortlessly, sending the glowing, malevolent skull flying before it dimmed. The bone eagle beneath him also lost its undead essence, its ghostly flames extinguished. The skeletal frame collapsed into ordinary bones, scattering from the sky. Alger gently landed atop the giant eagle. Casually, he dug a small pit in the ground, buried the cracked skull, filled it with dirt, and stomped twice to compact it. Rest in peace, pitiful old man. I will kill that old vampire. Alger muttered to himself, his gaze fixed on the massive, intricately carved doors of Lackman Castle. Beneath Lackman Castle, the underground space was unusually vast, more akin to a colossal, subterranean world than a mere part of a building. Bats flitted in the darkness, rats scurried in shadowy corners, and blood thralls wailed in pain within iron cages. At the center of this underground world was a massive stone platform spanning 100 meters, engraved with twisted and eerie runes and surrounded by bottomless abysses. Encircling the platform were 7 towering stone pillars, each adorned with devilish carvings and bound with iron chains soaked in blood, securing a vampire progeny to each. Like sinners from religious myths, they were stripped bare, bound to the pillars, with grotesque tattoos etched into their backs. Each bore a fanatical expression, chanting sinister hymns. Even Alexia, the eldest daughter of the Lackman family, was bound to one of these pillars. Her elaborate gown removed, she stood naked, her pale, beautiful body exposed. Yet the sight held no allure, only an aura of blood-soaked, eerie terror. She murmured softly, "On the day of the full moon, the bats will rejoice, the diseased rats will sing. Blood mist will shroud the heavens, shadows will overflow. Daylight will tremble, and eternal night will descend. He shall become the immortal monarch of the night. He shall become the eternal lord of darkness. Let our blood boil within his body, and let us embrace the grand ascension." The sound of bats flapping their wings echoed. Brad Lackman emerged from the passage's end. He did not use the stairs, but floated, slowly ascending to the stone platform. His crimson eyes brimmed with boundless greed and anticipation. His tone as enraptured as if reciting poetry. Finally, after 172 years of lurking in the shadows, the long wait is over. Ascension. Once the grand ascension is complete, nothing will be worth fearing. Not even dragons can hinder my path. My children. Duke Brad gazed obsessively at the naked vampire progenies bound to the stone pillars, his twisted affection blatantly evident. In his eyes, he truly loved them. They were both his offspring, and the fuel for his ascension. Duke Brad seemed to recall something, frowning slightly. "It's a pity Todd hasn't returned." According to the pact with the tongue of the night, the vampire ascension ritual had extremely intricate requirements. In addition to sacrificing 1,674 vampire progenies to the great evil being, 7 carefully nurtured progenies were needed, each serving the sinful sovereign and symbolizing one of the 7 deadly sins: pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. As the master, the vampire must genuinely love these progenies. When the ritual began, the power and blood within these progenies would flow into the vampire to be absorbed entirely. For instance, Alexia represented pride. Duke Brad had sent his youngest son, Todd Lackman, to the town of Siggy, hoping he could become the symbol of envy in that remote place and eventually serve as perfect fodder for the Ascension ritual. However, before he could enjoy such an honor, Todd had been reduced to a pile of minced meat in Longpoo's repeated experiments. Damn Red Dragon. At this thought, Duke Brad gritted his teeth even harder. I must find another special progeny to replace Todd's position, preferably a spellcaster. During the Ascension, a vampire could not only drain blood, but also absorb all abilities from the progenies, including spellcasting abilities. This was why Duke Brad had painstakingly cultivated Todd into a mage. A spellcaster. Duke Brad pondered for a moment before recalling a recently captured, insolent vampire progeny, a trickster with a strong affinity for dark powers. This one is just perfect. A smile crept onto his lips as he thought of it. An intriguing prey, now reduced to being entirely under his control. Duke Brad relished the sensation of being in complete control, enjoying the resistance of his prey, especially their expressions of despair. For a vampire who had long lost the sense of taste, such emotions were as sweet and rich as fine wine. Duke Brad licked his lips involuntarily. A proud and defiant human, watching themselves helplessly become a sacrificial offering, unable to resist. What a delightful sight this shall be. I'm truly looking forward to it. A flash of expectation glinted in Duke Brad's scarlet eyes, adding to his sinister appearance. For the great Ascension, Lonely Baiqiao stood in the iron cage, imitating the mindless blood thralls, muttering softly, "For the great Ascension." The mark of rebellion was hidden under his tongue, evading the guard's thorough search. Watching the blood mist gradually permeate the air and the sacrificial formations glowing faintly within the cages, Lonely Baiqiao internally despaired, thinking, "Damn, am I really about to be sacrificed?" Suddenly, a powerful pressure surged through his bloodline. The blood thralls knelt down one after another, licking the ground like devout zealots. Lonely Baiqiao followed suit, kneeling as well. To grow stronger, he could endure even the humiliation of submission. What was kneeling compared to that? Endure it. However, his eyes slyly observed the unexpected guest. The newcomer had pale skin, scarlet eyes, and wore a luxurious black robe with golden edges, Duke Brad Lackman. Lonely Baiqiao's heart leaped with excitement as he thought, "Finally, this old bastard has arrived." But when Duke Brad's gaze swept over him, he quickly lowered his head and dared not make sound. "Excellent. The power is still plentiful." Duke Brad smiled in satisfaction. Raising his hand slightly, a swarm of bats emerged from the darkness, forming a giant hand that enveloped Lonely Baiqiao and lifted him out of the cage. His cloak fluttered open as his entire body levitated. Soon, they arrived at the ritual stone platform. As the bats dispersed, Lonely Baiqiao's vision cleared, and he immediately saw the progenies bound to the stone pillars, his eyes widening in shock. Ordinary people would feel immense fear in such an environment, but Lonely Baiqiao's thought process was clearly unconventional, and his focus rather peculiar. As a seasoned pervert, his gaze instantly locked onto the naked, pale figure of Alexia Lackman, the Duke's eldest daughter. Holy crap, they're really going this far? And without any holy light? No, Lonely Baiqiao, you cannot let beauty cloud your judgment. You are destined to become the king of games. Resolving himself, he tore his gaze away and continued feigning submission. Fortunately, Duke Brad was still engrossed in admiring his masterpiece, oblivious to the charade. Amid this, Lonely Baiqiao caught sight of another progeny tied to a pillar, Yeno Lackman, representing sloth among the 7 deadly sins. so blindingly hideous. Lonely Baijiao sighed inwardly. At this moment, Duke Brad turned his gaze to Lonely Baijiao, his scarlet eyes glinting ominously. "What is your name?" "Lonely Baijiao." Lonely Baijiao answered truthfully. Afraid his disguise would be uncovered and that the vampire Duke might kill him on the spot, he dared not lie. Fortunately, Duke Brad detected nothing unusual, merely smirking and saying softly, "A strange name, but it doesn't matter. From now on, your name is Todd Lackman. You are my youngest son, exiled to the outskirts, consumed by jealousy toward your siblings. Understand. Now, once again, who are you?" "I am Todd Lackman, your neglected youngest son." "Good. Say it again." While Lonely Baijiao obediently complied, he mentally cursed the vampire Duke's ancestors for generations. He had heard of people acknowledging fathers, but never of someone forcibly assigning themselves a son. "Who wants to be your damn kid, you old lamppost?" Lonely Baijiao roared inwardly, but outwardly he responded obediently. "I am Todd Lackman, your neglected youngest son, jealous of my siblings." "Very good." Duke Brad nodded slightly. He observed Lonely Baijiao like a puppet, rubbing his chin and frowning in thought. Simply having this progeny replace Todd's identity might not inspire love in me. Duke Brad was a thorough monster, capable of creating twisted and perverse love to achieve his goals. Though he could guide and manipulate emotions, even he couldn't fabricate them at will. The physical and emotional are deeply intertwined. To mortals, intense physical desire seems to naturally lead to love. In that case, Duke Brad's scarlet eyes took on a strange, inexplicable desire as he gazed at Lonely Baijiao. Lonely Baijiao immediately felt a wave of dread, a foreboding sense of doom overwhelming him. Though his expression remained calm, alarms blared in his mind. "Wait, what the hell is this old pervert planning?"
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.